Get ready for the ride.
You're in the danger zone.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel.
Bro, I'm already having technical difficulties. You know where you are. You're in the danger zone.
That's
What
right.
is up, Murph?
That's how you know.
How you
That's
doing?
how we introduce people.
Dude, how are you doing, man? Welcome, guys. Spike that like button as my dog wants up now that I'm talking. Dude, how's your week been? How's your week been? Talk to me.
Oh, it's been a long one. It's been another long week working for the man that owns Coca-Cola. Is it just one man? It's probably like 30 people that own it. I have no idea. All I know is I make them a lot of money. And they work me a lot of hours. But it's been a long one, but the weather was decent. So, small mercies, right? And football's back. So how can you be depressed about that,
You really can't, and I do want to hear a little more about your week. I want to tell you about mine, but we have a guest. The guest is ready to go, man. He's got literally have not, if you followed this channel for the last year and a half, you've seen us collab with this guy a few times, but I was going back, dude, and the last episode we did together was a schedule prediction, literally like damn near 365 days ago. A lot has transpired since then. We might not get to all of it, but dude, we gotta pull him out here, man. It's like I said, it's been a year. When it comes to content, I mean, a lot of people do content, but when it comes to content quality, he is damn near the top of my list, man. Especially his intros go, man. That's freaking awesome. But let's bring him out, hear what he has to say. You guys know him. You love him. The one, the only, Gunny Gumby. What's up, my man?
Dayno, Murph, what's good, guys? Damn, that was some high praise there, Dayno. I appreciate you, brothers. That's some real high praise. I appreciate you guys. It's been a year. Has it really been a full freaking year since the last time we got on camera together?
Dude, it doesn't seem like it.
Crazy.
I mean,
it doesn't.
I mean, maybe it feels like 6 in some ways, but like
Damn.
at the same time, no, it really doesn't, man.
I gotta say,
dude,
gentlemen, the beards are looking fantastic. My God, boys, y'all got some them things is looking fantastic. I gotta step my game up.
Hey, beers and beards. That's what we do around here.
And y'all doing it well. Y'all doing it well.
Dude, Gunny, I know time is valuable tonight. I got to ask you, man, because if I remember correctly, and again, it's been a year, if I remember correctly, your old lady is a big Packers fan.
Huge.
So how did the last week go for you, man?
Actually, not bad, man. One thing about the wife is she doesn't take preseason seriously at all. But I guess that's the luxury of being a Packers fan, where you see so much success in the regular season, where you don't get hyped about the preseason or anything like that. So she's got that, like, you know what I'm saying, like that I guess you can say cushion when it comes to seeing your team perform badly in the preseason. So honestly, man, she didn't care. Like, I was hyped. I was excited. Like, for us as Jets fans, we'll take wins whenever we can get them. But for her, she's been spoiled as a sports fan, so she didn't really look at it like it was preseason. She was like, really? It's preseason. Let's relax, is the response that I got. But yeah, like she wasn't bothered by it. But personally, I was ecstatic. I think most Jets fans were ecstatic because we're in this stage now, man, where we're just trying to see this team progress in the right direction. And yes, we've won preseason games before, but we saw some things in this game that give us a little bit of confidence that we're going to see some 21st century football, as well as a head coach who actually holds players accountable. So I think for us, seeing those things kind of come to fruition means a lot. Although for someone like her, to her, it's just another day in the life of being a Packers fan because she's accustomed to winning in the regular season, as she puts it.
That's it, man. And we analyze every little thing as Jets fans because we have so little to go off of. So little. Like, I mean, the hype is usually there, but like just so little like winning, like playoffs, all these different, like we don't see it that much, like, or at least
No.
we haven't over the past decade or so. Like, so it's just like we're analyzing every, like I mentioned the small mercies earlier. Like, you know,
Yes.
we won a preseason game, small mercies, we'll take it. You know,
Listen,
we didn't look like dog shit, we'll take it.
Exactly. We looked like a 21st century. Our offense looked like, oh my God, we see motion going on in the offense. Wide receivers were open all over the field, like some really, really awesome play design. I was like, oh my God, this is 21st century offensive football. Like, it was very, very nice to see. We saw accountability happening on the sidelines where a coach actually got in the ass of some players because they were making mistakes. What? Like, for us, we get to analyze this stuff, man, because of the simple fact that we haven't seen it in a very long time, right? Like, it's foreign to us as Jets fans. So we're just trying to get ourselves in a position to where we see this team going in the right direction. Some others have the benefit of being, you know, the sixth overall in the power rankings in terms of being a Packer or whatever. You know, we're 26 right now. That's okay. We can go ahead and climb that ladder. We understand that, but I just want to see progression. And I think that preseason game showed us some progression. It wasn't about the win. A lot of people are like, oh my God, y'all won in the preseason before. It wasn't about that. It was about the aspects of seeing this team actually being coached right? Seeing Sauce Gardner be more physical and more aggressive than we've seen him in the last 3 years as a corner in a preseason game. We saw him pretty much get impact and stop a run. Like, we saw him being more aggressive. There were things that we saw that we can only kind of give credit to coaching, right? Coaching differences, same player, but playing differently. So for us, we're, like you said, we're critiquing every little thing because we're hoping we are finally going in the right direction when it comes to this team as an organization.
Bro, just us like showing up ready to play, massive strides, man. And yeah, it was a preseason game, but I think it also meant a whole lot more to us than it did to them.
Yeah.
I do want to dial it back, like, because there are fans that are like, "Oh my God, 11-5 now." It's like, I mean, if you like, I rewatched that game today. It's only the second time I watched it, but I rewatched it, and like after halftime, I was like, "All right, this team is broken, beaten, and scarred. I can't use anything in the second half, and I'm not going to." Like, we beat them early, and they gave up, and that, hey, hopefully that's not the only time all year that happens.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that first half gave us a lot to go off of and be excited about. And it was refreshing to see the other team quit and it wasn't us, right? We're so accustomed to seeing our guys tapping out by the second half. And we're like, man, this is gross. Like, we're watching these guys quit like in front of our eyes. To see our team do that to another team was kind of awesome. And I get it. It was just preseason. But nevertheless, we haven't experienced that very often as Jets fans. We've been on the other side of that freaking gun the last couple of years. So holding the gun this game was actually kind of nice.
One thing that I noticed, like, it was just weird to me when I was watching it, because it was like, it felt like I was watching, like, the Packers felt like us. You know what I mean? Every other game that I've watched, they looked dysfunctional. They had like 10 penalties, right?
Yeah,
and
it was crazy.
And we had 5 like in the first half, or the first 3 early in the third quarter. We had 5, and then Aaron Glenn did his thing, and then we didn't hardly see anything after that. We might have had one more, I don't know. But like the Packers was just like penalty after penalty after penalty, all sides of the ball, the offense, defense, but whatever. And there were like fumbles, and dude, they just looked dysfunctional, and it was so weird because like such a storied franchise that is like perennially 10 plus wins a season, you know, and then like the New York Jets, and like we looked like that solid team that's like ready to play, knows that, you know, they're there for business, right? Like and it was just so weird to watch because I was like, wait, do I have the uniforms messed up in my head or something? Because like that doesn't look like our Jets, you know. But I don't know. It is the preseason, so I'm not going up here yet, because a lot of people do that. I'm not going up here yet, but I do like what I saw. I like that Aaron Glenn was doing his thing on the sideline, and he, like we all anticipated, already holding players accountable, right? So that's big to me. That's big to probably all of us, everybody in the chat, Gunny, you, Dane. We wanted to see that after seeing Saleh for so long. You know, it's like, oh my God. But yeah, that was the one thing, is like they looked dysfunctional and we didn't, and I loved it. personally.
You said that beautifully, because when you talk about the Packers, this is a team that has continuity, right? This is the same coaching staff. The majority of the team is coming back. Like, this is the same squad. You got Pro Bowlers and all pros on your defensive line and your linebacker core. This is the same team from the last couple of years. So you would think these guys were on the same page. To kind of see them as dysfunctional as they were was very shocking, if I'm being honest. I was not expecting that at all. I kind of expected us to go into that game a little bit off because, again, new pieces, new coaching. We got to go ahead and get it figured out. But we got to clean up relatively quickly, like very quickly. And throughout the entire game, they were just chaotic. So you're right, Murph. It was nice to be on the other side. Like, wow, that's gross. This is what dysfunction looks like, because it wasn't our story that game.
Let me ask you this. Was there anything, like, what were your big takeaways from the game as far as personnel? Maybe some guys showed out that you didn't expect. Maybe some guys just did not show up that you thought should. Can you maybe hit that real fast?
Yeah, man. Listen, I was expecting the run game to be the strength of this team. But to see the way those holes opened up because the offensive line was such a huge component. Because in my head, I'm thinking, like, Brees was able to make it happen with, subpar blocking. You've seen Justin Fields do it with the Bears with subpar blocking. Brandon Allen had some moments last year as well, subpar. So you look at our running back room and then adding Justin Fields, I expected this run game to be really good this year. But to see our freaking offensive line open up the holes they were opening up in the run game was awesome. It was beautiful. Like, we could have ran through some of those holes that these guys were freaking opening up. I think that was the biggest surprise. I know Membu is going to be good. We already know Olu was good, but to kind of see them putting it all together that early in the game against a really good defensive line too. Like, this isn't like their starting defensive line is no joke. They're good. They got some Pro Bowlers on there and an All-Pro on there. So to see our boys go toe-to-toe with those guys and Membu manhandle their Pro Bowl freaking defensive tackle, it was nice to see. It was very comforting to see. So I would say the offensive line surprised me the most. And then I would say, secondly, the how much depth we have actually in that running back room. I was not expecting, I knew Isaiah Davis is going to be RB3, but the two other guys that are behind those guys, they balled out as well during this game, which is a good problem to have, right? You've heard rumors of Breece Hall being on the trading block. I don't think he's getting traded. But there's like the whole next man up mentality. I feel like in our running back room, especially when you're talking about an offense that's going to be based off of the run, we got a stable of backs right now that most NFL teams would just dream they could have. So the running back room and the offensive line definitely caught my eye quite a bit. And I got to admit, man, Beck is the fullback is Beck, right? I keep messing that up. So he shocked me. I wasn't expecting that at all. I thought he was going to be used more so in terms of, being an extra inline blocker, helping in the run game. To see him move in the pass game and what he was able to do in regards to the 2 receptions he had, another big surprise. So, honestly, man, it was more surprises than anything else. I know we've got some question marks about wide receiver, but I'm seeing like Arian Smith doing things that I didn't think he was going to be able to do. We were all like, why did we draft this kid? When we did, when there were other options, it's starting to look like we might have put our own feet in our mouths as Jets fans, because he's been stellar and he would have had a nice freaking catch as well if, we didn't, if Martinez didn't overthrow it. Right. So, and he overthrew it and he was still there. Almost still there to make it happen. It was more surprising, man, to see this offense kind of coming together. Again, it's preseason. I know that there's a long ways to go, but there are more pieces in play on that offense side of the football that we weren't really taking into consideration. We were thinking ourselves, Breece Hall, freaking Garrett Wilson, who's the next person stepping up? I feel like there's a couple of guys now that we can look at that can potentially scroll into that wide receiver 2 option. You're seeing Mason Taylor do some incredible things, again, in training camp. He could be a second option for us. There's more offensive weaponry than we thought there was on this roster, is what I got from this preseason game.
Yeah, hey, there was a lot of positives, and I do want to give a real quick shout out because Dane did a little pop-up stream last Saturday. Normally, like Friday nights is our thing or whatever, but we'll do some little things here or there depending on other guys' schedules. Joe Blewett popped in with Dane on Saturday. I wasn't able to make it. I was running around doing errands and stuff like that, but I did listen to it. And one of the things that our guy Blewett brought up, And I wasn't aware. Like I'm like the Shaq meme, like, oh, I didn't recognize your game. Like, you know what I mean? He started spouting off about Andrew Beck. He said, hey, he is at least tight end 2, fullback 1, however you want to play him, but he is somebody that's going to be on this roster. And I'm like, what? Like, I mean, I barely even knew he was on the roster. You know what I mean? Like, and literally that night, there we go. Andrew Beck made like 3 or 4 different plays, like that, in the starting offense at that.
That's why you subscribe,
And yeah, so Blewett knows his stuff. It's good to see. It's nice to know that we're not just relying on Mason Taylor, But I did want to, since we brought it up, and we're just gonna like wing this because we got you for a short time. And I think we have an idea about how you feel about Glenn and stuff at this point.
Yeah.
When it comes down to like the roster, and we're going to get deep into this as we progress, but how are you looking? Because we had 4 different running backs that look good. Like Donovan Edwards looked legit.
Really good.
Night, and then you factor in Beck, which you could maybe put him in the tight end room. I don't know how you work that or whatever, but if you're factoring in like fullback and stuff, like how many backs are you keeping, Gunny? Like, how are you looking at this?
I think you're keeping 5. And it sounds ridiculous to say that out loud, right? Because Beck makes this team. I think Beck showed us in that preseason game that there's a role for him in this offense. And he can play it really damn well, right? We kind of saw that for ourselves. And I feel like when you look at a guy like Donovan, if you let Donovan fall to waivers, he's not going to come back. Like he's getting picked up. There's a lot of teams right now who need running back help in the NFL. And he's young. He's got bursts. He's got hands. He's a willing blocker. The kid does it all. He's got 4.4 speed. It's you drop that dude, the next thing you know, he doesn't come back, right? And again, this team is going to focus so much more on the running game that I think they want to have a stable of backs ready to go ahead and beat up on teams as the season progresses. I think you look at a Beck and you're going to implement him more so into that tight end room. I honestly, man, I think we're going to keep 3. If you Beck would be the 3rd tight end, fullback, hybrid guy you keep in the room. I think we're going to see a few of those tight ends disappear, man. I think guys like Ruckert, their time is coming to an end. I think it winds up being Mason, Smart, and Beck as the individual tight ends in that room. So you go with the 3, and then you got Beck who can go ahead and, of course, fill into the running back room. So you have 4 running backs in essence. Beck would be the fullback / tight end. I think that's how you maneuver it. You're probably going to be down a receiver. I mean, that receiver room, man, I'm actually looking at it, and I'm thinking like they might only carry 4 or 5 wide receivers. I think that's going to go ahead and take a bit of a dip too. But a guy like Beck, man, he's a weapon because teams don't utilize a fullback anymore, which means defenses aren't practicing against stopping fullbacks. They're not taking that weapon into consideration. So I think you have a guy like him, and he can go ahead and bring a different factor, a different aspect to the offensive game that's only going to benefit you. And he showed that to us last week. So, yeah, man, I think you find a way to keep Beck. And I don't think you want to go ahead and risk losing Donovan. He's another young cat, especially conversations about Breece Hall not being here next year. This is the guy you would have a stable of young guys after Breece Hall if he's not here next year, if you don't re-sign him or if you trade him or whatever the case might be. Then you've got your running backs for next season already in the building. So that's why I think they're going to find a way to go ahead and keep 4 running backs, and then you add Beck in that tight end room.
Okay, before we move on to the next thing, so Breece, Braylon, Isaiah Davis, Donovan Edwards is what you're saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about, and I'm going to butcher I think that on the broadcast they said the name was Nwangu. I say Wangwu because it's funny to me, but Kene Wangwu, he consistently every game we've seen him play in, he has been electric in the return game. If nothing else anywhere else, but at least electric in the return game. Are you still going to stick with the 4 running back thing and just hope that Corley or somebody else is going to handle it?
Still sticking with the 4, only because you saw them already putting Donovan back there this past week, taking kicks. They're already putting him in that role to see how he can go ahead and handle it. I think they've made up their mind in terms of like, we want to keep this guy here. How can we utilize him in other ways? Kene Wangwu. Wangwu, like, good burst, quick guy. But I think at that point, like he's kind of a one-trick pony. He's going to be your special teams guy, right? So, like, he doesn't really bring that dual-faceted value, in my opinion. I think you find your kick returner probably in that wide receiver room, or Donovan winds up being the guy that does that as well. So, yeah, no, I think Kane, unfortunately, he might be a guy for the practice squad. Again, kind of a one-trick pony, right? In terms of being that guy you put on special teams, he might make the practice squad, but yeah, I don't think he makes the 53-man roster.
Okay.
Especially if we have a running back we're going to shed about halfway through the season. No, no. What I will say,
Boo.
what I will say is officially is like I heard so much about Pritchett leading up to this past game, bro, and he was the worst returner of the 3 or 4 they put back there. So like tomorrow, if he wants to make this team, he better ball the hell out. And that is my next question. It kind of leads into it is we had guys that really put in good performances. Obviously they have to keep it going. I mean, the final cut downs are on the 26th. So like, who are you more interested roster bubble guys like who are you most interested in seeing stack good games back to back?
If I'm being honest, man, I really have enjoyed watching Brandon Smith in terms of the wide receiver room. I like to go ahead and see him pretty much stack a couple more good games. And Tyler Johnson. I've enjoyed watching Tyler Johnson as well. I look at our wide receiver room, man, and I don't see it. I don't see Xavier Gibson. I don't really see Jamal Pritchett making it either. And then what's the other guy's name? The other Wilson, not our Wilson, like Ontario Wilson. There's another Wilson. I think he's gonna also probably get the axe as well. What's his name?
There is a Pokey Wilson. I don't know if that's him, but there's also Quentin Skinner.
I thought it was an Ontario.
Quentin Skinner, like he's gonna be cut. I'm telling you, like
Quentin Skinner's gonna be cut too. But I've liked his flashes we've seen during training camp. But yeah, I think he'll get cut. I don't because like I'm starting to wonder about like Malachi Corley. Like I don't know if Malachi Corley makes the 53-man roster. You know what I'm saying? And that to me it makes me kind of sad because I really loved the pick when we picked him up. I really believe that the Yak King, there's a place for him in this offense if you properly utilize him. But I don't know if there's a spot for him unless Allen Lazard kicks off the season on injured reserve, then you're able to kind of like sneak him onto the 53-man roster. But there's a world where even Malachi Corley doesn't make the 53-man roster. I don't know if Irvin Charles makes a 53-man roster, right? I don't even think we've heard much about Irvin Charles at all throughout training camp and then like this offseason. So the wide receiver room I think is going to be tough to kind of predict, right? So you got Garrett Wilson, you got Josh Reynolds. I think Arian Smith obviously is going to make it. I think Tyler Johnson makes it. I want to say Brandon Smith makes it, man. I've really enjoyed seeing I would like seeing what he's done thus far in training camp and of course, in the preseason. Jamal Pritchett or Malachi Corley wind up being the guy that I think you got to figure one of those two stay or go, right? I want it to be Malachi Corley, but I don't know. They seem to have spoken highly about Jamal Pritchett. They haven't talked about Malachi Corley much at all. I don't know if y'all noticed that. Like Malachi Corley has not been mentioned by AG, nobody. We haven't heard him mentioned at all, which is kind of concerning. So yeah, man, this wide receiver room is going to be tough. But I think Garrett Wilson, Josh Reynolds, Tyler Johnson, Brandon Smith, Arian Smith, of course Lazard. I'm going to say Malachi Corley. I'm going to say Malachi Corley for now, but I'm concerned he might be gone. I think Xavier Gibson's gone. I think Jamal will probably be gone. Irv Charles will be gone. The other Wilson, I'm pretty positive will be gone. I think Kuntz is gone. I think Jeremy Ruckert is gone. Like this team's going to look very different come the 53-man cut day. Like I think we're going to, I don't know if we're going to be surprised by it. I think we've talked about some of these, like we've known, what I'm saying, on social media. We've all talked about it as Jets fans. Some individuals who are just not pulling on the rope. But I think you're going to see just guys who have not just impressed, but they can also do multiple things in terms of the offense.
Yeah, it's going to look different, man, and that's the thing. It's a new regime, so everything should look different.
Yeah,
we don't want to look the same as
Facts.
last year. So, last thing I got for you, Gunny, is just looking forward to tomorrow's game, right? I just want to know
Yeah.
what in particular, if there's like one like position group, one player, or just one aspect of the game that you want to see highlighted. So because you didn't get a good evaluation last game or whatever. Is there like do I need to see more of the wide receivers, like, so you can,
I
whatever
do.
it may be.
The
Just maybe break down one or two things that you're really looking forward to kind of watching for and evaluating in this next game against the Giants.
Yeah, so for me, I think it's gonna be the receivers, because we really didn't hear much from the receivers. The tight ends got some love, the running backs got a lot of love, and of course, Beck got a lot of love. The wide receivers were kind of relatively quiet. I kind of want to go ahead and see. Have they announced? I know he said yesterday in the press conference that he wasn't going to say if they're going to play or not, because I want to see Justin Fields and the first team offense play a whole quarter personally, because they won't be playing the third game. We already know that they're not playing the next game, so I want to see the offense play for an entire quarter. I kind of want to go ahead and see him and Garrett Wilson kind of show us they can get on the same page during a game. The one throw that he made to Garrett Wilson obviously was uncatchable. Garrett Wilson on that motion where Justin Fields scored the touchdown, Garrett was open. You know what I'm saying? I would have loved to have seen him put it in Garrett's hands and let him go make a play. And again, I get it. He's got legs. He's got speed for a reason. This is why you bring in Justin Fields. But I kind of want to see more Justin Fields do the thing with his arm to show us that, like, hey, listen, the evolution process for him has continued over the last 4 years. Every single year he's been in the league, he's gotten better when it comes to passing. Every single season, he's improved every single year. So I kind of want to see that go on again. And I was talking about this the other day on Nick's show. Is a lot of people don't think about this, man, but like Justin Fields has had the ability now to not only get in-game reps in a very bad situation in Chicago, but then he comes to the Steelers and he went 4-2. You know what I'm saying? He looked good, did what he had to do, 10-1 TD to interception ratio, and then he got to sit behind Russell Wilson, a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and watch him, how he prepared, how he practiced. And then Russell Wilson's on the back end of his career. We all know that. But there was a point in time where this guy was in MVP conversations. Like, he was that dude. So Justin got to sit and learn behind him on a really good coaching staff, being coached by Mike Tomlin. So I would assume there's a natural progression to his game this year. Then you bring in our freaking coaching staff that's pretty much tailored this offense around him. Give us a taste of that, man. Give us a taste of that for one quarter tomorrow. I don't think it's going to happen. I would love to see it, but I want to see the wide receivers definitely go ahead and get some more love. I'd love to see Justin Fields operate, you know what I'm saying, the offense. Honestly, I'd love to see Justin Fields operate the offense after things go bad. I mean, obviously, they had their one drive. It was boom, boom, boom. They scored a touchdown. They took them off. You're feeling good. But how he reacts if things go bad, I think is going to be a good thing for us to see as well, because come game day, you need to know, like, your quarterback can forget whatever happened and kind of get back into the groove of things. So I would love to see the first team offense for an entire quarter, if I'm being honest. I think the defense is going to be solid. We got a lot of dogs on the defensive side of football. I really am not too worried at all about seeing those guys. The special teams look incredible, but you know what I'm saying? Again, not surprised there. We've had some dogs on there as well, and Django's done an incredible job of getting those guys prepared. I loved Justin Fields in the draft. Like, so when we drafted Zach Wilson, Justin Fields was my guy. I had Justin Fields higher than Trevor Lawrence. I really thought like he was that dude. We know the processing has been a concern or an issue, but again, every single year he's gotten better. Give us a quarter of Justin Fields in the first team. Just give us a quarter of that, so we can actually see what it's going to look like come game days, right? Even if the other team brings out the bums, I want to see our first team dominate the bums. I don't care. Just have them out there for an entire quarter. So I want to see the wide receivers. I want to see Justin Fields. I kind of want to see just the first team is my answer to that, man. I want to see the first team for an entire quarter.
Yeah. We got like 5 years of bad taste on offense to get out of.
Exactly.
Let's cleanse the palate, man.
Cleanse the palate.
Bro,
Yep.
give me one quarter tomorrow. Give me 2 the next week,
Yep.
because I've heard people saying we're gonna rest in week 3. No, bro. Like, that means after tomorrow we got 3 weeks off. No. 1 quarter tomorrow, 2 the next week. Then you got a bye week. Anyways, Gunny, pleasure always, man. We cannot wait another year.
Love you.
Can't
guys,
have
man.
another.
No,
bro,
hell
bro.
no. We're not doing that again.
Well,
Nah, y'all let me know, man. Throughout the season, whenever y'all got a spot, I'd love to get on there with you guys and chop it up some more.
Plug your show, please.
Yeah, so I'm back Tuesday nights, the hangout on the New York Jets situational report. We have some fun on the channel, man. We talk Jets football. I'm gonna be having some guests as well. So if you guys aren't too busy, I'm gonna be freaking plugging you guys in for a couple of guest appearances as well for us to have some conversations. I appreciate y'all. But yeah, I took the summer off, gave the summer to my family and whatnot. But I'm back in the game. It was fun being on the mic again this week, and then this is my second time on the mic this week. So it's been the third time because I had Nick last week. So it's been fun. Glad to be back. So if you're not following me, go follow me at New Just Situation Report. Looking to get the 2,000 subscribers. Once we get the 2,000 subscribers, we're giving away a autographed Joe Namath jersey to one lucky winner of my first 2,000 subscribers. So if you're not a subscriber yet, get over there and subscribe, man. And again, like you said, man, we can't wait a whole year again. We got a whole season ahead of us, so we should make this like, you know what I'm saying, a normal thing where we're talking about the Jets this year.
I like it, man. We will check in with you, I don't know, October or so. And bro, again, he told you where to find him, when to find him. If you need help finding where, just go in the video description, click that blue link, man. It'll take you right there. Gunny, excellent performance out of you tonight, brother. Hopefully we get the same out of the Jets tomorrow. Have a good
Fingers crossed, brother. Fingers crossed.
later.
All right, good night, guys. See you.
Gunny,
See you,
man.
Gunny.
Always excellent. Like I said, it's the
Yeah.
quality, dude. If you follow him, man, and just like compare his camera quality, his sound, his whole aesthetic, his intro to the average Jets channel,
Oh, yeah.
man, he's coming out roses every time, man. So I appreciate him. He doesn't saturate your feed like some. He doesn't like make a million shorts that hit your phone all the time. Like he's doing it right. Slow, steady growth, just like we like here, man. And always sensible, right?
And it's always It's always Jets football, man. It's what we come. It's what we come to these shows for, right? We come here to listen to some good, I don't know, Jets deluge or whatever, however you say that. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, yeah, Gunny, always excellent. Love Gunny. He's welcome back anytime. And I just thought about it right when he was left. I did, how we always doing our little salutes and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, Gunny's like legit, like serviceman. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, should I like fucking,
Bro. Yeah.
like I feel
bro.
like I'm being disrespectful with those. I'm like,
Listen, bro, like I slept on my neck. I slept on my neck wrong last night and like it's been hurting me all day. And then you say that and I'm thinking, man, he could probably snap my neck in like 2 seconds.
Probably. Well, you met him. You met Gunny.
Yeah.
So you know.
I did. Yeah, I did. And I'm not kidding. Yeah, he probably could. Anyways, chat's killing it, man. They were flooding in some stuff. We could do 2 hours with Gunny and it feel like 30 minutes.
Oh.
So like,
Oh yeah.
I tabled so many questions I already had and stuff that he said that I wanted to rebuttal and stuff. I guess now is our time. We kind of, yeah.
I was gonna say, I never did. You offered for me to do it, and I was typing notes down, watching last game, and kind of like studying it. And so, I mean, I'm not Joe Blewett, guys. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I know, footwork and things like that. But just things that I've noticed and stuff like that. I can kind of go through some of that stuff and just spout out things that I noticed, and we can BS about whatever you want to BS about, after the fact. And of course, I'm sure we'll get maybe a few callers and they can come in and tell us what they think too. But I can do that. But also, guys, if Dane pitched it whenever I was texting him, and he's like, hey, if you're doing notes and stuff like that on like a game, if you want to do like a post game recap the next day or something like that, he's like, you can pop in here for 30, 45 minutes and do that real quick. And I didn't take him up on it last weekend. But if that's something that you're interested in, if you want, me to get on here and do a little recap, some of my notes and stuff of typing down, I can do a quick little 30, 45 minute stream and get that done and just kind of give you my thoughts on the game and how we're looking.
Throw that fire emoji in the chat if that sounds like something you'd like, guys. Murph, before I'm gonna pause you, man, just because I got to get this off my chest, man. We kind of glossed over it in the interest of time, and I do want to get to your notes because It's something that I could not do while watching last week's game. Again, that's kind of why I rewatched it today. But like, bro, once halftime hit, it was garbage. But anyways, let's get into that. Give me 30 seconds, though. I want to tell you about my week, brother. My freaking
Yes,
week.
let me hear about your week.
So 7 days ago was my birthday. You guys all spent it with me. It was phenomenal. And it started out Jets worldwide, wide. They gave away a signed mini Jets helmet, signed by a guy who is not mini, a guy who makes offensive tackles look mini, and his name is Will McDonald. They gave that sucker away. I donated randomly to them either I think the week before, and I was entered into to win. And bro, shouldn't you know they choose to draw that on my birthday, and I won that. I am pumped, dude. But
Awesome.
Also, the rest of my week, great. We had a great stream here. The Jets won the next night, dude. I was feeling great. You know, if you could just delete the Mets from my memory, I would have had a perfect week. But fast forward to today. And you know what? I'm all about giveaways, man. If you're going to give away, as long as I don't got to like register for shit or like spam my own profile for shit, I'm going to comment and like it for an entry. You know what? Today I did that. I woke up West Coast, 9 o'clock, so like noon. I saw on first thing on my timeline is Garrett Wilson saying, "Hey, I got some codes for some digital downloads, Madden 26. Who wants them?" And dude, I looked and there was like 800 people already replied. I'm like, shit, man. So, fuck it. My luck has been great. I won the Jets Worldwide thing, man. I think I've won too many things lately, to be honest. I should never win again. But I was like, fuck it. I'll comment. Hey, I have a PlayStation 5. Bro, wouldn't you know it? I then go to work, and when I sit down in the office, I open up Twitter, on my personal computer, of course. I got a DM from Garrett Wilson, man. I go in there, I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell? And code Madden 26, man. Awesome. Deluxe edition, $100 game from G5. And I'm the type that like I don't buy Madden when it first comes out. Like when a season's over, I'll go get it because it's like $20 or 15, and I'll play it for 3 months all summer, and then everybody else can play the new one, and I'll wait and I sit back and just like fuck, man. I do kind of miss out. Not this year because our premium wide receiver hooked your boy up. And guess what? Now DMs are open between me and him, and he's screwed.
He's definitely screwed. And you will be spouting for the rest of the year. You will be spouting Garrett Wilson as the best receiver in the league. And I'm going to have to temper you all year.
Bro, I might have to stream Madden games now and just throw it to him 35 times a game just to show my love. Dude,
You're
so
like,
yeah.
this is for you, Garrett. Another 40-yard bomb.
So yeah, in the last week, bro, I won a Will McDonald mini helmet and Madden. I'm stoked about both. When I get the helmet, Jets Worldwide, plugging them, man. Subscribe. There are the DayngerZone pregame show, man. Check them out because you're worldwide. You go, worldwide, and then you go get trapped in the Danger Zone, which is like a vortex in space that just gone.
Yeah. It starts out great. You're just traveling the world, yay, and then you end up in the friggin' danger zone, and you're like, oh god, how did I end up in here with these clowns?
I'll find a way though to throw it. Like I got to get cubbies or something, man, with this stuff. But yeah, that was my week. Awesome birthday, 37, and best one I've had probably since I hit 30. Appreciate everyone here who was here. Murph, you as well. Call-in line is there. Murph, we want to get into your notes. We do have a caller. Do you want to hit the caller, then do the notes, or do you want to start the notes and then we'll bring the caller in to chime in on those notes?
I think I will do a abridged notes and get it done with, because I feel like the caller will touch on a lot of this stuff. So I'm just gonna get it done with. But first and foremost, next time we're hanging out, I'm taking you to a casino because you win stuff way too much. I have a Joe Klecko signed picture over here. I was in one of our Jet content. I was watching. I can't remember who it was at this time. It was last year at some point. So they all blur together.
Connor
And they were
Long.
giving. It was Connor Long. That's right. That's right. And I was in the comments or whatever, and they were giving away the Joe Klecko signed photograph and everything. And I was like, so in the, I think it was on Discord or something. I was like, hey boys, like, jump in Connor Long's thing and at least enter, you know. And Dane literally entered. They drew. He won it. All because I was like, hey, Dane, hop in here. And I'm like, what the hell, man? What the hell? Like, he was in there for 5 minutes and won something already. I was like, get out of here. But anyway, that's Dane's luck. So I'm taking you to a casino next time we hang out.
Amen.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do real quick, fast 5 minute thing or something on our preseason game against the Packers at Lambeau Field. Okay. So things that I noticed. First of all, right off the bat, man, Sauce is in midseason form already. Already, he was playing physical. He was putting more effort in tackling, and he was, signature. You're not going to get a slant route on me because I'm reaching around and knocking that ball out. Like he was mid-season form already. I know he did get the one penalty. That happens sometimes. It was, close. But yeah, he was whatever. But Sauce is a mid-season form already. I expect a big year out of him. We saw Tyler Johnson on a few 2 or 3 receptions. He's looking like he could potentially make the team, because right now we don't know. Like, Tyler Johnson is one of those bubble guys. Like, we don't know. He made a few plays, so something to keep in mind. Beck was a big one, right? Popped off the tape almost immediately on offense. I know it wasn't anything spectacular, like he ran a couple curl routes and stuff, but he did it. He did his job. He did it well, and he even got, he got a little extra money for what it was too. Like he showed some grit, a little yak, good to go. Really liking what we're seeing out of Beck. Fields, it was hard to evaluate. It looked good if you just bottle it all up together. It looked good, right? It looked competent. And the receivers really, in that first drive and stuff, like, the receivers really weren't getting open. Like the Beck thing was because, like, he was underneath, right? And there wasn't anyone covering him. But it's hard to evaluate him if your receivers aren't giving him any help. So I'm not going to say, like, he could have done more or anything like that. I got to reserve judgment. He did okay for what it was, but we got to see more. And just like Gunny said earlier, like, I need to see like a quarter out of him, like one drive. Like, come on.
Can I chime in just real quick?
Yeah,
like, I will say with Fields, man, it's like you whip up this recipe and you kind of wing it on a few steps, man. You don't really know if you use the right seasoning, if you baked it long enough, the right temperature, whatever. But when it's done, man, it tastes good. Guess what, man? We are not trying to le cordon bleu this shit, man. We're just trying to make some meals, and last week was exactly that, man. I don't know that every step was done right. I don't know that we seasoned every play the right way. Maybe Garrett was open on that touchdown run. Maybe could he have thrown it to Isaiah Davis in the right corner? Yeah, he could have. And bro, he definitely could have. But guess what? It doesn't matter. We got 7. And you're right. Now, will that always work? Probably not, but one game at a time.
Yeah, like you said, one game at a time. We got to see more, and things are going to change from preseason to season. It's different, right? Like, you're going to see, like, actual, like, more complex coverages. You're going to see more complex plays from us that he's got to be able to perform. He's got to be able to the one to execute that. So he did fine for what it was. but I'm still reserving judgment on Fields. Stiggers popped off the tape on special teams. He looks like he is a very solid special team player, and he may make the roster specifically because of that. Now, he did blow that one coverage in the game, so that's not a good sign. But, one play is one play. I'm not going to dig his grave already or whatever. Like, I did want to give him his props. He popped off in special teams. Clemens fighting already again. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Get this guy off the team. Like, I like guys that are feisty, but we don't need all that. It's like a meaningless preseason game like that. Come on. Like, it was early in the game. There's no reason for all that. My guy, Will McDonald, he was looking good. He had a couple play sequence because he wasn't in the game a whole long time, but he had a couple play sequence where he made a run stop, which we love to hear because that was something that, we're worried about him, and his like run defense and stuff like that. And then he followed it up by pressuring the quarterback. He didn't get the sack, but he pressured it into another player to get the sack. So that's still a quarterback pressure, that's still impacting the game. Something I saw out of him is that not only is his spin move fast and it's chef's kiss, but he's also using that when he goes, he's using that inside arm for leverage whenever he's coming around. I'd have to show you the play to really be able to tell you what I mean, but like he's using his arms right and everything at the end of the spin, at the end of the pivot. He makes sure he throws it and he leverages so that way that lineman cannot get back in front of him and he's gone. So
it's like he seals the dude off, like he boxes him out. I like it.
Yeah, and that's something you used to see that with James Harrison back in the day. He used to have this move where he'd get his arm up and like under. He used to go under and like somehow get. Yeah, anyway, it worked for him. But Will McDonald it's not just I'm athletic and I can spin fast. Like, no, he's doing all the right things. So I love seeing progress out of that. Yeah, okay. So Brady Cook actually didn't look too bad, but him and Lazard had a little connection, but that's where it can stay because they can stay on the bench for all I care. Arian didn't get a lot of opportunities. He got overthrown, I think, on that one ball, but he did catch a pass on a curl route, so that's something. He caught it. That was our worry, right, guys? He caught it. We did have those couple out of bounds where the player's already out of bounds, and then we hit him. That was very reminiscent of the Solid days, right? Playing way too aggressive and stuff. But then you saw Glenn yelling at was it McCrary ball? I think it was the second dude that did it, and he was yelling. He was up in his face yelling about it and stuff, and he's like, "Hey, knock it off," because we had like 5 penalties in that first half, and then I'm not sure that we had any in the second half. If we did, it was only like 1. Jermaine Davis, he had a tackle for loss. That was great. Wang doing his thing again. Kene Wangwu, I've been preaching it, guys. I've been preaching it. This dude is a returner. He is like a top 10 returner in the league. If we can just keep him and keep him healthy, he can make an impact on this team. I know our guy Gunny was like, we can use Donovan Edwards or something like that, and I respect that opinion. That's fine. I get it, but I think he's good enough that just his returning alone is worth keeping him on this team, and that's just my opinion on it. He looked good last weekend. We'll see him again this weekend, and if he's popping off the tape in the return game again, you got to give it to the kid. Yeah, another big special teams tackle from Stiggers. One of McNamara's punts really popped off to me. He had some really good hang time on that one punt. That was kind of like Thomas Morstead reminiscent, because that was something like Morstead was like a smart punter. It wasn't all about having this huge leg and kicking it 70, 80 yards down the field. It was like, what is the situation, right? Should I just kick it high, have a lot of hang time, let our special teams coverage, get to the guy in that situation, whatever it may be. Anyway, so I like the fact that the kid can do that. That's good. Don't love that we got rid of Morstead, but it is what it is. LT3. making plays, right? And I know, like on the broadcast, they were giving it to Tufele, and I want to give him his shout out too. The kid was playing. Hey, the kid was playing. He balled out too. But LT3, like we got 7 points because of him, right? Yeah,
Amen.
Tufele fell on the ball, but somebody's got to strip that ball for someone to fall on it. Falling on it's easy. Getting
Facts.
to the quarterback and stripping it is hard, and that is what LT3 did. He's showing promise, man. He's got the abilities. He's just got to put it together, right, and stack these consistent days. So LT3 looking good. Tufele looking good. Siggers had an illegal contact. That's I don't know. He looked good on special teams, but he had some rough plays on defense. So I got to see more out of him on defense. Hardman muffed a punt. We just got to put that out there because fuck McCole Hardman.
What did you think?
Packers have issues. Like I mentioned this earlier. Penalties, dumb plays, fumbles. Like, dude, they looked like the Jets, and they weren't. We were the Jets, but we didn't act like the Jets. It's weird.
What did so they had some running backs out, but what did you think of the running back that they used the most?
Us or them?
Them. Do you remember who they ran the most?
Oh yeah, they were running Izzy. Yeah, and he didn't look great, honestly. That other back for them actually looked pretty solid. Yeah, Izzy didn't look great. I think he was even returning for him too. He didn't look great either at that. The last couple things I had, Stone Smart showing off some yak. That's good to see, right? Because we know the guy can run routes. We know he can catch. He's athletic as hell. Well, he knows how to run with the ball in his hands too. So good for Stone Smart. I saw Skinner make a big time adjustment on a catch that was nice to see. I don't know that wins him the a roster spot if he continues to ball out, maybe, but that was a big time catch he made later in the game. And I got to give a shout out to Donovan Edwards. The dude was running his ass off. He had that one run called back. That's not his fault, guys. Like, he cannot control the lineman.
But I watched that back 3 times earlier, okay? And the hold was on the backside of the play. Like number 60, I don't even know who 60 on our O-line is. I'm not going to lie. But like he was the right guard on the play. For one, it was ticky-tack. But for 2, it was away from the play. But bro was shot out of a cannon on that play. And there was only one guy that had a chance. He looked good on that play. Let me just say that.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that play, but every time he touched the ball, I felt like he showed a little promise. He also had a good catch and run too. So like he can do that out of the backfield too. So that is Fornadell. I even put it down in the notes. Fornadell was the name of the dude that had the holding. I didn't even know that guy existed.
Same.
So he can go fornicate himself and stop costing us touchdowns. Yeah, Donovan Edwards looked good, man. He looked like he belongs on a team. So I don't blame Gunny for keeping him on his roster as 4-man. I know it's early prediction, guys. But I don't blame him for keeping him on there. The dude showed some promise. But we got some tough decisions to make. Coming up, we'll see how it goes. But those are just a lot of my quick notes. I shot through them real quick. I tried to.
No. I have some retorts or some stuff I want to chop up about that game. But since we don't get many callers on this channel, let's get this one on. Hear his thoughts on the game. Maybe his thoughts on tomorrow. And then I can ramble all night. You know what I mean? Hazel, enjoy your dinner. Glad you stopped by. I'm sure you spiked that like button. Leading by example and all. Appreciate you. But without further ado, the guy wearing probably my favorite outfit he wears. Let's just bring him out. Murph, I know you got to step away. Do your thing, man. And then I'll bring him in.
Bring him
Okay. All right. Let's do it.
Hello, everybody. Hope y'all are doing okay. I'm feeling a bit better these past few days lately. My thoughts on the preseason game last week. It was fun, but most importantly, I was very impressed with the coaching, especially from our boy Aaron Glenn. I love the fact that he was willing to tear it into our players, something we haven't really had in a long time, in my opinion. And the fact of the matter is, I know we have yet to officially win and lose an official NFL game during the regular season, but for the time being, we look like we have a legitimate bona fide head coach for the first time in a very long time. I liked, even though the play calling really was very basic during the preseason. They're not going to really open up playbooks all that much, but I did like majority of the time the play calling. The only time I was really critical of the play calling was when we were stopped in that 4th and 1 play. I thought we should have tried like a bootleg or a play action pass. Other than that, I thought Tanner Angstrand called a very solid game plan, calling the offense. I loved how our defense looked. Special teams great. I didn't even know that the Packers signed Mecole Hardman. I didn't even know he was still in the NFL, to be completely honest.
Same here. I didn't know until after the fumble when they said his name. I'm like, oh, bro, that is just poetic justice. After he stole our playbook and sold it on the black market. I don't know what he did with our playbook, but apparently he was giving it to other teams. Yeah.
What a
all
douche.
former Chiefs wide receivers tend to be at some point. But what about, like, was there maybe some people that wowed you or that underperformed?
I mean, I'm not going to say Brees because, he wasn't in there that long. I did like what I saw from Justin Fields, even though he did play that one series. I did like what I saw from our other wide receivers. I did like what I saw from Andrew Beck. He could be a real difference maker in our offense. Braylon Allen continues to look like a stud in the NFL, not just on our Jets, but in general. I did like what we got. I mean, Donovan Edwards looks very good. Don't get me wrong. Although I do think he needs to change his number. His 40 gives me Trenton Cannon vibes. I was not a big fan of Trenton Cannon, even though, with all due respect, he really wasn't. He really wasn't played all that much, but still, he wasn't very good. With that being said, he did look very good. I will say that run that was called back, I thought that was bullshit. That was a very ticky-tacky call. But the refs, being the refs, they decided to be a bunch of killjoys. Our defense played very well, obviously. I liked what I got from Leonard Taylor III. Tufele, the Samoan guy with the long hair. Loved how he recovered that fumble for a touchdown, something we had never really got too much of the Jets during Robert Saleh. I also liked Sauce Gardner, even though he wasn't in the game all that much. I liked that he looked like vintage Sauce Gardner and then some. With some improved tackling here and there. I like that he really, I think Sauce Gardner is going to be, not just a Jet for a long time, but possibly, a eventual Hall of Famer when it's all said and done. If he continues to improve upon his craft and stuff like that, that means a lot to me. But obviously, what I'm looking forward to against Giants is, out of the Giants, they have a talent front. Right, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns, sexy Dexter Lawrence. They got studs over there on the front. They got some good linebackers, Bobby Okereke. They got some okay defensive backs. What I'm looking forward to against Giants is obviously trying to challenge them more in the trenches, not just on the offensive side, but on the defensive side of the ball too. Because I'm still have a lot of question marks about how their offensive line is going to hold up during the regular season of the Giants. They haven't had a good offensive line in a very long time, in my opinion, the G-Men. But we'll see how it is. I know they played very well against the Bills. I know this guy, Mbow, M-B-O-W, looked very good against Buffalo last week, which was impressive. I know some of the Giant playmakers look good. I know Jackson Dart looks like a stud. So that shouldn't surprise anybody. He's got the right coach to help develop him. I do think Brian Dable's a good coach, especially when it comes to the offensive side of the football. And but we'll see. You know, that's to me my takeaways for the upcoming, or what I expect for the upcoming preseason between the Jets and the Giants, which is annual for us, even though we play once every 4 years in the regular season. So to me, if I'm the Jets, I would not try to be dirty, but try to really challenge the talent and the depth of the Giants' offensive line, because they haven't had a good offensive line in God knows how long.
Yeah. Dude, I just like that we actually showed up for the first game. Like, I know it might not be like the best marker for like whether this team, Murph, you're good. I see you back there. You take your time, man. It might not have been the hardest competition we've ever faced or will face all year. Probably the easiest, but like, start there. You showed up the way you should. You showed out the way you should. Can you do it again versus maybe not a better team, but a team that is going to give you a harder matchup? Because the Packers barely showed up.
Yeah, the Packers, I was very surprised and disappointed because I'm not saying he's a great coach, but I do think he's better than average in Matt LaFleur. I mean, he has done a very good job in making the Packers playoff contenders. I mean, his first 3 years with Aaron Rodgers, they won 13 games, made it to the playoffs. First 2 years, they went to the NFC Championship game. No, they've had a first-round bye in each of his first 3 years. Obviously, the NFC North has gotten a bit more challenging, a bit more difficult with the rise of the Lions and the Vikings. Bears are still a work in progress, but you get what I mean. But what I'm really looking forward to against them is obviously, I like to see how Jackson Dart holds up again. Granted, I know this is a Jet show, but I did like what I saw from Jackson Dart. I mean, Jackson Dart, I know a lot of people said he was a very talented, promising prospect from Ole Miss. And he looks good. He looks good. I like the way he was composed against the Bills. But I definitely would like to see how he holds up against our defense. How does he stack up against our defense? Because our defense, I think will be very good under Aaron Glenn. I'm definitely not doubting, especially with Steve Wilkes. So I'm not doubting their defensive prowess, their defensive expertise. But obviously, every season is different. Every season is different. Every coach's scheme is different. So let's see how this young man, Jackson Dart, holds up against this defense. So
yeah, tighter windows, man. Hopefully, because our guys actually like attack the ball. Well, at least the hands, which is going to make it harder to complete passes. I did not watch Dart in the first game. So that's good insight from you. I don't care if it's not Jets. It kind of is because, the game is tomorrow.
Man, he went 12 for 19, 154 yards, and a beautiful touchdown. The little Jordan Humphrey was a deep ball, and he put it right in the breadbasket. It was a very nice pass. The Giant defense looked good too, which I'm not surprised because last year, even though they struggled a lot against the run, they did have a very good pass rush. I mean, Brian Burns is a stud. Dexter Lawrence is a stud. Kayvon Thibodeau is talented, but he needs to get better. And Brian Abdul Carter, he looks like the truth, man. I know Nick Shine. Huge shout out to my buddy, wanted them on the Jets, but I think I think going to the Giants was the right thing because they definitely need not just another pass rusher, but a star to help elevate that team. They need someone to help elevate that team. Because they haven't had that in a long time. They need someone to kind of say, hey, this guy is trying to elevate our play. Let's do the same for him. The last New York Giants player that did that was not only Michael Strahan, but also, not comparing him to this person, but the last New York Giant player to really do that, other than Michael Strahan, was Lawrence Taylor. And, in his first year, the Giants were not a very good team, and his play helped elevate the Giants to making the playoffs that year in 81. So, Abdul Carter, what I saw, he played in limited snaps, but he looked very good. He looked like a beast, man. So we'll see what happens.
Let me ask you this: if you could pick one or the other, and one option, I'm going to pull from the chat. Snowball says he wants more interception or some interceptions. The second thing I'm going to pull from my mind, and that's going to be clean pockets and no sacks allowed. If you could choose one or the other to see tomorrow, would you rather see clean pockets, no sacks allowed against maybe the best D line in the league, or would you rather see our secondary taking the ball away?
I would like to see our defense take the ball, but against this pass rush, I think the Giants will have a very good pass rush this year. As I said, my concern is with their offensive line. I made that abundantly clear. But I like to see our offensive line that looks pretty good so far, has had some quite interesting battles throughout training camp. I would like to see them not too many pressures and not too many sacks against the Giant defense. That's what I would like to see. I like to see, Olu Fashion. This is the guy that went up against Abdul Carter in practice. Molu Fashion. Speaking of him, he looks like the real deal. I've been very impressed with him last year. He looks like a real genuine article. Obviously, he had a great preseason too, but obviously he didn't come in until later in the season when Tyron Smith not only proved to be ineffective somewhat, but also was injured. So let's see how this dude. Let's see how he holds up. Plus, I like what I saw from Armand Membu. I think he's going to be a good player too. Let's see what happens, man. I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. It's a dog-eat-dog world. If you want NFL teams to respect, you got to go up against NFL caliber talent. And I think the Jets, with the right coaching, can do that. And I like what I saw from our line coach. I like what I saw from our tight ends. John, Stone Smart, is that his name? Stone Smart. Stone Smart. I know he's not going to be our number one starting. Oh, that touchdown run was a thing to do.
Yeah,
but,
catch and run.
I think he's going to be our tight end. I think he should be our tight end too. If I'm being brutally honest, I think he should be our tight end too. Number one should be Mason Taylor. 2 should be Stone Smart. 3 should be Jeremy Ruckert. That's how I feel about it. But I know we just, tried out C.J. Beathard and that scrub Nathan Peterman. Ugh, don't sign that guy. He gives me the heebie-jeebies.
That's bottom of the barrel. Man, I think I saw both those guys at my local Goodwill.
C.J. Beathard is not too bad, but Nathan Peterman, get him the hell out of here. But with that being said, the Jets, I understand it's preseason. I know a lot of people are not interested in preseason because you don't really get much from the starters. It's exhibition game, it's warm-ups and stuff, but football's back. That's all I care about. Because baseball this year has been disappointing me. Even though I went to a Somerset Patriots game this past Sunday, had a lot of fun watching competent baseball for the first time in a long time this year. It was fun. So, we'll see, man. Hopefully we have a good year. Hopefully majority of players stay healthy, and God bless, man.
Bro, you know what else is fun? You just said it. You went and did that. That was fun. I think another thing that was fun, Charles, was this call. I appreciate you, man. For real, all your calls are fun. I hope you stick around after you're done because we always say great things about you, man. Keep your head up, man, and visit at Charles Gorman 5188 on YouTube. When you get a moment, guys, subscribe to him and support everything he does, man. Charles, have a good weekend.
You too, man. God bless. Hopefully we enjoy the game tomorrow.
Yes, sir. What a guy, folks. Charles, always on point. He actually had some unique insights tonight. Not like he doesn't every week, but he did especially this time with the Jackson Dart stuff because I'm not going to lie, man, I did not see the Giants' first preseason game. But anyways, great call at Charles Gorman 5188. Don't ask me how I know that besides the fact that I've been subscribed to him for probably 2 years now. And you should too. So do your thing. Show, you subscribe and you spike the like, not just on anybody or everybody, man, because they just all cancel each other out. You do it on the people who you think deserve it, the people that are working hard, the people that will continue making better content the longer they do it. I think Charles will make better content the longer he does it, and he'll have a supporter in me for 2 more years. Let's put it that way. So, anyways, call in line is still here. You know what? It's probably gone now. There it is again. I want to know, as I stall when my eye candy is off screen, I feel like, I got to bump up the visuals now because there's no Murph. So I got to like flex the biceps, boom, boom. If you zoom in really close, you might see something move right here. So maybe. But anyways, call in lines there. I did pose the question, would you rather see a clean pocket tomorrow? Would you rather see a what's the word I'm looking for? A bloodthirsty secondary, long story short. Some of you answered. And one of you, I kind of figured what you'd say, but I'm not going to spoil it. Why don't I bring you the F out to give me that answer, sir? Looking like the 5th South Park member, the one, the only, JohnnyBoy.
What's going on?
Oh, shit.
Dude, the stream looks real clean, bro. Did they like real clean? Like crispy,
Too
crispy
clean. Too clean.
That's pretty dope.
So I paid extra for 1080. I don't know if I'm going to keep it, man. It depends, man. If you can see, like, if I look too clean, yeah, it might be like, nah, 720. Let's go back to that.
But to answer your question, I heard it. I definitely have to say clean pocket. I think the secondary is just going to be good regardless of what it is. I just want them to stop downs, like 3 and outs, 3 and outs, 3 and outs and punt. Give me that and keep Justin Fields clean. I'm all about it, bro. But I did want to shout you out. That question that you asked about the AVT and AVT or Jermaine, that really was one that got a lot of thinking. So I came on here because I wanted to ask your thoughts, AVT or Jermaine.
Dude, that is a fantastic hypothetical. Not because I asked it, but because I do think it's going to be, and I apologize if I'm lagging right now. Hopefully you at least get my audio as my lips catch up on YouTube, guys. But dude, I think it's going to be a massive question here in about 6 months. And it's obviously, I mean, anybody who answers this, I allow them to reserve the right to change their mind, because I think this season is going to drastically shape which direction you go. But if I had to choose today, whether I'm signing Jermaine for 4 more years or AVT for 4 more years, and I think Murph's on his way back. I think he's hiding because he doesn't want to answer this question. But before he returns, I'd just like to say that I am alongside all of you on your show when you said that the answer is Jermaine Johnson. It is. And I realize the value of Elijah Vera Tucker, the fact that he can play probably 4 spots on the O-line. It's incredibly valuable. But at the same time, man, we just drafted 2 tackles in the first round. In the top 12, we drafted 2 tackles. You don't get to give another guy right next to them like 60, 70, 80 million dollars, man. Like, let's spread it out. Not only that, like, end of the day, Jermaine is just a tick better for me. I think his ceiling. You could argue AVT's ceiling is higher and whatnot, but like Jermaine is that dude, man, and I'm just willing to bet on him. Let me just put it that way, because like some of it is just blind faith and projection, but like I think he bounces back. We already seen AVT bounce back, but like, did we? Like, did we? I'm going Jermaine all day. And you know what? For anyone who missed your show, will you also answer this question now as well?
Yeah, for me, I made sure to say that I thought it's very easy, because you know that I love AVT, and I've always stood up for AVT because he's that Swiss Army knife in regards for us, right? But the position that Jermaine plays is such a premium position, and dude, give me the Lamborghini, give me the Ferrari that's coming off of that edge and can seal an edge like Jermaine has done in the past. I would have to go with that, because I really feel like you would be able to get a guard when we already are having hope, that this happens, but that we do have our bookends in the left tackle and right tackle and the center that we have now for a long, long time, so that's my reasoning, at least, for why I believe it should be Jermaine over AVT. Are you there?
Test, mic test. All
Yeah,
right.
you're good.
Yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you, man. Because like I feel like just like you got the tackles, you got the center slash guard center, or whatever you want to call it. You can kind of piece together something else in between them. Would you agree with that? Like watering down version of it.
Agreed. Oh, I have a question for this guy. I can't wait.
Hey, yeah. So I didn't even know that my camera was working. I was like over here, like trying to figure it out, and then Dane just brought me on. I'm like, hey, okay, it works, whatever. Anyway, what's going on, Kenny? I mean, Johnny.
Just hoping I don't die.
Yeah. You bastard. You killed Kenny, you bastards. What's up, Johnny? What's your question for me?
So I know you've been an individual that's been really tough on the quarterback play that we've had so far in Justin Fields. So with last week's game, and in regards to the way he did play, do you still think that he is going to be the MVP and possibly break the Jets' single passing records for the season? I couldn't even keep a straight face at it, bro. I couldn't do it, dude. I tried so hard.
So hey, I'll give it to him. Like, he looked decent, right? Like, he scored. That's what he was supposed to do. And when it boils down to it, in the regular season, I don't care how it looks. I just care about the result on offense, right? So I don't need to see him, like, if what he did, like, in that preseason game works and that wins us 10 or 11 games this coming year, great, wonderful, fine. I don't need to see him dropping back and, first read, second read, third read, oh, check down. Or I don't need to see him dropping back, first read, second read, oh, third read's open. He don't have to do that. If what he does works, then it works. You know what I mean? If it's a one read or run and that works, okay, I'll take it, right?
Agreed.
I just want to see success.
Exactly. I really liked on how confident he was checking it down. When he didn't see what he liked, he said, you know what, F it. Let me go ahead and give it to him and just keep moving the chains and keep moving the chains and keep moving the chains. So, and the play calling was vanilla. But honestly, this is the real reason that I came on here as well. Well, first off, shout you guys out, show love, of course. But you and I last week were talking about that we wanted to see something a little bit different, right, within the offense itself, something that we haven't seen in a while. And I use trick play, right? But I shouldn't have probably said trick play. I wanted to see something that we haven't seen that this offense has done. And we saw a screen for a tight end, right? They did a play for a tight end. And I wanted to get your thoughts in regards to that. Like, did that excite you at all to see something like that? Or is that just us being Jet fans and not seeing something like that in forever?
Hey, no, yeah, I'm cool with that. And like they got it to our most athletic tight end, like at least the fastest guy. And it worked out pretty damn well, didn't it? So I'm all about it, dude. Try different things. I don't want to see this like a gap run, and then pass, and it ends up being like a screen to the running back, and he gets stuffed in the backfield too. And next thing you know, it's 4th and 15. Like, no, I don't. I don't want to see that anymore, man. I want to see a little changing up. Like you said, it doesn't have to be trick plays or whatever, but like Garrett, I feel like personally, Garrett does his best work in that mid range, right? Not necessarily like that 4 or 5 yard little passes, and not necessarily the deep stuff, but like in that mid range, I feel like that's where Garrett really does his work. So get Garrett in that area because that's where he's at. Like the dude is elusive as hell. He cuts on a dime. Those mid routes, those are the ones where they're kind of shifting and doing different things. Whether it's ends or flags or whatever it may be. You gotta get Garrett there, and you gotta just utilize your guys. Like you have athletes, right? You have whether it's Beck. Like Beck seems like that type of guy, and we're working on a small sample size here, but he seems like that rock solid type of guy that you can rely on third downs, right? Like, hey, I need 4 or 5 yards. Like, run a curl or a tight end screen or something like that. It would work for him too. Beck seems like a type of guy like that. Stone Smart, like, hey, get him out there, man, because the dude's athletic. Don't just be putting him in line blocking and stuff like that. We know that's not his strong suit. Get him out there, whether it's a tight end screen, whether he's running routes, whatever it may be. Let's do it, right? Draw up some plays where maybe they're not quarterback runs, but they're designed that if you're first or second, you only have 1 or 2 routes out there. If they're not open, like for instance, have a formation where you have 2 wide receivers on the right side, no wide receivers on the left side. Okay, your 2 wide receivers both run posts or something that's crossing the field, and have it to where your quarterback, your athletic quarterback, and Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor, who is still an athlete as well, knows if these guys aren't open, I know that they're also dragging the coverage. If it's man, they're dragging that coverage across the field, and it's opening up that side, and I can run, right? It's simple. It's simple, right? Like, if you think about it, like, maybe it won't always work. If it's zone, obviously it's not going to work, but like something like that. Like, draw up plays that are going to use your athletes to your advantage. And it seems, I mean, obviously we were very vanilla in the preseason, but we already saw a tight end screen, which when's the last time that we've seen that? So it seems like Engstrand's going to have a creative mind, and I'm very hopeful for it, and I'm hoping that it translates into success this season.
Agreed, 100%. You're right. It's exactly, to be able to see that, utilize the strength that we already have and use it and simplify the stuff. It doesn't need to be all like flashy or whatever. I just want to win by any means necessary, get the W, and just keep stacking them up. I feel like the defense is going to be good. And the last thing, this is for you and for Dano as well. Freestyle. So on the show, we had a question from BG that stated was, I think Clay, right, he stated that he believes that our tight end room is the shakiest in the NFL. Do you agree with that? Or do you believe that maybe it's not a proven tight end room yet because it's still so brand new?
You might have sold me on that 2 weeks ago, like a bottom 5 tight end unit in the league. You might have sold me on that 2 weeks ago, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I mentioned it earlier. Joe Blewett came on last Saturday and told Dane, like, hey, keep an eye on this Andrew Beck guy or whatever. Literally, like 5 hours later, dude's making plays, like, and he looks like just a dependable dude, right? Like both in blocking and pass catching. So I didn't realize, like, I didn't recognize your game. Shit, you know what I mean? Like, so that's another dude to add to the. And now I'm like, oh, okay. So if Mason Taylor gives us something this year, I mean, he's a rookie. Obviously, we're not expecting 1,200 receiving yards or anything like that. But like, if Mason Taylor gives us a solid year at 600 yards or something, and Beck is out there making plays as both a fullback and tight end, and you got Stone Smart, who's an athletic dude who can make some plays for you. All of a sudden, I'm looking like, hey, like it's not a top 10 group, but maybe it's not a bottom 5 group either. Maybe we got like the 20th ranked tight end room in the league or something. I don't know that I can get on board with that after seeing that we have another dude in there that's competent. So yeah, I 2 weeks ago I'd have probably agreed, not now.
And
Dana,
also,
same thing to you.
thank you. Also, like, how are you critiquing them? Like, are you doing it by receiving yards? Are you doing it by blocking grades? Like, are you just going it by like? Anytime I'm asked a question like that, maybe I'm annoying, but like, how are you grading it? What's your metrics? Because my answer is different depending on what the question really is. To be honest, with this tight end room, I guess when it just comes to receiving, I don't think they'll be the bottom 5 in the league. I don't. I think Stone Smart, hey, he was one of my guys a couple episodes back that I thought that people needed to be higher on. He made one excellent play last week, so I'm not really ready to take the victory lap, but like I did say, like he is making this team. He's going to be like a piece in our passing game. I do feel like he will be. Mason Taylor, dude, I want to see him play. Well, why are you holding him out? I want to see him play, man. I'm dying to see him play. If he's what I think, and Stone Smart is what I think receiving wise, they could be fringe top 20. Blocking, who knows, man? Like we just gotta wait and see. Hopefully, they can piece together some. Hopefully they're just not negatives in the blocking game. If they can be fringe top 20 receiving and just not be bottom 5 in blocking, I think that's an excellent year to start. And then that's just go from there, man. Because, bro, I'll just tell you right now, I am looking hard at the Baltimore Ravens because Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely are both heading into contract years. They are not going to re-sign both those guys. And despite what people want to say about Andrews and he choked last year, bro, whichever one they don't want, come on over. And our room will look way better next year.
Hey, I do want to ask you though, like the Mason Taylor stuff. Like, are we getting a little concerned about it? Like, does it seem like it's going to be one of them lingering things? Because we see this with players, a lot. Like if they get injured early in the season, and it's like one of them things that's kind of lingering. It's like they play, but then they miss practices after they play, and then next thing you know, they just have a bad season, and it's like that thing was sticking with them all season, whatever it was. Like sometimes you see that. Are you guys getting a little concerned?
I gotta head out, guys, because I'm gonna go say goodnight to the kiddos and everything. But I'm not concerned. He's still super young, and if there is an injury, take care of it now because it's the season that really matters to us, and I think that's what counts. So I'm putting my trust in the coaching staff and his organization. Is something that I haven't really done in a long time because, for what we've seen and whatever. I think they're bringing in guys that if Mason Taylor is gone for a little bit or whatever, that we would be okay. So I really like the hybrid tight end that we have in Stone Smart, if I'm being honest with you guys. So it'll be fun to see how to utilize them and kind of go there. And then, you know what? If he is out for a while, we got Dano's favorite guy, Coots, baby. You know what time it is. And with that, hit the like, hit the sub. You guys know what time it is, man. Appreciate you, boys. Y'all be good.
Appreciate you, Johnny.
Good night, brother. Oh, and my leg.
okay.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah.
Just booted me too with Johnny. You're like, it's my stream now. Guys, support Jets Worldwide. Johnny and Snowball, they're doing great work over there. Johnny always comes in and hangs out with us a little bit too, and I love it, man. What did you think about that, though, Dane?
And just to piggyback on what you just said, I don't know if Snowball was here when I shouted out their giveaway and their channel and all that jazz, but if he wasn't here, then I need him to go back to the 0 minute mark and watch it all in 0.25x speed until he gets to that moment, and then he'll catch my drift. But yeah, and then I can get 4 views for the price of 1, baby. No, I don't think it works that way, by the way. But yeah, hey, bro, I watch all my shit in 2x speed, like all my own shit, and I assume I get 1 view, but maybe I've only been getting a half. What was the question again?
All right, no, just the Mason Taylor thing. Do you think it's are you starting to get concerned if it's like a lingering injury that might last into the season or what?
So no, only because there's 2 things that cause me to pause on that. One is his role is established. He can have it back as soon as he returns. Not many players that are that young can say that. That gives me more reassurance. And then 2, like my other angle would be like, well, he's going to be behind on the books. He's going to be running the wrong routes, not knowing what he's fucking doing because he just missed all this time. And then, hey, the other devil on that's the devil on my shoulder. The angel's saying, well, bro has 2 Hall of Fame bloodlines in his corner. If that was ever a concern, he could use them. But also, I think he's mature enough to be on top of the books throughout this whole process. So, him getting his reps back immediately because he's the most talented in the room. And then B, him being perceived mature enough to handle things, being away, 2 things that Corley can't say are in this guy's corner. So I do, and I mean, he still have a setback and it just spiral in like mid-season? Yeah, that's different. But for now, if this is all it is, I'm okay.
Okay. I'm also intrigued to see how Aaron Glenn and the coaching staff and the medical staff handle these types of things too. With Saleh, we did see a lot of I don't know, conservatism when it comes to injuries, right? At least I feel like that was the case. I'm curious to see how Aaron Glenn handles those things too. Is it going to be conservative, or is it going to stick them back out there if they say that they're ready? I don't know. The one thing about Glenn so far is that he has been aggressive with the camp and pads. We're going full bore a lot more than we did in previous years under Saleh. That could lead to more injuries, but that could also cause your team to be more prepared. So I don't know. We'll see how that pays out. One thing that Glenn, I got to give him the benefit of the doubt. he had like one of the most injured defenses in the league last year, and he still kept them relevant. You know, maybe they weren't at the end of the year a top 10 unit or a top 5 unit, you know, but they were at least, you know, still a solid defense that held their own, you know, that kept them in games. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt with it, and we'll see how it plays out this season.
I do want to, excellent point, sir. I was just doing a little housekeeping. 2 more subs away from 450. So if you are hiding in the grass like someone at 1JD when Salah was hired, if you're hiding in the grass lurking, please hit that subscribe button. If only for the next month or so until we get 500, then I'll let you guys know when you can leave. Joke's on you, though. The doors will be sealed. They'll be nailed from the outside in.
Like Squid Game with Jets content consumers.
Aaron, though, I believe he correct me if I'm wrong. He might be a new sub. We got 3 tonight so far. He might be one of them. I'm not gonna say that for sure because a lot of you guys have your subscriptions private, so I only know like a few people who subscribe. But apologize if you've been with us a while. But he wants to know, are the starters playing tomorrow? And real quick, Jets Worldwide is on it. The plan is the plan. And if you don't know what that means, that is exactly what Aaron Glenn said in his presser to the same question. I think so, man. I think if they played last week, they're going to play this week. It's just more of a question of, is it the same format and then we ramp up for the third game? Or is it like incrementally more? What is your end goal? Like these guys are still almost a month away from football. So we know what was told to us. I've just stated it. Murph, let me ask you, if you have literally 8 quarters of football left, you need to cut down your roster from 90 to 53, and you need to have the other 53 ready to play on September 7th. How are you tailoring those 8 quarters?
So for me, I think it's kind of weird. I mean, I guess I get it for like cut down day, but if I'm looking at trying to have my players ready for the season, I would rather play them the last game of the preseason instead of the first. To me, it makes more sense to be on the field more recently than, you know what I mean? So at worst, you know, maybe you have a court like we did, you know, with the first game, just a quarter or a drive or something, maybe 2 drives. And the second game, don't play any starters, and then the third game, you know, maybe you give them a quarter or whatever. You want them guys revved up and ready for the season. That's how I would approach it personally. As far as these next 8 quarters, I would love to see it because I just want to see our starting offense and defense and game situations. But I don't know that I'll play them a lot this game. I feel like it's more beneficial to do it in the third game, you know?
So, and just take a beat here. JV Bronx DPL, brother. Welcome. Glad you found us. Typically a Friday night late show where I try to keep Murph here. It's a contest to see how long I can keep him since I'm on the West Coast and he's on the East. But yeah, dude, welcome and glad you could join us. Murph, so like, are you obviously you have to chisel those guys down. You need the roster bubble guys to play a lot, but you also want to get the other guys going. Are you more like of a mind to one game is all bubble guys that are just going to sort out the roster and then we ramp up and get ready to play, rather than the 1 quarter, 3 quarters bubble guys, 2 quarters, 2 quarter, like it sounds like you're leaning more toward the former, where it's like, okay, let's just give the young guys this second game and then go Fields. Am I missing the point?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we need to play the starters like a whole game. You know what I mean? I'm just saying if you're gonna like whatever game that you're planning on giving more snaps to the starters, make it the third game. Like to me, that makes the most sense. Like if you're going to give them a quarter and a half, make that the third game. Like you can still evaluate your young players in that game because like they're not going to play. Like I said, they're not playing all game. So to me, if it was up to me, this game you wouldn't hardly see any starters in there. And then next game, you give me, I don't know, a quarter and a half of Fields and the boys, and Quentin and Quincy and the boys. Like, let me see them guys about a quarter and a half, and then shut them down the rest of the game, and let the young guys come in and have their last opportunity to make that roster.
I like it. The other thing I don't like is there used to be this thing where after week 1 of the preseason, you cut like 10 guys. Then after the next one, you cut 10 guys. After the last one, you cut like 15 or whatever, however the math works. I like that model. And yes, you don't have to do it anymore. Now it's just you cut all of them on, like you have to be down to 53 on the 26th at like 4 p.m. But what I will say is after tomorrow's game, if I'm GM, I'm cutting like 10 guys. I don't know if that's harsh, but like you said, Fields and them should play a quarter and a half the third game, which means 2.5 quarters. I can't be trying to figure out 90 guys and how many snaps they're getting. I got to get that down, man. Like who the hell sucked? Who the hell has not shown shit? Cut them on this Monday or Tuesday, and the rest of all their reps, which is going to be a decent amount. Everybody's getting reps right now. Take those reps, funnel them into the guys that really are on the bubble, so this shit sorts itself out, and we can really see the important guys for the second half of that third game. Or is that a crazy take? Would you just run all 90 into game 3?
I mean, you make a good point with snap distribution and evaluating your players and stuff, but you also have all the camp to evaluate these guys too. If your coaches can't do it with what they get, I don't know that they can do it at all. So to me, being able to hold on till the end is nice because injuries are inevitable. They happen every preseason. There's always a star or 2 or 3 that go down, or even some starters that, they go down. They're going to be out for 8 weeks or something, whatever it may be. I think it's nice being able to keep a hold of all the guys that you like. Like you picked up those 90 players because you thought they, every one of them has a chance to deserve being on the team. So you picked them up, and if you do preseason game 3, if you have a guy go down, you got another guy already in the, locked and loaded, ready to go. You don't have to worry about, oh man, I dropped him after week 1 and Green Bay snatched him up on off waivers, and it's like, oh, he could have really like slotted into that spot, but I didn't need another linebacker, whatever it may have been, whatever. But I just think that keep all 90 till the end is fine. If those guys can't evaluate with, snaps in every game in the preseason plus training camp, I don't think they can evaluate at all.
100%. All I'm trying to say is like, if 10 you're cutting and it doesn't matter what they do in game 3, then maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm spinning it now, but like let them go latch on somewhere else. But you know what? You might be right. Maybe you let them play so they can add more good film out there around the league. And then, I don't know what the move is, but I just know that like we have a lot of guys to figure out still, and I'm not willing to crown them just because they played good against a team that didn't show up last weekend. I loved that game, but I couldn't help but think, man, this is not a fair evaluation of our talent, especially in that second half. But that's just me.
Yeah. The thing about it is like, well, let me ask you, like, if you're going in and training camp, there's we're just going to say it's like one player that you're like, underwhelming, right? In practice, underwhelming. He gets a few snaps in the first game. Didn't really show anything. He gets a few snaps in the second game. Maybe he made one play, but then he also had a penalty, and you're like, and then he's going into the third game. At this point, you're already ready to cut him, but he goes into the third game and absolutely pops off like 2 touchdowns. Okay, let's say my favorite Wang Wu. Let's say you're like, man, Donovan Edwards has looked good all training camp for game 1, game 2. He's looking great. I'm only going to roll with 4 running backs. Wang Wu hasn't given us anything, but he looks okay he looks decent on special teams, as a returner, but we have other guys that can probably, do that as well. And then he returns 2 kickoffs for touchdowns in game 3. Does that change your mind a little bit?
It does. It does, but I think that's an outlier like scenario.
Outliers happen all the time in the NFL, buddy.
I mean, what I'm saying is he's not my 80 to 90 guy. He's not. He's like my 50 to 60 guy. So I'm not cutting those. I'm cutting guys like, what's his name? Bump Cooper. We have a guy on this roster named Bump Cooper.
You're ready to bump Cooper.
Yeah, bro. Yes. Zach Kuntz, while he did look better than I've ever seen him last week,
he did.
I'm just saying
Are you saying you don't want Fornadell on the team anymore?
Facts, man. The backup kicker. Like let's make sure Folk can kick it off the way we need it to. Because like, what's the point of giving that fat guy all the kickoffs and then like, I'm just saying there's fat to be trimmed, and we have 8 quarters left, and we want 3 of the 8 quarters to go to the ones. Me and you do, maybe 2.5 quarters. Like that, we got a lot of shit to sort out. Get rid of 10 guys. You got 37 guys you got to cut. And honestly, we should probably cut 42 and then pick up 5 off of other teams, like a wide receiver here, whatever. We could definitely improve our roster through other means, but hey, good conversation about it because it's something. Hey, we got 11 days. We got to cut 37 guys. And you said it. There's going to be time to chop this up. Not really, man. There's one more show before cut downs. That's next week. So it's good to figure that out. Call-in line still down there if you want to chime in. I do have one singular play that I ripped earlier that I want to show you, Murph, because I think you'll like it. It's about a guy that you were high on. I think everybody in the fan base was high on. It might take me a minute to load it though, so if you can maybe check the chat for what they've been chiming in on.
Well, I did want to bring up Aaron Honor. Is it Honor? Honor? I don't know. Maybe it's Honor. I don't know. Anyway, Aaron, good to have you in here, buddy. He said, I like Mevis. His kicks are weird, but he got a leg. He can definitely kick a 60-plus yarder. Is there no chance that he makes the roster for you, Dane? Because I feel like there should be a competition. I don't care that Folk has been in the league for 1,000 years. I think there should be a competition, and Mevis didn't look bad.
I can kind of hear myself in the back of my mind screaming, Folk hero is dead. Man, that was a take that didn't age well. Yeah. My bad. Well, you know what? I thought he'd be 4 million. I was wrong. We gave him like 3. I was like, geez, I couldn't believe we did it. But the fact that we did tells me all I need to know about Mevis. I don't think he has a chance of. I mean, here's the thing. Maybe we can practice squad him. And if we're willing to spend one of our 10 spots on a backup kicker, considering our kicker is the oldest guy on the team, sign me up. Sign me up. But I would need to know whether they deem folk insurance that valuable before saying, yeah, keep trotting him out there.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think that it should be a competition. And I don't know. I think I kind of like the idea of having a fat kicker. So maybe that's what it is. All right, what do we got going on here?
All right, let me run it back. Hold on. Let's see. See, I don't think there's any audio, so there's nothing like that to worry about. Let me get it prim and proper. Hopefully this doesn't lag too much, but it's going to run back once or twice. But this was a deep shot from Jordan Love. And I just want to show you how one of our safeties played it. Murph, are you ready? Let it run.
Hey, lay in the wood. Said, nah, you ain't catching that. He didn't have a chance to catch it anyway, but hey, I like my players making sure they're not going to catch it.
Dude, the timing, man, as well, like for him to like see dude throwing his hands up to catch it and then just going straight as a missile to his chest to break up if it was a better throw, like Cisco, he's going to be a fun one to watch, man.
Yeah. Dude, we've been high on Cisco the whole time. I'm excited to see how it plays out. I don't think he's an elite, like he's not Justin Simmons in his prime, like you know what I mean, but like I think he can be a really good safety for us, you know. I'm bummed that we didn't sign him for more than 1 year. But cuz we got a lot of contracts to look forward to, like coming up that we have to decide on, and even if Cisco has a good year, then it's like, are they going to be focused on re-signing him over like guys like AVT, JJ, Brees Hall? Like, there's a lot of other things that they got to look towards. So, I don't know. I feel like, especially at the money that they got him at, they could have at least signed a 2-year deal. You know.
Facts. I mean, maybe Bro is willing to bet on himself, and maybe he just needed one get right year and thought who better to do it with than a guy like Aaron Glenn, who's been in my shoes. I can't say for sure like what the motivation was there, but like I don't think there's a Jet fan, content creator, or anything in the whole fan base that wouldn't have gladly given that guy 2 or maybe even 3 years, considering some of the 2 and 3 year deals we handed out to other guys we're less confident about. So we'll see. But what I need to ask you though is something Snowball said, and he said, "Is Corley gone this week or next, Daniel?"
Corley's not going to be gone. It's just my opinion on it. So neither Snowball.
Well, you know what? To be fair, I think he was asking me, since you're taking all goddamn 90 guys out to game 3.
You're damn right I am. Hanging on to him. I'm not letting anybody get him.
Murph the pushover confirmed. Corley is exactly the kind of guy that I want to funnel the snaps that those 10 cut guys yield. I'm not funneling them to guys like Corley. Like, bro, I don't even think I saw him until after the half. He returned the opening kickoff after the half, and I saw him a couple more times, but like, didn't look great. I mean, he did have like a 30-yard return, but he was like 6 yards deep in the end zone, so it looked half as good. Corley, I need to see way more on, but I'm also not in the rooms. I'm not like, we've heard so little about him. How can anyone say for sure? Like, he's either the best kept secret at One Jets Drive, or he's gone this week. He's gone on Wednesday. Like, which do you think? Chat, let us know. Like, is he gone sooner than our next show, or is he just totally a secret and he's going to be Weapon X?
Yeah,
X.
I like the red X back there. So yeah, he did have a catch. He did have a catch on a hook or a curl, whatever you want to call it. And then he had another one that wasn't thrown well to him. You know, I can't blame him for that. But that's really all they ever, that's all the chance he ever got. So, and then he had a return too. So showing that he has, the ability to do multiple things helps. We'll see how it goes. I just don't think they're going to give up on the kid yet. I think they can give up on Lazard if they want.
Let me ask you this. Odds that he could safely stay on our practice squad.
I think that's 50-50. I know
I
that
think it's
as Jets
0.
fans, we do overestimate our players a little bit, and we hold them in higher regard than other teams' fans maybe would hold our players. The kid was a third-round pick, and that draft pedigree is a big deal. We see that all the time. We see first-rounders get more chances than they deserve because they show up and look like booty cheeks on national television consistently, and then they just get resign. Dude, okay. Who's the defensive tackle the Commanders signed? Javon Kinlaw. Yeah. How much money did they give him?
$345 million.
Did anybody in the chat, did you want to re-sign Javon Kinlaw at a low price, $7 million a year, $6 million a year?
Not even if he brought it, if he bought his own 6 chicken leg dinner a day diet. No. Not even then.
No. Even if he acted as Woody's bodyguard for the whole season too, while he was at it. Like, no. Nobody wanted to re-sign Javon Kinlaw, and he got that much money from the Commanders. I'm just saying that pedigree makes a difference. Corley was a third rounder, man. So I think somebody would consider jumping on him, but I don't think it's guaranteed either because he hasn't shown anything yet. He hasn't really had the opportunity. So I don't know. It's 50-50 to me.
Well, and the other thing is, like, what do you ultimately have to give up in order to poach someone from someone else's practice squad? Well, don't quote me because I'm doing this from memory. I'm not cheating. I'm not on Google. My shit lags way too much to be Googling right now. But what I would say is that you have to, you have to go to the back of the line for claims or whatever, but B, like, I believe you have to give them a decent contract, like a guaranteed 1-year deal or whatever. Like, I don't even know. Murph, it looks like you're checking, so fine by me.
No, I'm talking shit in the chat.
It's not much. It's not like a $1 million contract, or you got to guarantee them that you'll let them get 4 game checks in a row or something. Like, you're telling me that maybe not the Carolina Panthers might not come and grab him, but like the Chiefs, the Bills, the Finns would not just snag him. So, and do I care? No. But what I'm saying is I would not consider the practice squad as a safe place to put him to tide things over. Like, I wouldn't. I think he's either got to be on our 53 or we just have to wipe our hands and be done with it. Especially when you got Ulbrich out there, you got Sala out there, 2 different teams, 2 different places. That's 2 more candidates, plus our divisional foe. Like, someone is taking his ass. And like I said, I'm not worried because he hasn't shown shit, but I worry for the stock and the sunk cost and all that shit. Like, he wasn't just a 3rd rounder, man. He was the very first pick of round 3, which means he had at least a pedigree enough or a ceiling enough to warrant that. I need to see him fail in game before I'm willing to cut bait. That's the thing. I have seen nothing, and I'm going on pure speculation, as is Boomtown, as is everybody. We just assume that since we haven't seen him, it's damning. But how about we get him out there, play him, throw him some targets, pitch him some balls, and then if he fails, then I'm willing to say, okay, middle of day 2 pick. But I need to see it, man. I just do.
Yeah, and I'm 100% with you there. If we, give him a chance during the season and we get 5 games in there and the dude has dropped 7 passes, he's got a fumble, and he just looks like booty cheeks out there, okay, cut him. Who cares?
Totally different conversation, man.
If he is that bad, you can find somebody on waivers off the street that's better than that. So it's not that big of a deal. Like, if he is that bad, it doesn't matter. So why not at least give the kid a chance? I get it, Boom. Like, we have a bad wide receiver room and he's not good enough to be the 5th. Okay, I understand, but that's the thing is, who is saying that? Because we haven't seen it. Are they going off of practice? Some players play better in game than in practice. That's a proven fact.
If we were ranking guys by talent in that room, I don't think he's as bad as he looks now. I think he's top 4 in talent. And that is exactly why Boomtown, our receiver room, looks so bad. That's why he's gotten the leash he's gotten so far. Like, you got to give him a chance. And that's the thing. Why aren't we giving him a chance? Like, throw him with even the 2s, man. I did not even see him until the 3s were out there last week. Maybe that'll change tomorrow. But, like, at this point, man, I'm just not willing to just take up what they're serving me anymore. Show me the dude. Let's see him fuck up. And then I'll be... then I'll say, sure, keep Xavier Gibson over him. Or, you know what I mean? Like, who are we keeping ahead of some of these guys? I don't even know. I think they're just bodies. They're just Jags. That's the thing. Like, and I'm going on a tangent, but like earlier you guys were saying, well, we can't keep Donovan Edwards. That's 4 running backs and Wang Wu, and that's 5. Like, throw the numbers out the window, man. Why don't we just take the best 53 guys? Fuck it. Like, some of these guys can play wide receiver and running, but some of them are wide receiver / running backs. Other guys, special teams / running back. Like, fuck it, man. Just forget the numbers. We are not playing for the Super Bowl this year. Just take the most promising, the best, the most productive, however you want to shit can it. However, I don't want a 4th wide receiver 6 on this team just because we need 6 wide receivers. What's the point of having all those wide receiver 6s? Just take a few less, and then, yeah, take Corley or take Wang Wu and Edwards. Why do we need all these? Everybody is so set. We had 6 or 7 wide receivers last year and the year before. We got to do that again. This is a different offense, man, for one. Do we really need that many wide receivers? How many times are we going to be running 12 personnel, 21, 22, whatever? Like, that's all running backs and tight end numbers you're hearing from me, not wide receivers. How many 3 and 5 wide receiver sets are we going to run? Because I bet it's not many. Why do we need 6 wide receivers if we're in 2 and 3 wide receivers at a time? We don't.
And you got guys like Stone Smart that can go out wide, right? You know. So, and it to me it just boils down to like if I will trust the coaches and their decisions on these players when they give me a fucking reason to trust them. Like, I love Aaron Glenn, and I hope he does give me the reason. But I believed in Saleh when I didn't really have any reason to believe in Saleh, and we saw where that went. Like, I will trust the coaches on their decisions on these players. Oh, you're seeing this in practice. Okay, well, this other team just picked him up, and he's doing great for them, so what were you seeing in practice that they're not seeing? Like, what's going on? They're actually giving him a chance, and he's performing. Some players play better in games than they do in practice, and I understand players need to give their effort in practice. It's a character thing. I get it, but like, give the kid a chance. He didn't get a chance at all last year. He made one mistake on just a few snaps, and that was all he got. At least give him a chance, right? And then, like I said, like, Dane, you're talking about having 4 wide receiver 6s and stuff. Dude, if you're at wide receiver 6, there are dudes on the street that are better than you, okay? So if Corley is performing like a wide receiver 6, 5 games into the season, cut his ass and pick up, like, Trent Taylor or somebody off of, there's somebody out there in free agency that has proven that they can do it and does it better than a wide receiver 6 does at all times in the season. So give the kid a chance. If he ain't it, boot his ass out the door, and I will have 100% respect for you, Aaron Glenn.
It's like, bro, it's like you have $0 in your hands, Murph, and then I walk up to you and I give you a Powerball ticket to hold, and you have that for until the drawing, and it loses. And then at the end, I just come and take it back from you. It's the same thing, man. Like, cut Gibson. Hey, at least you're holding Corley for a few. See how that does. If it sucks, guess what? Hey, I took it back. You got the same thing you started with. Nothing. So yeah, and the chat's agreeing with us, man. Like, we do not need all these wide receiver 6s, and that's kind of harsh to put it like that, but it's true, man. It's true. We don't need 6 of them when half of them suck, or half of them are just jags that you can, like you said, dude. The Green Bay Packers will cut receivers better than our 4th and 5th wide receiver. Watch, man. So yeah, Green Bean in the house. He agrees. He said, keep Edwards and Corley both. One of them just has to return punts. Let's cut the shit already. Green Bean, if you were here earlier, you'd have heard like this Pritchett. We've heard all this shit about returning. He was the worst one of the bunch last week. So unless he balls out tomorrow, he is not long for this team, and unless they just saw way more from him than we'd have. But Edwards, sure. Corley, sure. Keep them both, man, because the other guys just have no ceiling, or if it is, dude, it's right over their floor.
Yeah. And you can only see so much in practice too. Like, these guys, like, they're working on specific things. They're installing certain things. Like, the things that they're installing that day may not have anything to do with Corley or whoever we're talking about. It could be fucking Zach Kuntz or Andrew Beck, whatever it may be. They may not get a chance to shine in practice because we're working on with this specific group on this specific play dynamic, whatever it may be. So, like, I just can't put all my stock in practice where, like, Saleh, and then we're like, oh, he sucked in practice, we're never going to give him a chance. And it's like, no, I can't get with that. Like, let's see him in the game. If he doesn't perform in the game, then all right, that's fine. But anyway, so big fella, what's up, buddy? We got okay. We need to make space for Donovan Edwards. Corley and Gibson are as good as gone. I will agree with you on Gibson. I saw enough out of him last year, muffing punts and just fair catching when he's got 20 yards of space all around him, different things. I've seen enough out of Gibson. He hasn't done a thing and he's gotten snaps on the offense and didn't do a thing with any of it. Nothing. They had him on Hail Marys. Little, like, I'm 5'8". He's like my height, and he's out there running Hail Marys. Who's he going to out jump ball? Like, what the hell are we doing? Like, and he's not even like, he's fast, but he's not. We had faster guys. I don't understand, man. It doesn't make any sense. Yes, get rid of Gibson. Corley has some potential. If Tanner Engstrand knows what the hell he's doing, he could probably use him in certain packages that maybe he could be explosive in. I don't know. Donovan Edwards, yes, he looked good. I was touching on it earlier, my notes from the game. Donovan Edwards looks like a beast. He's going to make it tough for us because it's like, how many backs are we going to keep? Because are you considering Andrew Beck a fullback? Is he going to be a back? Whatever. It's going to be tough come roster time, but Donovan Edwards is fighting for a spot, and he's fighting hard, so I respect that. Go ahead, Dane.
A question that's just coming out of my mind right now, not the chat. The chat's cooking, though, I will say, and I'm just going to let them cook, man, because one thing I know attending a lot of shows is some of the funnest shit is just down there, amongst yourselves. We don't have to highlight every single comment you guys make. Some of you don't even want us to, man. Just chop it up down there. But a question I do have for you, Murph, is we've talked about Corley, we've talked about Gibson, we've talked about all the polarizing bust candidates and all the fat we want to trim off this team that we can't just soon enough. I got another guy that we haven't mentioned, and I'm shocked we haven't yet. But I want to ask you a question about him in a different way. And that guy is number 72. I want to ask you whether you think it's possible that this new regime looks at a guy like number 72, and he doesn't even get a name at this point, just number 72. Could they possibly look at him, his personality, the whole package? Can they look at him and think that he fills a need, a role on this team that we don't have anywhere else? Could that be why he's so involved still?
I think that's a big reason why he's been involved. And prior, like last year, I think that coaches like to have a guy like that. They want to have a feisty guy. They want to have an intimidating guy. They want to have a guy that goes out there and plays with 120% of what he has. And that's something I will give to Clemens. Like, the dude doesn't give up on plays. If he is the left defensive end and then they run to the opposite side, even if he is completely out of the play, he tries to run the running back down. Like, he always does that. And that's something I'll give the guy. With that being said, I want rid of him. To be fair, I do want rid of him. But I can see Aaron Glenn saying, hey, we need what they used to call that in hockey, a bully or
an enforcer.
An enforcer or something like that. Like that dude that ain't even that good at hockey, but he's a good fighter. And he'll come in and he'll protect your Sidney Crosby or your Connor shit, I forgot his name. I don't know hockey that well. Whatever. Anyway, he'll protect your star. He'll come in there and he'll beat some dudes up and keep
thug,
them safe.
Man.
Yeah, your thug. Like, yeah. Goon. That's it. Thank you,
Goon.
Thank you.
Yes.
Goon. That's what it was. Maybe they see Clemens as like the goon. Like, he was out there fighting first freaking preseason game. He's out there already fighting and stuff. Maybe you just want that dude to set a tone.
That's what I'm leaning toward. It's the only way I can wrap my head around it.
That is rough. Using one of 53 roster spots on a guy just for that reason is kind of rough to me. But I can see it. I can see him doing it. I do think that Tufele, showing what he showed in preseason week 1, that's Clemens, your seat's getting a little hot, buddy.
Agreed. But I think it's not hot enough until we see Jermaine and we can just mark Jermaine safe. Like that, mark safe. Like I mean, what's the alternative? It's like, I don't know, man. How did we not get a backup edge that was worth their salt just as insurance. It's like we're telling Jermaine, hey, we love you, man. We want to make you a lifelong Jet. But also, this hardest point of your career right now, we are going to make it as hard as can be for you. We are going to need you again, just like we needed you last year, just like you told reporters in the presser that was the hardest part of your whole year, was watching us and seeing how bad we needed you and you couldn't help. We're going to do that again. Okay. We're going to make you double down. We're going to make it that much harder and have nobody behind you except a guy the fan base hates. So, you know what? Good luck. That's what I feel like we did. And I don't know. Maybe that's
Hey, that brings up a thought to my head too. It was something that we bitched about the whole time with Saleh. All of us. I think everybody here in the chat, all of us bitched about it. And it was one of the staples of his philosophy was we rotate our guys out, keep them fresh. That way they can pin their ears back, get at the quarterback. Saleh ain't here anymore. Is JJ taking 80% of the snaps? You know what I mean? Like, is that going to happen? Will it matter if Clemens is on the team? Because we already have two edges that are taking 80% of the snaps each, and we hardly ever see them. What do you think about that, Dane? You got any thoughts regarding that?
it might not matter. It only matters to me in principle because he's like exactly what I hated most about the last regime, and that was guys not deserving snaps, getting snaps, keeping snaps. And here we go. Dude is still making like a mockery of my team, just like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I take it too personally with Clemens, but I also do, and it's the reason why I posed that question to you before we get to a caller here. Spike the like, subscribe. Love having you guys here on a Friday night. And that's like, I don't know, man. Like we gotta evolve for one, but yeah, never mind. Just went straight out of my head.
No, you're fine. Well, part of the issue with Clemens getting so many snaps is because JJ went down. Well, JJ's back. You know, we haven't seen him in action, but he's faster than he's ever been. You know, he's stronger than he's ever been. If you pay attention to his Instagram and stuff, like he's hitting PRs all around. Like whatever they did, they gave him that miracle Achilles. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
He's out there killing it. I appreciate his hard work to get back and be in the best shape of his life. I think he's going to be fine. He's at least going to be a solid edge. Like maybe he won't be as good as you know. I mean, not that he was ever an absolute star, but he was a very solid, like good edge, right? He'll be fine, I think. So yeah, he'll be back, and we're not going to be distributing the snaps like we did in previous seasons. So I don't think we're going to see near as much Clemens this year, even if he does make the 53. But also, it's going to be tough for him because we got a third edge now with Tufele. If he continues to ball out preseason and stuff.
Tufele though, he's playing inside, isn't he?
I think he's playing edge, dude.
Really? Help me out, chat. Yeah, that's a big dude to play edge. Maybe you're right. I mean, him and Leonard Taylor, those are big fatties in the middle, if you ask me.
It lists him as a defensive tackle, but I'm pretty sure on that where he fell on the ball, I'm pretty sure that play he was playing edge.
See, and that
guys they move in and out.
That's very well. Maybe we're looking at it too rigidly, and they're just going to be a blend of four excellent guys. Again, though, well, first off, brain fart because bro, the chat's cooking. We got a new caller in the danger zone. But Murph, I don't want to chime in more on Clemens because, like, all I was trying to say was like, there's a chance that they see him as something that can't be replaced. Like, he is that thug. He is that enforcer. He has teeth. When you could say that some of the studs on our defense don't have that nasty tenacity. Quinnen, he doesn't have teeth quite often. So maybe they're just, I don't know, keep him here long enough so some of that can rub off on others. But if we had a problem with cap space and shit, he'd be gone already. I think the fact that we have like 30 million available makes it a little easier to pay him 3 to stick around. But let's get into it, man. Chat's cooking. The least we can do is offer them up with a brand new entrant into the danger zone. Without further ado, I'm not going to attempt. I'm not even dumb enough this late at night even to try to attempt this guy's last name. So we're just going to call him Max. Let's bring him out.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yep. You're good, buddy.
You're good. So let's talk about the 53-man roster. I was actually on Jake Asman's show earlier today. We were talking about the 53-man roster. So what are you guys' offensive predictions? My quarterbacks. So Justin Fields will be quarterback 1, and then Tyler Taylor's going to be quarterback 2, and then for quarterback 3, be Adrian Martinez. I feel like Martinez has a lot of like potential in my opinion. And then running back, we're going to have 3 starting running backs. We're going to have 1 on the practice squad. So Brees Hall will be running back 1, Braylon Allen running back 2, and then Isaiah Davis will be running back 3. Donovan Edwards is going to be on the practice squad. What do you guys think of my quarterback and running back predictions so far? What do you guys think? Thoughts on that?
I think it's possible they go with 4 running backs, and they may only go 2 quarterbacks. It's hard to say right now.
I don't know. I feel like Martinez could be on the practice squad. That's why I feel like
I'm kind of leaning that way. I think so too.
And then Cook is going to get cut. That's just my thoughts on it. But for wide receiver,
how did you feel about Donovan Edwards though that first game?
I feel like he did good. Like I don't know. I feel like he did good. And there's people saying trade Brees Hall. I mean, we were only trade Brees Hall midseason. Like I was actually on Matt Leary show when you're calling in from the Danger Zone, and I was talking about, we're going to talk about the Tyler McLaurin trade. Tyler McLaurin's on the market, and I was actually talking with Jake Asman. I was actually on his call-in show like 2 days ago, and we were talking about the Tyler McLaurin trade. I want it to happen, but like the thing is, like, you kind of have to give away Brees Hall because I feel like the Commanders are going to ask for Brees Hall. I wouldn't trade him, but I feel like that's what, if you're trying to get McLaurin, I feel like the Commanders are going to ask for Brees.
You're the track star, aren't you?
Oh no! Why? Because did you see me on that show, bro? I don't.
Hey, you killed it, man. I'll tell you one thing. I've called into Jake Asman probably like half a dozen times. That is the hardest show to call into. It used to be harder. It's getting easier, but you killed it for your first call, and I think you followed it up with another one, man. So
yeah, I was actually on it today. I was actually on it earlier today. Were you watching?
Yeah, dude, we're all addicts, man. The callers are addicts. The viewers are addicts. So props to you, man, for being able to cold call, get your points across. What I will say is about your quarterback running backs rooms, you said 6 total. So did Murph. So whatever, whether it's 2 and 4, 3 and 3, man, keep cooking. Go ahead.
And then wide receiver, we have 4 wide receivers going to start. So wide receiver 1, Garrett Wilson. Wide receiver 2 is going... I think Alazar's going to be wide receiver 4. Josh Reynolds is wide receiver 2. And then I think wide receiver 3 will be Arian Smith. I think Arian Smith has a lot of potential. I was watching the game, and Arian Smith had potential. What do you guys think on my wide receiver order?
4 is light. 4 is really light at wide receiver. Dane was talking about it earlier that we might go light at wide receiver because we may only play, 12 personnel and 13 personnel and things like that. Maybe 22, whatever it may be. So we may not be running a lot of receivers out there at the same time, but injuries happen, man. So 4 wide receivers is rough. That's pretty light. I can see 5. I don't know if I can see 4. Maybe throw Tyler Johnson.
Was that the end of your room, or were you just giving us the top section?
I was just giving the top, but I think Tyler Johnson could be on the team. I'm just giving my top 4 receivers, really.
Oh, okay.
All right. And then, so you're giving us a depth chart too. It sounds like.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
I like it.
I'm trying to give like a final depth chart because I was actually on Matt Leary's. I call it on the Matt Leary's like all the time. I was talking about the 53-man roster back in May, but this is like my finalized 53. And then for tight ends, we're gonna have 3. So Stone Smart is going to be tight end 2. Mason Taylor is going to be tight end 1. And then Zach Kuntz is going to be tight end 3. I just think Kuntz has potential. He had a couple of catches. I feel like Jeremy Ruckert. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like Jeremy Ruckert has shown me nothing. What do you guys think of my tight end room?
I think you are on the money, especially with Ruckert. I think if he makes it, it'll be mostly on promise of like, hey, did Fields lobby for him in the back? Because like, bro, I haven't really seen enough. We need him. Like we need the idea of him. That's what I should say. We have not seen that, and it's just like Corley, but with far less upside. So cut, kept, whatever. Honestly, if we cut him, it just means that Andrew Beck is filling those shoes.
I feel like Beck could be a good tight end. He's like a fullback, and I feel like a lot of teams these days don't really run like a fullback. So I think Beck could be a keep.
I do too. More of an H back than a fullback, but yes, I'm with you. Keep going, brother.
And then for defense, so for we're gonna have Quinnen Williams, so interior defensive line. So Quinnen Williams is gonna be one of them, and then Jaytee, I think he impressed me. He had like 1.5 sacks. Hopefully he makes the 53-man roster, in my opinion, because I feel like Jaytee has like a lot of promise. I was actually on Jake Asman, and he said like the Jets National folks comparing to Aaron Donald, but that's like a really like lofty comparison. Aaron Donald, in my opinion, is one of the best defensive tackles in the National Football League, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. That's like the top of the top.
Yeah.
But DeFaley has promise. I feel like he could make the 53. And then Jermaine Johnson, he's going to be on the 53-man roster. And then Will McDonald. And then Byron Colbert will probably be on the practice squad.
Okay.
What are you guys' thoughts on that?
We've heard a lot of hype about Cowart, right? On the defensive line. I didn't see a whole lot in the first game, but we're only going off of one game, right? So it's limited reps. We'll have to see a little bit more to decide whether he's actually going to make the 53 or not. We do know that Tufele, and I made the mistake of thinking that he was playing on the edge most of the game, but apparently he's mostly an inside guy. Tufele was making plays, so Cowart's going to have to work because, Quinnen's got that number 1 spot, and I'm pretty sure LT3 is locking down that number 2 spot. So, plus Derek Naughty, I can't forget about him. So, yeah, that's a tough room to get into. So, Cowart might be on the practice squad.
I feel like Tufele has more promise than Cowart. I don't know. That's just me because I feel like he has more potential.
Yeah, I gotta say I agree with that.
And then for corners, so my starting 2 corners, I think Sauce Gardner and then Brandon Stevens. But I think midway through the year, I think Azari Thomas will be corner 2. Did we see?
What makes you think that?
I just feel like Azari Thomas. I watched his highlights at Florida State. I feel like he has a lot of potential at Boston College. I feel like he had a lot of potential because he was like, I watched highlights of him like after he drafted, and I feel like he has a lot of potential as a corner 2 behind Sauce.
I think in order for AZ Thomas to take that spot, Brandon Stevens is going to have to play like complete booty cheeks. Like he's going to have to be pretty bad because they paid him a decent bit of money. And, he's got a pedigree with a team that, is out there competing for, AFC titles and stuff year in and year out. I think that we'll have to see, man. It's going to be a tough one for him to take that spot.
Starting safeties, I think Tony Adams is going to be starting safety. And then I feel like Michael Carter the second. And then I feel like Malachi Moore could be a starting safety soon because I feel like Malachi Moore has potential. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Those guys over Cisco.
No, I think Cisco's still starting. I think Malachi Moore will be I think he's going to be like sitting, like he'll be on the practice squad year 1, Malachi Moore, but I feel like he could be a starter soon. But I think Cisco has potential.
Yeah.
What about Tony Adams?
Tony Adams, I think he's going to be the starting safety. Tony Adams and Andre Cisco are the 2 starting safeties.
And then who do you have backing them up?
And then I have Malachi Moore, and then what's the other safety? I can't remember the safety room that we got.
There's
Jarius Monroe.
Jarius Monroe, I think, could be a backup.
So you have Malachi Moore slotted into your 3rd safety spot, but you also have the practice squad. Which is it?
No, I mean he's on the practice squad for the first year, and then I think over time he'll be like the 3rd safety.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So that rounds out, right? What
and then we have kicker. So we have Nick Folk as the starting kicker. I think for punt returner, Malachi Corley. And then for kick returner, I think Quen Nagwahu.
Okay.
What do you think? What are your thoughts on Malachi Corley as a punt returner? I don't know. I was looking on Jake Asman. He thinks Malachi Corley is not even going to make the team.
So yeah, we were just going over Malachi Corley a little bit ago. I think he is making the team. I like the idea of him at punt returner. I think that he's a guy that can shrug off tackles pretty well. So at punt return, you usually don't get a whole lot of like punt returns for touchdowns. Usually you see that with kick returns, but not as much nowadays because they keep changing the rules. I like a guy that can catch the ball and shrug a tackle or two off and maybe get you 8 yards where there was nothing before that. So Malachi Corley, he's a sturdy dude. He's got really good balance. I could see that. I like that idea.
The only thing I would say is like, just like keeping him at wide receiver or at weapon or at gadget, can I see him do it? Like,
I think
if you want to crown them, just crown their asses. Like, I feel like we're just crowning him, the punt returner. Let's see it, man.
Let's see it. I think he could be a gadget player. I feel like to me, he was more of a gadget player. But
Although,
I think,
like, you're
but I
keeping
think
Wang, he's your kick returner. Is that what you said?
yeah, but I feel like he could be a kick returner. No, I said Quentin who's going to be a kick returner. Like, because I remember he had like a really big like touchdown against the Seattle Seahawks. So I feel like he's potential.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's definitely probably the best returner on the team, to be honest. I would like to see Arian Smith do a little returning. I don't know if I want to do it full time and break his ass, but I'd like to see that. I'd like to see Cisco. He's done some punt returning at practice as well. Do we need to keep Corley just based on punt returning? I don't know. I need to see him gadget and return and run and pass and catch and kick and all that just to earn his spot, man. But I like it, man. It's not got, and some in the chat like say what you want, man. But like, it's not easy to not only name a 53, but to put them in order as a depth chart order, and to call in to talk to 2 different people you've never talked to while live, while 30 people are watching. So, Max, you killed it, man. Is there anything else you want to add on top of your depth chart?
I think we can talk about. There's another topic. So preseason game expectations. So my preseason game expectations. So I think the offense will play like maybe 2 drives, and then I think the penalties will be down. I like how Aaron Glenn is addressing the issue of penalties. I remember the press conference. He was like, when he were talking to because remember there was like an out of town penalty. It was like a really bad penalty, and then he was talking to the player McKinley, and it was like shooting on him. I feel like I like that. I like that Aaron Glenn's actually bringing the back. I feel like discipline, because I mean, Salah's teams were the most undisciplined teams in the National Football League. 2023, we led the NFL with the most penalties. Salah decided, let's not bring the refs in for training camp, and then we led it 2024 with penalties. So I like that Aaron Glenn is bringing discipline. So I hope that the penalties go down this week, because we had 10. I think 10's a little much. First game as a head coach, I understand 10 penalties, but it needs to go down in the preseason. Like, we can't win games in this league with 10 penalties. I'm sorry.
Correct. That's one of the biggest things that needs to change. What do you think, Murph?
Yeah. Are you saying that the Jets had 10 penalties, Max?
Jets had 10.
Did they really? I didn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't like actually counting them, but I know that they had like 5 in the first half, and it felt to me like they had died off, and they only had like maybe 1 more in the second. The Packers were having a lot, so maybe they were just having so many that it made us look better. Yeah, it's definitely something that has to be addressed. It looks like Aaron Glenn is not afraid to address it right there and then on the sideline, and I love it, because it's something we didn't see out of Saleh. We got to hold these players accountable, and it seems like that's what he's willing to do. So we'll see how it progresses. That's one of those things that you don't just snap your fingers and it's gone. It's one of the things that you work towards. It's like a culture type thing. You build the culture. And that's another reason why, like, yeah, okay, Clemens, okay, he brings that tone, he brings that aggressive mentality and stuff, but that also can lead to penalties, and he's somebody that's been a penalty machine. So maybe not have him on the roster.
I actually like what Aaron Glenn did, because Saleh was like stone-faced. He didn't care about the penalties. He put the players in next drive, but Glenn's like chewing them out, which I like. I like that he's also bringing physicality. He's actually doing tackling practice. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's the NFL. They know how to tackle. But I feel like in like every football league, Pee Wee, high school, college, NFL, they always do a tackling drill because I mean fundamentals is really important if you play football, especially like you should know how to tackle. You don't want to get penalties every time for tackling, or you don't want to like miss a bunch of tackles and stuff. Like last year's team was horrible at tackling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something but that can come with coaching. Tackling, a lot of it is really in coaching, I think. You got to bring these players back to the basics whenever they start doing that. Hey, wrap up, things like that. I did like what I saw out of Sauce. Sauce was being active in the run game. He was not afraid to hit and drive. Hit, wrap, and drive. That's what you know to do. Hit, wrap, drive. Keep driving until they're down. And if you don't get them down, that's fine. At least you tried. At least you slowed them down till a linebacker or somebody can come over and help you. And that's something I saw out of Sauce. So I don't know if that's Aaron Glenn that's instilling that into these guys, or if that's Sauce like recognizing, hey, that was a weakness last year, and that's something I got to work on. I could see it being either way, or maybe it's both. Yeah. So tackling, to me, that's a big coaching thing.
You know what I will say too, after like the timing of Sauce's vigor with tackling was exceptional to me, because you often see guys get paid and they start making business decisions, man. He did the opposite, and I love that. Max, let me ask you kind of a spicy question. I don't mean to set you up for ridicule or anything, but if you had to cut 5 guys or even 3 guys before we even play tomorrow, or is there 3 you can think of?
Michael Clemens, he has really bad like penalty issues. Corley, because I don't know, I feel like he hasn't shown me anything in years. And then I think Derek Nandi could be a cut candidate.
Ooh, spicy. We haven't seen him on the field yet, so that's
I like that. You were ready.
wasn't it Zary Thomas in the last preseason game or nah?
He was. He didn't.
Was he? Because I was only watching like when the stars were in, so I didn't know if Zary Thomas played in the game.
I know he's been nicked up. I don't think I don't see him on the practice squad. I think he'll be on the active 53. But
he was.
You're right, man. He has a chance to be CB2 if he puts in the work and earns it. But I think he's got a clear and defined and big role on this secondary. I'm excited to see him. Maybe as much as Malachi Moore, as much as Mason Taylor. Man, this rookie class, I'm hyped about. Is there anything you would have done differently in this draft, though?
The only thing I would have done differently, I don't think I would probably take Aaron Smith later. I'm not saying he's a bad player. Like, we drafted him a little bit early. I think we drafted Aaron Smith a little bit too early. I think he's potential, though. I was watching a video, like the first 3 years, he was injured in college football, and then senior year he faced with drops. I feel like he could be a really good wide receiver. I heard he's like working with the jugs machine after practice with drunk goggles to help him catch better. But I feel like if he can fix his catching, he could be a really good wide receiver. I think he's really speedy. He fits like a Tyreek Hill, So that was the only thing but otherwise, I feel like the Jets got an A in the draft. I like their draft.
That's funny you said that, because at the time, when they took Malachi Moore, I said that. I said, man, you should have waited on Arian Smith, took Malachi Moore, and then you wouldn't have had to trade up for Moore. You could have just kept your extra pick and got both of them if you just flipped the order. So I love that you just echoed that. I kind of was in the same boat. But it also, like, who knows? It only takes one other team to like that speedster that was one of the few guys left that could burn. But bro, we got him, man, and that's cool. Murph, anything you want to add before we let Max go here?
Hey, I think that Arian Smith, it seems like he's a dude that's willing to put in the work. Like that, he's trying innovative things. Like Max, you mentioned, you called him drunk goggles as a good thing to call him. I don't know what else you would call him, with the flashing and while he's trying to catch and stuff like that. That's cool, man. Whatever you got to do to work on your craft, and it sounds like he's willing to do it. He's not somebody that thinks he's polished already coming into the NFL. You'll see that sometimes with college players that have success. He said, no, I can get better. And that's what you want to see out of your guys. So it looks like he's putting the work in. We know he's got the talent. He's got the – so why not – I mean, I don't know. That's just something I like to see in a player. So I think that I have high hopes for Arian Smith. And honestly, I have since we drafted him. He has game-changing speed. He's just got to put it together on the field. Strobe sport training glasses. I still like drunk goggles better. Maybe
If
that's
you
'cause I'm
have
half-
epilepsy, turn your head now.
I'm getting drunk goggles right now. I'm putting those on.
Max, last minute thoughts for tomorrow's game. What is the number one thing you're most looking forward to when it comes to game 2 of the preseason?
So I was actually on a show on Long Beach Show Jets, and we are talking about 2 players I want to see in the preseason game. So on offense, I want to see Arian Smith. I hope he does good. He had 2 catches in the game, and I think he's potential. And then for defense, I want to see Jaytee. I want to see if he's still playing good, because last week he played really good. He had 1.5 sacks. What 2 players you guys want to see in the preseason game are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow in the preseason game?
I love the fact that you said Arian Smith. I do agree with that, but I'm going to switch it up just for the fun of it. I got to see more Justin Fields. What he did was fine last week. I just have to see more. I would love to see him sit back and shred a defense. You know what I mean? Rather than just one read. I want to run it. I got to see him do that, because at some point he's going to have to this season. So I want to see some more Justin Fields on offense, and on defense, give me some LT3, baby. Give me Leonard Taylor III. I want to see if he's going to step up and be that guy next to Quentin or not.
Am I allowed to say that I want to see Breece Hall get 30 more carries?
Yeah, it's okay to say that.
Okay, because the jury is still out on him. But in all seriousness, Arian Smith, man, I also want to see Mason Taylor so badly. Like those 2 guys, because I think that our offense still needs a little more. And I think those are the top 2 candidates that can provide what we need. Stone Smart, though, what a play. What a fucking play. Not only did he catch it behind the line, but he ran fast and got to the second level. Then he slowed down and he let Carter Warren go out in front of him and make a key block. Then he sprinted past all of them. And that for me was like boing, 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 because how often do we get guys that just run straight and then get ridden out of bounds? Like, you don't have that awareness of, let me wait and set up my blockers. Even though I'm sitting good, let me wait. I got Carter Warren, Boss Hog here, paved the way, and boom, gone. Love it. Definitely tight end 2 material if he can block. I got to see more of that. On defense, I got to see Tufele more. Leonard Taylor, I don't, because I saw it last year. Leonard Taylor, he's blossoming, man. He is. And maybe not to Quinnen, but he's blossoming to like Quinnen partner in crime. Tufele, I'm sorry, man, as great as that game was, it was against the Packers team that hardly showed up. And you did look great, but let's stack them. Let's keep it going. So IDL and weapons on offense. Run it back. I need to see it again.
Hell yeah.
Max, the chat said it. Big fella down here said it. Great call, man. We're here on Friday nights, man. Call in anytime. Have a good weekend, brother. Enjoy the game.
Sounds good. Go Jets.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. Jets, Jets. I haven't done that.
Max, he stirred up the chat a little bit. I like it. He came in on fire.
That's right.
And I mean, the other thing is, like, you could tell all of his takes weren't just read online. Some of them were his takes. You could clearly see that. And I love that, because he's seeing things through a different lens. So are we, not just, through the algo as some would call it. So cool, man. Call in line still down there. You know what? Back to some. Hey, if you want to reiterate any of yours, because I think our entire chat has rolled over, feel free, man. I'm just gonna go through the chat now. I
had him on the phone, and the phone is dead. So, but yeah. Wow, already got another caller. You guys are killing
dude.
it.
I love that chime sound. It's like because we've been on. We're headed into hour 4. So almost anything we've said of value, we've said, and we don't want to rehash. But again, man, the chat changes. So rehash. However, the best part is when you get a fresh voice that it wants to chime in, and that we have, man. Not a first time caller like the last one, which, man, not gonna lie, Max might have been the first time caller we've had in months. So that was cool. This next guy is called 2 or 3 times, and I like it, man. I like him. I think you do too. Let's hear him. Let's hear what he's got to say. In the middle, the Packers, the Giants. Let's bring out a Giant.
Yo, what up, boys? I like you guys too. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Jaytee.
Yo, let's go. We got Jets football tomorrow,
doing,
baby. I'm doing great. Doing even better now that we have Jets football tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah.
JT, do you have AirPods in?
I do. They sound okay.
They do not.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. I've had maybe it's only if you have earphones on.
Is this better?
But yes. No bullfrogs. Yes.
Interesting. My AirPods are newer too. Oh well. Now I know they're terrible.
Oh man. We got studio production now.
Oh, this is terrible on the phone. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, I was barely able to see myself. Do I go off the screen when I go like this? When I go sideways or no?
Here. Hold on.
I can't see the full screen. This is terrible on the phone.
Is this better?
I'm good. I'm just gonna go straight up and down vertical. I'm not at my house like I normally am, so I'm usually on my computer with a webcam and headset and all that good stuff.
All right.
But dude, talking about that D line's got me a little hype up. I'm excited to see what we get out of them boys. J2 LT3.
He might be a hidden gem. He really might.
I think they were hiding him from the start because if you noticed when they first brought him on, he was one of the first new people interviews they did on their YouTube page. I noticed that, so I think they were hiding him from the start. So I was always interested to see how he's gonna do, and he looked good. It was only preseason, but I mean, wasn't he out there with the starters with Quinnen out, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was. Dude. He came from the Bengals, correct? What was his last team? Oh, wow.
Yep. I think it was the Bengals, yeah. I got water tonight, unfortunately. No beer tonight.
Even the announcers and stuff were kind of hyping him up a little bit too. They're like, he could have shown something with he just didn't quite get the chance with the Bengals, and it seems
wasn't he a higher draft pick?
I'm not sure. I can't even look it up because my phone's dead. Damn it. But normally I would just right off the bat look that up. The name to me sounds familiar, but even before he came to the Jets, like I've heard that name. So I think he was like a top 2 or 3 round draft pick.
Yeah.
So I do think that I think there's some talent there. So I'm glad we snatched him up. We needed another guy on the line. We needed some depth.
I think we're seeing why they didn't really tackle it in the draft either, too. Like, I think they're just content with what they had. And I think we're seeing that shine through now. Like, they're content with Tufele. They're content with LT3. Obviously content with Quinnen Williams, who wouldn't be.
And then Naughty as well,
I don't know. I haven't heard his name a lot.
He didn't play. He was
Was he injured?
I think he was injured. I think he's a little banged up or whatever. But yeah, He didn't play, but I do think. I mean, I know and you're not the only one, JT. A lot of the fan base is kind of down on Naughty right now. I think that he's the starter opposite of Quinnen, at least for rundown, nothing else.
Yeah. How many do you think they carried in interior defensive guys? Because like we can only carry so much. I know they're high in cohort, and they're gonna have some decisions to make. I think they carry 4 or 5.
To me, it depends on if these guys have versatility. If they can play outside too on the edge, at least on rundowns,
Right.
and then maybe you do carry like 5, and you go a little lighter on edge. It just kind of depends. I don't want to speculate on it too much. I already messed up thinking that Tufele was playing edge.
Yeah, no, right at the middle.
I do think
Big boy up the middle.
I think if those guys have any kind of versatility, then they may go heavier on the inside because it seems like we're a little bit more talented on the inside. Our starting edge,
apparently, yeah.
JJ and Will McDonald, like that's great, but behind them, you're looking at what, like Clemens and
Tyler
Watts?
Barron. Yeah,
Tyler, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
But
So,
we also saw Quinnen play on the outside a little last year too, so I'm curious if they mixed that in there too.
I mean, if it works, use it. That's the way I look at it. Try it, and if it works, use it. If not, then
I feel like Quinnen's decently athletic for his size.
I think the thing about Quinnen is he is so explosive.
Mm-hmm.
Right off of the snap, dude. He's in there, man, and that's something that's something you can't even teach. Like that's just his talent. His explosion is just raw talent, and he knows how to use it. And it's weird. He's such a like lovable, fun guy, and like he's all like lighthearted and stuff. But when he's on the field, man, he is
a mean motherfucker.
Yeah, he is aggressive. He explodes as soon as that ball is snapped. He explodes, and he is not afraid to just throw a dude aside. Like, Quinnen is a talent, man. He may not be Aaron Donald, but he is a talent for sure.
He was the first jersey I got in the new threads.
Really? That was a good one to get, Quinnen. Because he's going to be with the team. He's going to have a good 8 years with the team at least. So,
dude, that's a solid investment. And it seems like the theme tonight is like when you're considering the cut downs and shit, and it makes sense. You're trying to figure out how many numbers to keep, but like I wonder, man, are they gonna be more fixated on the numbers, or is it just gonna be young team, best 53 kind of thing? Like
that's how
JT, what do you think?
I think that's how they're going to take it, man, because that's just the type of way that this regime feels like. You got to earn your spot. You know what I mean? They're not just going to fill up the roster to hit the numbers they want to hit. If they can find some versatility and maybe carry, you know what I mean, like an extra corner as a hybrid safety type of deal, you know what I mean, or like vice versa, whatever. I think Aaron Glenn is the type of coach to do that. He is the type to reward good play, good hard play, in my opinion. So I think we definitely see that.
Yeah. JT, I asked this question earlier to Dane and maybe Gunny, I can't remember. The running back group is interesting to me. Like how many are we keeping? Because Donovan looked so damn good that first preseason game, and then also like Nwangwu or whatever the hell his name is. He seems like an elite, like a top 10 returner in the league. The way he's played between last year and then even that first preseason game, he looks explosive. And he's technically a running back. Are we keeping 5? 4?
Dude,
what do you think?
This is now I'm thinking about this myself because that's what I've been thinking about actually, because Edward looked so freaking good last week, man. And isn't the Wang dealing with an injury, like his calf or something like that right now?
Who?
The Wang.
Oh, was he? Dane, actually, I'm not sure.
He was out of the game with a calf, I think.
Maybe he did. Maybe that's why Corley was returned that one in the second half. And
Edwards was taking return reps at practice, I heard too.
Yeah. See, and I thought that was for other reasons, but it would make total sense if Wangwu did get nicked up. Chat, maybe help us out, but JT, I think you're probably right on this
I
one.
think I heard he was a calf. I think I heard Glenn say he wasn't worried about it, but I think he has a calf, which is scary for a running back. He had to be explosive. So, like, if that lingers, I can see maybe Edwards just pushing Nwangwu off. But
assuming Edwards does well returning, yes.
yeah, I want to see him get some return. I hope we get to see him take some return reps this weekend. That would be cool to see. Imagine he breaks one of them.
And one of the one of the things that I did see as far as a running back, like the running back room looked good until they started putting Pritchett back there, and then things started looking a little rough. And it could be, the offensive line. We're on our third and fourth string guys. Like maybe that's what it was, but I wasn't real impressed with Pritchett. But everything.
He's a wide receiver though. They just probably wanted to see him back there. They were just curious, probably.
Yeah, everything that we've been sold about Pritchett is he's returning and he's going to be a good returner. He's looking good back there, and everything we've been sold is about returning for him. So obviously it's not that big of a deal, but wasn't real impressed with him, both in the returning game and whenever they're giving him carries out of the backfield.
Yeah, I wasn't that impressed with him in the return game either, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm curious if that's why maybe they gave Don and Everett some reps too. Okay, just trade Breece Hall now. Dude, and that's another thing, like, I actually was going to say too, is not trade Breece Hall, but, like, maybe because they're going to use Breece in a lot of packages as a receiver, maybe that's a reason to also bring on another running back and maybe shorten up at wide receiver a little bit, because they're going to plan on bringing Breece into those packages as wide receivers. I could see some crazy packages this year where we have Isaiah Davis, Braylon Allen, and Breece Hall all on the field at the same time.
I like it, man. No, I think you're right, because all I'm trying to say, full house backfield maybe, or maybe Beck and two of them. What I will say is, like, if you had that insight and you did think that Breece would be more leaning there, you got to keep another running back. You got to make, can Edwards return as well? That might shore him up the job. Otherwise, I don't know if you can keep both. But versatile. I mean, the first guy that runs a kickoff for a touchdown, or the first guy that can run and decently field punts, like, you're going to get a job.
Win that job.
You are.
Do you think Gibson gets pushed off the roster at all, or do you think he stays on the roster? Because I don't think there's a spot for him on his roster, especially with the running back thing. He could be one of those casualties.
Well, it's two theories. Like, do we need to keep 6 wide receivers just because we always have and everyone does?
Right.
Maybe he makes it. If you're keeping the best 53, then
let
me keep 5 and 5.
That's what I wanted, and that's what I wanted to actually get into and ask you, JT. Like, as far as a receiver, was there anybody that impressed you last game? Because I came away with it. Like, I was like, Tyler Johnson made a couple plays. Yeah, well, but he's not even,
I know,
fullback, tight end, hybrid guy. Like,
which does he count as a running back? Because then we're going to keep 6 running backs then in that case.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple catches out of Lazard. We had one for Corley. Arian Smith
Lazard
made
with
a catch.
that shoulder, though.
Tyler Johnson made 2 or 3 catches. It was like,
I
don't know. I mean,
I wanted to see, was that Martinez hook up with Smith on that bomb, or was that Cook? I want to see that connection.
I think that was in the first half. So I think that was Cook. I could be wrong, but
it was Martinez. It was Cook.
Martinez took over in the second half, right?
Yeah, and overthrew Arian Smith.
Was that Martinez?
That's what he's asking, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
How do you overthrow a dude with like 4.24 speed?
Dude, had like 2 steps on the defender. Like, oh my god.
He still almost made up the ground, but
I'm excited to see Smith.
If if that ball was thrown good, that was a touchdown. Arian Smith would have been taking that to the house.
Dude, he would have
Yeah.
been in Canton. He would have been in Canton already.
Knowing us Jets fans, yeah, we would already been like, oh, that's Deshaun Jackson Jr., baby.
Yeah. Now with Lazard's injury, do you think we see Smith get some time with the ones? Because I don't know if he got some. I don't know if he was on the field with the ones. Because they
I
only
don't
had the
know
one
if
drive.
Lazard was on the field with the ones. He
Well,
didn't
with
start
his
popping
injury
off
now,
until
he's not
Brady
gonna be on
Cook
the
took
field.
over. What was
He has
that?
that shoulder.
Hmm.
Is what I'm saying. So, like, do you think we're gonna see Smith with the ones now because of that injury? Like, think we're gonna see him hop in that role?
It's tough because like Murph said, I don't think Lazard was out there much. I mean, they only had what,
I
one
thought he was.
series,
No.
like,
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah.
and most of it was running back heavy, tight end heavy. I would like to. I don't want to just see him going against depth corners. I want to see him go like, even if you got to take Garrett out, like let's just see this kid go against a starting caliber corner.
I agree.
Before it's week one, just to get the jitters out of his system and stuff. Will we? I don't know. Do I want us to? Yes. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
When
Do
we
you-
saw Lazard, Brady Cook was throwing to him.
Oh, that's right.
They had a connection. I will give it to them. They hooked up 2 or 3 times. But I
Hard to
didn't
remember exactly the order.
Maybe he was out there with the starters. They didn't throw to him if he was. So
I wouldn't either if I was Fields.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Reynolds, was he even playing last game? I didn't see anything.
I don't remember his name being called. No, well, I don't remember seeing him. I'm sure he was out there.
I'm sure,
he
dude,
wasn't nicked
for
up,
us-
right? Because I know he had the slight injury at one point, but I think he was back out before that game, right?
See, and when it's a short series like that, it's like you almost have to be targeted for us to notice you. I don't remember seeing Lazard or Reynolds. So, like, chat, feel free, help us out on that first series. Who was lined up at wide receiver? I know I saw Tyler Johnson. I know I saw Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
Beyond that, and honestly, let me just take this moment to say I like Tyler Johnson, and I think he deserves a spot on this 53. I would
He
love
could be
to
wide
keep
receiver
that
3.
kid. Yes. 3, 5, 4. I don't care, man.
Somewhere, yeah.
He could be 4, maybe. They're going to have Lazard's going to be in the top 3. As much as I hate to say it, he's going to be in the top 3. So you're probably going to be Garrett, Reynolds, Lazard, and then Arian and Tyler Johnson. Corley in there somewhere, maybe. Yeah, you're gonna. That's the next 3 that you're looking at, maybe. But I don't know how many they're going to keep. You guys might be right. They might go light on wide receivers. So
we'll see. Because the running back discussion we just had, that might be Corley's death sentence because you can only keep so much, especially because we're going to be a power running team. So, like, I can see us favoring running back more than wide receiver too. Like in that case, with how our scheme is going to be.
I will say that if he's smart, he'll do everything he can to show that he has a place on this team, whether it's in the return game or as a gadget or as a straight wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to make his presence known one way or another if he wants to be on this team. I think he will be, though.
1 snap. Reynolds for 9. Arian Smith. So Arian Smith was on 1. Okay.
Which
DT.
it was
DT
probably
fire.
Amen, man. DT and DZ, man, we're brothers from another mother.
Dylan,
good to see you, brother. Bluest eyes in the biz, and I wasn't lying earlier, man. I have black eyes, but
that was cracking up. I was actually listening to that in the car on the way up north to my mom's house earlier.
I do not eat peas though, so you don't go that route.
I wasn't even thinking of that's hilarious though.
But no, this is good intel though. Like 10 snaps.
Yeah.
It looks like Reynolds and Lazard were one guy, and Reynolds got 9 of them. And yeah, it was just a mix and match. I imagine we didn't go 3 wide, but what, once or twice? 3rd and 7s probably.
Yeah. How many drives do you think we see from the starters this weekend? I hope we see 3. Like 3 is
So
enough for me.
Daniel wants 0, and
0. Murph, you want 0?
Well,
right
I
under the
would
bus.
love to see more fields and more, starting players. Like I want to see what it looks like, just because, but that's my own personal, wants. But if I'm the coach of the team, I'm gonna say hey, let's get some snaps to all these young guys and get a good evaluation on them this game. And then that way, the closest game to week 1, we can get Fields and the starters out there and let them, make sure they're not rusty, right?
Right.
That's how I look at it. If it's me, that's how I'm going to approach it. But personally, I would love to see Fields out there freaking 3-4 quarters just so I can see what it looks like.
All right. I just want to see more because,
Snaps.
while it was a touchdown drive, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and how do you respond to a bad drive? I want to see you stack drives together.
Mm-hmm.
For me personally, I see 1 full quarter tomorrow. And then the next one, I want to see you close a quarter, open a quarter, maybe go into the second. Are you cooking? Do we need to see more? It's 1 to 2 quarters the final week. Some people don't want to see any the final week, which is nuts to me.
No, I want to see him each week because he clearly needs work in this offense.
You need to build up to it because then you have 2 weeks off, man. You got to start. You got to get these guys a half a play combined at least.
There's no situation like an in-game situation. I don't care how many practice reps you get. The Kayvon Thibodeau tapping him on the helmet is, you know what I mean? That's not going to show his escapability. I really want to see more snaps, especially against this defensive front. I really want to see him against this front a couple drives because this front's disgusting. Probably the best defensive front in football. So, seeing some drives against that, more than one drive against that, would be beautiful in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can shut Kayvon Thibodeau up, it'd be great. But
oh my god,
I do want to say, Dane highlighted earlier. Dylan was giving us some snaps on the personnel. Dane, I wanted to ask you, dude, because you've been heavy on this. Let's big packages, let's run things like that. We doubled snaps in 11 personnel.
Pause.
Personnel. How crazy is that? Are you worried, or you think they're just playing around?
The fact that we are, what'd you say? We doubled it, bro. Too small a sample size. Get out of here, man.
Yeah, they're also not trying to show their hand as well,
dude.
I feel like they could be hiding what they really want to do.
I bet you we go with the 22 formation more than we go 5 wide this year.
What's 22? That's
2 running backs, 2 tight ends.
Running backs, 2 tight ends. Okay.
Yeah, and 1 wide receiver.
Okay. No, I could see it with a power running team. I can see it. As funny as it sounds, just have Garrett there just in case for RPOs or whatever. But I can see it.
That's goal line basically. Just do it.
I don't care, man. With our running back room, fuck it, dude.
Yep.
Have Beck and fucking Mason Taylor out there as tight ends because Beck's gonna be a tight end more than a fullback, I think.
Well, and that's the thing. Stone Smart's in as a tight end, but is he? Come on,
he's he's a receiver.
Have him on the opposite side of Garrett. You can do a lot. But I just want creativity. I'm not so rigid.
I think we're finally gonna see it.
Yeah, I hope.
I think Stone Smart's going to be motioning out a lot.
Dude, yeah.
To me.
Well, him or Beck. I mean, I'd like to see a lot of Beck. I think he can be moved all around the formation. Brees can be moved all around the formation. The idea of Corley can be moved all around the formation. It gives you a lot of opportunity to read the defense in pre-snap and then change what you're doing. Now, can we? I don't know, but I hope so. I hope we can before the 15-second timer in Fields' helmet stops advising him. Let's put it that way.
And that's another thing, like with just the change of offenses. Like, I'm so excited for the motion. Like, that motion had me fucking giddy, dude. Like, I was on cloud 9 just watching the motion before plays, because like we went from no motion with Rodgers. That was so fun to watch, dude. Like, I'm so excited to see what we get this tomorrow. Fucking tomorrow, holy shit, yeah, dude.
Bro, we're gonna have. That's a thing. We just got a taste, man, and now we're like rabid dogs. Like,
oh my god, dude! And like the season's 3 weeks away. Like, I'll be at MetLife in 3 weeks from Sunday. Like, holy!
That's the hey. You mentioned the motion. Like, that's Aaron could do it without the motion. That's fine. Whatever. I mean, it didn't really work all that well, but okay. But the motion can really show you what a defense is doing. You know, I mean, it can show you man or zone. It can help out a young quarterback. And you know, Fields, he's been in the league a few years, but he's not like a old vet or anything like that. And he's a dude that a lot of us are wondering, like, hey, can he do second, third reads? Like, is he, you know, does he have it up here? We know he's got the arms, right? Like, he's got the arm, he's got the body, he's athletic, he can do all that. That's great. Can he do it up here, right? So the motion helps. It helps show you what you're looking at. And if you're smart enough, you can take advantage of it.
Right. And another thing I think will help him is just our wall of an offensive line, because man, did he have some time.
Hell yeah.
That line was fun to watch. After watching us have some putrid offensive line play the last so many years, this offense has potential to be real fun to watch this season. I'm excited for it,
dude. I hope they stay healthy. We are so thin at these spots that we love, man. If Braylon goes down, boom, game changer. If Garrett goes down, boom, game changer. Mason Taylor, Fields, like, if it all stays together, I love what it can do with a creative mind. Love it all. But man, there is not a lot of margin for error.
No, but like, we're doing it right. Like, we're putting some physicality into the off season. Like, I really feel like that has to do that can definitely help with being able to absorb hits and everything throughout the season, because you're getting warmed up to it. You know what I mean? Like, we weren't absorbing hits until we got in the games, and then we were suffering injuries left and right, I feel like. So, like, this staff, I feel like, is doing it right and warming them up the right way to be able to take hits and be able to survive a football season, hopefully. So, like, I don't know. I like everything this regime's doing, and I feel like I just feel like we're due for something positive, and this is our moment for positivity. We've suffered long enough. We're the longest suffering fan base at this point.
Dane, I gotta bite back on you, dude. You're talking some weak points here, and I'm like, well, wait a second, hold on. First of all, the one that really pricked the ears was you said Fields, and I was like, whoa, hold on. We have another quarterback that I think might be just, if not better than Fields.
Do you have two playbooks?
Not just that. Oh, well, hey, Tyrod's athletic. He's always been. You ever watch his Virginia Tech highlights, dude?
He's also injured, getting a knee procedure.
Okay. And he's also my age.
Me.
You shush over there, Jaytee.
No, I'm as big as a Tyrod fan, bro.
Not just the quarterback, but okay, you mentioned, like, you're talking about like tackles and stuff. Well, Okorafor is a dude that's got experience. You know, he may not be a stud, but he's a dude that could hold the fort down at tackle. And then we're looking at center. Well, Josh
I didn't
Myers,
say any of these things.
Josh Myers is a dude with experience. Like, he, you know, they're talking like he might start. He's not.
He was also Fields' teammate in college,
and he's got continuity with the quarterback. And then we move to guard. My boy Xavier Newman, Still showing out and nobody giving him respect. I'm just saying. Xavier
solid
Newman
depth.
can slot in at guard. Now you got me on the Garrett Wilson because I don't know what the fuck
To
to
be
tell you
fair, I only named weapons, but go ahead with your O line.
there. No, you
That's a good. No, O-line's a good point though, because we've had when AVT went down, we were fucked. You know what I mean? Like we've had some terrible O-line issues when just one piece goes down. So no, I agree with Murph. That's a very good point with the O-line.
Go ahead with Garrett though, Murph.
I will give you Garrett. I'll give you Garrett. Once he's down, we're done. We're done at receiver. Because even if like Josh Reynolds, Tyler Johnson, Arian Smith, if they make fine wide receiver threes, that ain't gonna help.
We got baby D-Jax, bro. We're good.
One, you need somebody that can make the plays, right? And yeah, so we're screwed there. Tight end, if Mason Taylor's down, it might be a little rough, but hey, at least we got Beck. Beck looks like he might be solid. You know,
I think
Stone Smart showing out a little bit, so we may not be completely fucked there, but you know, I just wanted to bite back a little bit on that day.
Oh, you know what?
I love any opportunity to give you shit.
Hey, and JT, part of me, one sec, I just got to say this. I appreciate the fact that Murph bit back on everything except me saying that the game changes if Braylon Allen goes down, and he did not defend Brees one bit. I love it.
That's only because I love you, Dane. I'm not going to give you too much shit. Plus, I didn't want to bring up Isaiah Davis's name on this show again.
Honestly, though, we can survive all that, but it's just like the game drastically changes. Like, that's all. Like, Fields to Tyrod, that's not a fatality, but dude, everything you've been doing changes. And you're probably right on the O line. You can suffer a little bit there, but which spot? You know, that's key. We got versatility there, though. Braylon, though, if he stays healthy for 17, I have no idea what his ceiling is. I really don't.
Yeah, like start thinking fantasy football at that point. How early is too early?
Dude, you know, he's projected to be like a running back 4 on teams. He could be a running back 2.
Crazy. Yeah, I think we'll put up decent numbers. Now, speaking of fantasy, is this a reach? So I'm curious. So I have the number 1 pick in a 12-man league. On my second and third pick wraparound, I was thinking about Garrett and Brees. Is Brees a reach at that first pick of the third round?
What is that, 23 and 24 overall?
Yes.
Or 24, 25?
Yeah, 24, 25. Jamar Chase is going first. That's who I have going first overall.
Yeah, I think Brees is a reach at that point.
Yeah, I've seen him at like ADP 50.
Really? Because I've been seeing him move up to the third round, at least on Sleeper.
You know what? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's moving up since then. I wouldn't take him at 24, 25. I would take Garrett if Garrett's there. It wouldn't shock me if Garrett didn't go like early 20s, though.
Right.
I feel like Garrett's. I just saw it the other day, and I didn't write it down or anything, but they're both getting like their average, their ADP is pretty low. Like Garrett was like 30s, 40s, and Brees was like even lower than that. Like they were both pretty low, but that
I saw they were both in the third.
Let us know, chat. Because you got to think it's not about skill either; it's about your role. Is Garrett going to get targeted?
And stuff like that. I know. It'd definitely be a little bit of a reach. I'm just curious about. You know, I approach that carefully because I know it's a reach, but like, how much of a reach? Because like, I'm thinking about just doing the one. I was thinking about both, but like, I don't want to reach twice there. But like, a Garrett reach there, I feel like wouldn't be too bad.
Here's the thing. Like, you don't. First of all, you should never draft a Jets player in fantasy. Like that's a good rule to live by. Like it's just, even whenever you're like, oh yeah, like last year I was so high on Garrett. I'm like, oh dude, Aaron's gonna be dropping dimes to Garrett. You know what I mean? And
I drafted Garrett.
It was so last year. Like he was okay, but he was not where I drafted him. Okay, so
did you see him
drafted 2 Jets players? No, I wouldn't. I would not. I would never do it. I don't even know if I can get myself to draft one anymore. Although I always do. It's always like
I
they're deep.
I will say, how often do you sit back and say, "Damn, I wish I had that Jet mid-season"?
Well, I had Garrett last year, and he killed it for me last year, pretty much. Until Devontae got there, but he was killing it for me.
Yeah, you're right. And the key is, I mean, I feel like whatever you got from Garrett last year is probably what you'll get again because we're not going to be targeting him. Like that one game, he had 23 targets against Minnesota. Like he might not get that in a month this year. You don't
Right.
know. But at the same time, like if he was low volume, like I'm saying, and he scored touchdowns, I still take him in the second or third. But he's also a guy that only has 14 touchdowns in 3 years. So maybe it is better to just wait, like Scott says. Maybe not take him at that wraparound, but if you want to,
He ain't making it back to me at the end of the fourth, probably.
Nah, he's
But,
not. He's not.
Yeah, my thing is though, like with him and Fields having the chemistry, I feel like he might be a favorite when the season comes around. Is my thinking of why he'd be valuable there is because they already have that established chemistry, and even though they're not really showing it in the preseason, he's probably trying to just build chemistry with other receivers as well.
Let me ask you this, like, because if I were you, I would consider this strategy of what running backs can you get at 24, 25? Because like versus wide receivers, because if you take Chase first and there's nothing left,
Yeah.
but there's a Garrett, is it not better to take
Maybe a Kenneth Walker.
someone first?
I
running
debated
back?
Bijan first, but I think I'm going Chase. I don't know.
Murph,
I
what
just
do you
can't pass it up.
Murph, you pick first overall, 24th, 25th. What do you do with number 1, Murph?
I'm honestly surprised that Saquon wasn't brought up. I mean, that's Saquon was absolutely murdering it last year. Is he going to replicate that?
I don't think he's going to.
But he's probably still going to be pretty damn solid. I mean, Philly always has a decent rushing attack.
I agree.
I feel like that's a pretty safe bet. I mean, if let's say, I mean, and of course anybody can get injured and it can obviously throw everything into plans. But like if Burrow gets hurt, I mean, is Chase going to be able to put up that kind of production? You know, I don't know. I'm not sure. Plus, Chase got paid. Like last year, he was trying to get paid, and he was killing it. He got paid. Now, is he going to take the foot off the pedal? That's something you got to worry about. I'm not sure.
Well, Bijan is the other one I was debating up there.
That because he hasn't been paid yet. He's still hungry. You know, they got. I could see it. But they also like to split carries a little bit over there in Atlanta. Like they give that Algier, they give him some, and he's not bad either. Honestly, they give him some carries too, and it's like, are they going to really feature Bijan, or are they going to throw more in the passing game? I don't know. That's tough. I can't blame you if you decide to go that Bijan route. Even Chase, like obviously the dude's super talented. Like I can't blame you there either. But I think that Saquon needs to be in the conversation, at least.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I just see a slight regression, and the Madden curse scares me.
Well, and Chase with the Triple Crown when Burrow wasn't even their best season. Like Chase is not a bad bet.
And I think with how bad their defense is, they're gonna be throwing the rock. They're gonna be tossing that shit over the field. So that was also my thinking is no matter who the fuck's back there, they're gonna be throwing. Chase is down there somewhere. I don't think they're back up. I don't care if the backup throws a couple picks. If Chase gets a touchdown and 80 yards, I'm chilling.
Okay, so like let's say you get down to 24, and it's down to Garrett or Nico Collins. Which way are you going?
I don't think Nico makes it that far down. I think he's projected early.
Is ADP that high?
I think it's low first,
I don't
early
care.
second, if I remember right.
I'll take Garrett.
Really?
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Wow.
Never have been a Nico fan. I'll take Garrett.
Dude, Nico has always done me well in fantasy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Negan
And I think
did me
their
well in
offense is
fantasy
going to be
last
more
year until he got
productive.
injured. He got injured last year, right? I think he had like 3 or 4 weeks he was out.
When is this draft, Jaytee?
Oh, it's August 28th. Not for a little bit.
I got
All
one
right.
tomorrow.
Keep us posted, man, because I think if the math works right, you will be in here the night after the draft. I want to know what you do.
Yeah,
Final
there's
thoughts.
so many
Final
ways,
thoughts,
different
though,
ways.
about tomorrow. Maybe Kit Thibodeau, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter going against our young O line.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, so I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see how our line holds up against a better defensive line than they played last week. Because, I mean, the Packers have a decent defensive line, but nothing like the Giants. So I'm really excited to see how that looks, and how Fields is able to handle just that pass rush once it gets past our line. Because he's going to be under more pressure than he was last week. There's no way. So just how that's handled, how the run blocking goes, if we actually see a hole like Braylon got, for example. So, yeah, I'm curious to see how that goes. Their offense isn't too much to write home about. I'm excited to see Neighbors versus Sauce if Neighbors isn't running still. But, yeah, there's a couple of things I'm excited for. I'm excited for just to see how the depth pieces do it. Excited to see Tufele. I want him to follow up the performance he had last week. I'm excited for this, man. I'm excited. Hell yeah. Appreciate you
Damn
guys.
straight. Yeah. Hey, JT, have a good night, brother. Enjoy tomorrow's game.
Definitely.
See you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks
yeah,
for
appreciate
calling.
you guys. Hell yeah.
Later.
I got to say, like, thinking about it, and I haven't even done a single mock draft yet or anything. And I have a draft tomorrow. That's what's bad about it. I should be doing a little research or whatever on ADPs and things like that. But I'll get to it tomorrow while I'm getting the grill ready. Because I got draft party going on. But
I don't like looking at it too early either. Like,
yeah,
just
I didn't even like. I was initially wanting to do it next weekend, but one of our guys was like, "Hey, I'm moving that weekend. There's no way I can do it." I'm like, "All right, I'll move it up a week, whatever." Anyway, the Jets. Garrett's probably like the only draftable player to me. Like,
not me.
Brees is draftable, but I don't trust it. You know what I mean? Like, if I got him late, I'd be thrilled. You know what I mean? If I got him like 8th round or something, like, I'd be thrilled. But like going where he's probably going to go, I don't think I would take him. I would take somebody else because I just don't know what I'm going to see out of him this year. So it's Garrett, Brees, and then I don't know, maybe the defense. Maybe I would go with the Jets defense because they might be feisty this year.
Let me ask you this, and Brees, I'm with you because I think he's going to have some great games, and I think he's going to be under 50 yards total in a lot of games.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, and you can't have that. That's not what fantasy is. Fantasy is high floor with a decent ceiling. You know what I mean? Like, you need consistent 12 points, but hey, you could shoot to 20. That's what you need. You can't have the 5 and 20 and 5 and 20. No. But let's say, because it's a sound strategy, so I do want to ask this: if your first 5 picks are all running backs, wide receivers, then it's, which I do this a lot. Now it's like, oh shit, I need a quarterback still and a tight end, but you know what, tight end, there's nothing good left. So it's, well, I might as well wait a little longer. Hey, quarterback, Fields is still there. Guy who runs the ball, guy who could be in the best running offense in the league, sitting there in round 6. Do you consider it?
Nah. No. Not at all. I think Fields is a backup. If you already have your starting quarterback for fantasy, sure. But I'm not looking at him as a starter. Not at all. I would rather go with the dude that we haven't even seen to throw like regular season NFL pass, like the quarterback for the Vikings, probably over Fields. I don't know. I feel it because we talked about, okay, Brees, inconsistent. That's why you stay away from him. I think it's the same thing with Fields. Like, I think, like, yeah, he might have you like a 30-point game at some point, but he's going to give you a lot of like 7-point games. And that's, you want your quarterback to give you at least 16 a week, Yeah, JJ McCarthy. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. I would go with him over that. I don't know. I'm staying away from Fields unless it's a backup.
He's gonna get you 7 each week on the ground, bro. Watch.
And 0 in passing.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. So it's still 7 points. So
Adirondack says he is taking Folk in fantasy. You know what? Do you have a take on that? Because I do.
I actually didn't even consider kicking. So yeah, why not? Folk could go. You never know. That dude could go like 25 of 28 this year or something and be just rock solid all year, or not. The kicker is just such a lot of people. There's a reason a lot of people that don't, they just like switch kickers every week, like, stream kickers or stream defenses too. People do that too.
I'm shocked because a guy that we're talking value too. It's not just who's the best guys on the team. It's about them in relation to their average draft position. And for me, taking that into account, what you're paying for the guy and what they could produce, I have a guy even higher than Garrett. Can you think of who that could be?
Like where they're picked based on what they can produce.
Like a guy that I'm licking my chops at stealing in the 10th round. And I think he could give me like top 4 round value. And they're not a running back.
Wow. I don't know if Mason Taylor's going that late.
He is.
Nah, really?
Bro,
I mean,
he's going.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
If you're not a Jet fan, you're not even paying attention to him, man. And maybe not in a Jet league, but in a general league, he's probably. I mean, help me out, chat. He's probably like tight end 20. Like, and who's spending a 8th round pick on a tight end 20? I'll tell you, hey, maybe I'm the wrong one to ask because I take Conklin in the 10th round every year and I regret it. But
every other league, he's in the free agency, just waiting to be picked up at any time.
But Mason Taylor, with a quarterback not Aaron Rodgers, I think he could be the best ROI, is what I'm trying to say. Like him, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis as like plug-in. Like, dude, you take Isaiah Davis in the 15th round and Brees gets traded, or you take Braylon and Brees gets traded. Like, that's stuff you got to consider as a Jet fan in a non-Jet league.
I will give it to you. Like when I get that late into the rounds, I start looking for, hey, who's the starter? Like which team has a guy? Like if I'm looking for a tight end, like, and it could be Mason Taylor, like who is being slept on? Like, hey, this dude's a starter, so he's going to get the bulk of the snaps. He's going to get the bulk of the targets, things like that. So I can see where you're getting at. That's what I start looking at in those later rounds, and I do that even sometimes with like running backs too. Like if I'm looking for my 3rd running back and I'm like, hey, none of these guys are named guys, but who's got the highest chance to get the bulk snaps, even if they're not a starter, like what running back is injury prone? You know what I mean? And who's their backup? Is their backup any good? Like, is it like Zach Moss where like, hey, this dude might pop off, if the starter gets injured, and I start looking at those types of things in the later rounds.
Let me ask you, while I have you here and while I'm thinking of it, I've heard chirps along the way this offseason that Chase Brown could be in for a monster year. And if I remember correctly, didn't you own him last year?
I did. Yeah.
How good was he last year?
I had him
How good?
and the other guy. Was it Zach Moss? Him and Zach Moss?
I think it was Zach Brown Band, yeah. Or yeah, Zach Moss.
Definitely not Zach Brown Band. Anyway, yeah, I think I ended up having both of them.
As someone who doesn't watch the Bengals or their run game, and you owned him last year, how good was he last year? And if they are expecting even more, what does that make him this year?
I didn't have high hopes for him, and he was performing really well, actually. Like, he was very solid. Very solid. Like, RB2, you're not taking him out unless he's on bye week. That's how he played last year. So, yeah. I think he's probably going to go pretty high this year, to be honest with you. I think he'll be like a first, second round guy.
Look at this guy coming in with a collared shirt.
I had to be civilized tonight.
Looking good, Scott. Looking good, buddy.
I want to be in a league with Dane. He wants Mason Taylor. He wants Isaiah Davis. And he wants a quarterback in the 6th round that should be maybe, I don't know, 11th or 12th round pick. But anyway.
Hey, I will say right now, I'm speaking with my heart, but when I go to draft, that all goes out the window, man. It really does.
I'm with Murph. I could take Fields as my backup. I've had him in a league, and he had some great weeks. Now, I don't, much like Murph, I don't want him as my quarterback to win games, but in real football, but in fantasy football, he does some good stuff.
So what is your I guess the soonest you would consider taking him? For me, it's just solely like his rushing is going to make his floor higher than most.
Well, I mean, that's what it is for him. But, no way I'm touching him before, let's say, the 10th round. My main draft is a 15-round draft.
Okay.
And he definitely, unless things go horribly wrong, he's not going to be my number one quarterback. Could he grow into that? Sure. Could there be weeks where it's like, you know what? I think he's going to run for $125 and 2 touchdowns. I think I might sneak him in the lineup this week. But, there's just been too much inconsistency. It's one of those things where you might hit him one week and totally miss another week when he has one of those awful games. So he's inconsistent. It's the way it is. Maybe that'll change.
Yeah, give me a guy like J.J. McCarthy who has elite wide receivers, not just one, but multiple elite wide receivers and a really good offensive play caller. Give me a guy like Justin Fields.
You taking him in a 5th round, Murph?
Whoa, slow down.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Quarterbacks, no, I'm not.
Where did Darnold finish in the QB pecking order last year? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Well, and look how well Darnold did last year. He had a good year, right? He had a really good year. I mean, shit the bed in the 2 most important games of the year, but they could have kept him, but no, they want to turn it over to McCarthy. So I'm gonna have a little faith there.
Okay, I don't have their ADPs, but I do have the pecking order, and they have Fields as 12th. Ahead of guys like Jordan Love, ahead of guys like Stroud, way ahead of McCarthy. Thoughts on that?
Dane? Who is they?
This is a average of ESPN, Yahoo, CBS, Sleeper, and 2 others.
Okay, so yeah, I can't agree with some of those names you mention.
Neither can I.
Yeah.
Neither can I. I mean, but if you think he's going to run for 1,000 yards, which I don't think is crazy, and 6 touchdowns, how many passing yards does he need to be QB 12?
Well, it all depends on the leagues too. Scoring's different. Rushing touchdowns versus passing. It's all. It depends on the league for sure.
Yeah, and the thing about McCarthy is like he's like considered a rookie at this point. Still, even though he's technically been in the league for a year. So like rookies aren't going to get drafted highly unless like they're super highly touted. Like if it was like Trevor Lawrence, everybody thought he was going to be the next Peyton Manning. So yeah, he got drafted kind of highly, but usually rookies don't get drafted super highly. So I think that's part of that, dude, over Jordan Love and CJ Stroud. I don't know about all that.
Let me roll down the list real fast. Lamar, Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Hurts, and Burrow, top 5. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Then Mahomes, Mayfield, Nix, Murray, some runners in there. Purdy to round out the top 10, and I don't know that I agree with Purdy, but that's the 10. Goff, Fields, then you get Prescott, Herbert, Caleb Williams, Jordan Love, Drake May, CJ Stroud, and McCarthy. Tua
What a
even further
joke.
down.
Caleb Williams. What a joke. Get out of here.
I'm taking Dak over Fields.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Easy.
probably.
I mean, they have a bad defense, and who knows if they're even going to get their best defensive player signed. They got weapons. They're going to.
Who's their coach?
Dak puts up numbers when he stays healthy. So there is that caveat.
Who's their coach too? Think about that. Kellen Moore, offensive coordinator.
No,
Dude,
he's the Saints now.
Oh, that's right. They
got
bad guys. My bad.
Who did they?
Who did they hire?
They got some guy that's been around for a while, but he was in Dallas.
Who?
Is it a Schottenheimer? Is it?
That's who it was. It was Schottenheimer, Brian, ex-Jet offensive coordinator. Yeah, I knew it was an offensive guy.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
but anyway, whatever. We can. That's the fun thing about fantasy football. You make your pick. You argue about it with your brothers, and then you laugh at each other at the end of the season.
Different strokes for different folks, and I will say, man, them rushing yards add up. That's all I'm trying to say. The only trouble is with Fields, he may not throw for 2,000.
I'm worried about their passing game. I really am.
You should be.
Oh yeah.
Speak on it, Scott. We just got you here, man. We've been chopping it up all night about that Packers game. We haven't gotten your thoughts one bit, and you could even stop at the end of the first. But talk to us. What did you think rolling into that game? Did they start? How did they start, and how did they finish?
Well, what I liked was that they came ready to play. 100% ready to play. So we didn't always see that in the last couple years. I didn't like seeing as many penalties as there were still. That was like a little bit alarming. I'm not putting too much into it. Packers didn't even show up. They didn't, they played some soft vanilla defense. They were giving those underneath passes. I will say and Murph and I have mentioned it. The one pass that took some timing and accuracy to Garrett Wilson on an out, he missed. And I've seen highlights of that. I think you might have posted something. He's missed, it's not going to be as easy when the regular season starts as I'm just going to dump it in the middle and there he goes. But they came out ready to play. That was maybe the most important thing. They looked like they had a lot more energy. They looked fast. So that was all good.
Yeah. How many like hooks and curls are these teams going to let us throw? Like
Yeah.
that. Like I don't know. We completed 4 or 5 of them things, maybe more during the game. 2 of them went to Beck. Arian Smith caught one. I think Corley caught one. All hooks and curls. Like what? These defenses are going to let us do that.
Right, exactly. So we'll see. First game, I already told Dane my prediction against the Steelers will be a 3-3 tie. But yeah.
A big folk guy then, huh?
Well, I had in fantasy football last year is my worst year ever. Coincidentally, I had more Jets than I've ever had. I don't know, but it was.
Hey, I feel it. I'm not ready to look at week 1 yet. I don't know about Murph, but what I will say is there's a lot of intriguing things about this roster cut down that I'm like, I can't wait to see. Like, does a guy like Corley, who you've invested so much in, does the investment outweigh? Like, does production? Like, I need to see that, and I know your thoughts on Corley, Scott. But like, that's big. Like, how is this regime going to go? Are they going to cut talent that sucked in lieu of guys who are Jags that have produced? Are you going to keep 6 wide receivers when 4 of them can be found anywhere? Are you going to take Lazard and Brees knowing and insure them as well, knowing you might part with one or both? Any thoughts though on that, Scott, or maybe even how you divide playing time the next 8 quarters, which is all we have left to evaluate these guys?
Well, I gotta believe the coaching staff, if they're like on the fence about certain people, they're gonna make sure they get plenty of opportunities to basically make the team or not. Corley needs a couple splash plays. Because even when he's had it, the yak god, have we seen any yak out of him? What limited opportunities he's had, of course.
I've been yakking more than him.
Yeah, right. So, but he is trying to compete at a weak position on the roster. So, he has a chance for sure, but he needs to have a couple splash plays in the next couple weeks, probably to make the team. Murph,
You might be right. Also, he needs to prove that he can do something, and that something doesn't necessarily have to be in the receiving game. Although he probably needs to show something there. But like if he proves to be competent returner, and we're still having issues with Wangwu, and like we don't really have a punt returning guy, and like he might earn it that way. There's a couple ways for him to do it, but like you said, these are important games for Corley. I'm not denying that. I think if he doesn't show up in these next 2 games, he could very well get cut. But I do think he's going to show a little something at least over the next couple games, and they're probably going to keep him. Mostly because, I mean, who's he competing with? I mean, my God, Xavier Gibson.
yeah, like I said, it's his position group is weak, the weakest on the team. And like you said, his path to making a team might be on special teams, but he's got to do something,
Yeah. Hey, you're absolutely right about it. I think that they have to give him a chance too. Is my other thing with it. He got a little bit of opportunity in that first game, but I just think that like these next 2 games, it's important for him to actually get a chance to make plays. Like they threw a couple balls at him, in the first game, and it's like, what are you going to do with that? Like, unless you break one of them for a touchdown, it's like, okay, but still, even then, it's only 1 or 2, targets. So that's the problem with him right now is like because he hasn't had the chance. Right, it seems like he might end up being booty cheeks, but is he? Because he hasn't had the chance. We don't really know. I don't know.
Well, Murph, you know how I'm coming back, not at you, but at this discussion. He has a chance every day in practice. So what are they seeing there? That's
practice.
That's what we don't know. Yeah,
you talking about practice?
Yeah, and if he's saying that shit, he's gonna get cut.
I mean, AI said that shit, but he never got cut.
No, well, he is AI, and that's the NBA. NFL's different.
Yeah, I
never listen to AI. Come on.
Yeah,
I don't trust AI.
There's Chat GPT out there. Maybe that's what we'll call Corley. We'll call Corley Chat GPT.
I would say if they give him plenty of opportunities these next couple of games, they're hoping he makes the team. If they don't, then they don't really plan on keeping him.
I'll agree with that. I can agree with you on that for sure. But the wide receiver, dude, they should throw the ball a lot these next 2 games. It's preseason. Who gives a shit whether you win or lose? Like, of course, we like to see wins, but I think they need to test those waters and make sure that those wide receivers are up to snuff. All of them, other than Garrett.
Yeah.
Because I'm not even like, I think it's a super low chance that it would happen, but I'm not even going to guarantee Josh Reynolds his spot. Like, everybody after Garrett needs to work, as far as I'm concerned. They need to put the work in. They need to show something.
Yeah, that's a good point because I'm over here so high on Tyler Johnson over Reynolds right now, and it's only because I saw Tyler Johnson last week. Can we see some of these freaking guys?
Tyler Johnson put the work in.
I am not willing to just take Nick Ferria's word for it that so and so is balling out. I want to see it. I want to see more than just a 3-second clip too. Can I see it in game? Maybe this guy can sound off on the debate. Give me a second because it's going to be the only time all night we had a foursome. Let's hear what he has to say. It's been a while. I know he usually works on Friday nights. Without further ado, the one, the only, Ricky New York.
What's up, Ricky?
Muted.
Thanks, Murph.
Be right back.
Ricky, it says, or at least we don't hear you. You know what? If you connected your ears after you came in, you might just have to refresh. All right, we'll see you in a minute. Scott, though, Murph was of the mind here. Yeah, all right, there we go. Murph was of the mind that he would want to play most of our depth guys this game tomorrow so he could sort out the roster before then easing into playing our ones more the final week. What do you think of that take?
Well, that sounds like a fine idea. I would like to see Fields get as much time as possible. And maybe he'll get extra time since we're down a quarterback. But yeah, I think that's just going to be a plan. I mean, they have to cut the roster down. So they got 2 more games to figure it out.
Let's see if we have him now. I'm going to bring him in. Ricky, how's that? Can you say something? Speak,
Can't hear
Ricky.
you, Ricky.
Your mic is red. Can you tap it on the top? Maybe it'll turn green. You know what, Ricky, I'm going to take you off. I can still see you, though. Just give me a thumbs up when you want me to try again. As you might have to go down into settings and then change your audio input and output to what you need it to be there. Inputs your mic, output are your ears. Just adjust that ears or your speaker or whatever. But before we spoke to Ricky, I was trying to send Murph down the river under the bus for resting our starters tomorrow. And that's a rude way of saying it because that's not even what he said. But it is curious. Do you want to split the starters reps over 2 games, ramping up? Do you want to just give them one whole game so they can actually get in a rhythm? It's weird because we're in new territory, man. It's so many years were spent with 4 weeks, and the guys didn't play in week 4. But you kind of had that format where they played like half a quarter, then 1 quarter, then 2 quarters, or sometimes into the 3rd quarter, and then they rested, and you could really sort out the roster that 4th week. Now, I don't even know. I wish I had the data from last year on how every team approached going down to 3 weeks, because I mean it's a new regime anyway, so I guess that data wouldn't help much.
I think we all would agree that the more reps, especially on offense, they could get, the better. But it's preseason. It's a risk playing your guys for something that doesn't count. But they need it. They need it for sure. So
it seems like that's what, like, Glenn isn't scared too. Like, a lot of coaches are like, oh, let's be careful. Let's keep these guys on the bench. We need them for the season, things like that. It seems like Glenn wants to temper that steel. You know what I mean? Like, he's putting it on the anvil and he's hitting it. And if the blade breaks, the blade breaks. But like, he's going to temper that steel. And it's a different approach than what we're used to. I'm hoping it works out. I feel like it can, but I also think it's kind of a boom or bust move with the way that, because if you get key starters going down before the season even starts, that's an issue,
Yeah, and guess what? If that happens, why the hell were you playing him? That's going to be, he will be attacked over that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So,
and honestly, watching that back too, I can't remember who it was, but one of our receivers was downfield blocking, and they just got lit up from the back to where they had to wait for everyone else to get up for their legs to be like unpinned. And I was just thinking, man, that could have been an ACL so easily. But as long as it's not Garrett or, you just got to be selective with who you got out there and what they're doing. And, I don't know. I know we're winding down here as we're in our 5th hour. The only reason I'm still sticking around is to see if Ricky can figure his stuff out. Scott just dips on us, doesn't even say bye. What a jerk.
I'll be back.
I know damn well that the main reason you brought Scott on too is you're like, I'm gonna fucking torture Murph by fucking making him stay up later, because every time Scott comes on, then we get to cooking.
Yep, every time. No, I missed him earlier. He wasn't in the chat. I'm like, does he have a mountain hag up there in Colorado or what?
I was in Colorado Springs having dinner with
a good place to find. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is like I do feel like the team is like I mentioned it earlier. I broke it down. The offensive line all across the line, tackle, guard, center, quarterback.
There
Yeah,
we go.
quarterback, running back. Like we are kind of deep in a way at a lot of positions. Like our ceiling isn't that high, but it's like, hey, if the guy goes down, there's not that much of a drop off compared to what it was. So I guess this is the year that you could be aggressive and temper the steel and have these guys game ready by week 1, where a lot of teams come in rusty as hell, man.
Could you imagine though if Fields got hurt? With Tyrod hurt right now? I mean,
Hey, Brady Cook didn't look that bad. I ain't gonna lie.
And Adrian Martinez, like I do like Cook better, but Martinez has wheels. So maybe he is like more like Fields, and Cook could be more like Tyrod. I don't know what that means at all, but I want Tyrod back fast.
I think we're discounting Tyrod's athleticism.
Well, yeah, but like also, how long does he have to play? If he has to play 10 games, I don't want him running the ball.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to get injured, he's going to get injured.
he's gonna get injured. Not if.
He already is.
Yeah.
Which
one of these years he'll have a 17-game season. Okay.
You know how green my glasses are? I'm just telling myself that he just went in to clean out his knee so he could be even more fresh for this backup role.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he got his lung punctured by the doctor. Like, that's not his fault. Just putting that out there.
But they were trying to numb up an injury, weren't they, when they did that? Like a bad rib or something?
Here's a real question, because I think we're just spitballing.
Why don't you go back to Colorado Springs, Scott? Quit disputing me.
Hey,
why are you making good points? Get out of here.
We got my duck in there who had like the greatest rookie quarterback year ever. So, kind of worked out.
Let me ask you this. If Tyrod is on the fringe of being ready week 1, could you see a world where they short-term IR him and they keep both Cook and Martinez behind Fields? At least to start the season. Let's just say Tyrod's a 4-week. They sit him for 4 weeks. They put him on ice. Would you then keep both backups and just make one invisible, blah, 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 but they still got to be on the 53? Or do you just say, no, these guys, one's got to be up, one's got to be on the practice squad?
I'm just rolling with 2, dude. If you get beyond 2, you're fucked anyway.
Stone Smart would be the emergency quarterback.
Nick Folk.
We should have just drafted Tyler Warren. We would have had a quarterback, man.
That's a point. Hey, maybe Mimbu will do it.
Maybe they can bring Tuba back.
It's tough because we've already doled out like one of our running backs are going on the practice squad. This show is already deemed that Mevis is on the practice squad. Now we got another quarterback on. That's 3 out of 7 spots. Like,
dude, Martinez is gone. I'm just letting you guys know right now. Martinez is gone. They're keeping Cook on the practice squad and they're rolling with 2 quarterbacks. Martinez isn't their guy. He was here last year.
Yeah, but they're going to get like 3 more quarters of action apiece. I'm willing to wait and see.
Yeah, so he can overthrow the fastest guy on the entire field. Okay.
Hey, that's evidence of a hell of an arm.
Haven't I heard someone on this panel say it's impossible to overthrow Arian Smith? Well, yeah, no, I guess it's not.
That's Jesus Christ. And dude, what was okay? They brought in 2 quarterbacks for visits or something, right? And it was CJ Beathard and Nathan Peterman. Dude, you keep Nathan Peterman the fuck away from this facility. No. Bad Aaron Glenn. Bad Darren Muji. Bad. Do not bring that guy in. I don't care if he's quarterback 78. Do not bring that. Dude, I have not seen a worse quarterback than Nathan Peterman in my entire life. Like 5 picks in 1 half with the Bills. Like, what are we doing? No. Keep him away. Bring Zach Wilson back if you have to. Keep Nathan Peterman the hell away from this team. That would break me as a fan if he's our starting quarterback at any point this season.
I was surprised to hear that name, actually. How long has he remained in the league? I mean, was he on a roster last year? There you go.
Jesus. Yeah, no, he somehow has remained in the league. It's the same thing as like the Tim Boyle stuff.
Oh God, Boyle.
He keeps getting a job too somehow, I would put Tim Boyle over Nathan Peterman, and Tim Boyle was god awful. So I don't know. Yeah, I would love Mike White back, but I don't know. Whatever.
Hey, we just need Trubisky to beat Mike White and beat him so well that he's worth $4 million when Mike White is $1 million. And then maybe we got Mike White, baby.
Oh, that brings something up. If Tyrod is ailing and maybe they're not sure, there's going to be some quarterbacks released that maybe could slide onto the roster that might be better than Cook.
That's exactly my point with wide receivers 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 that are our wide receivers 4 and 5. Like, bro.
You know what the problem is for the receivers right now? There's so many teams with injury issues. Like, Dane, we've talked about the Packers. They have too many injured receivers to release anybody
True
right now. And then there's teams like the 49ers. Their whole receiving core is hurt pretty much. So they're trying. I mean, they brought in Robbie Chosen and some Justin Gage. And that's what bad shape they're in right now.
The fact that you got Chosen's name right, hey, salute.
I'm kind of mad at myself for actually calling him that instead of Robbie. But
yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, I think because of what's happening at the position right now, there's not going to be as many available early on as we thought there might be.
That
receiver.
So I agree with you 100%. But my only angle, and I want to ask you this, is how many will be available that are of the same caliber of guys we will be cutting from our wide receiver room?
A lot.
There will be some.
A lot.
That's my point. Like, do you need 6 when 3 of them can easily be picked back up anytime you want?
Yeah, if you can't find a guy in free agency or on the waiver wire that is equal to or better than Xavier Gibson, we got to start looking at a new general manager. At that point, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Is Tyler Boyd available?
He is. He's still available.
Really? Because he was with the Titans, and I didn't hear anything after that.
Cooper is still available. He's still available.
Well, Cooper retired. Yeah, Amari Cooper retired.
He officially retired?
Can you hear me now?
I'm still hearing teams talking about it. We got Ricky now?
All right.
There he is.
Got Ricky.
Less than perfect setup here, but is what it is.
Okay.
You're very quiet, Ricky. I turned you all the way up, and I can still. Let me know how you guys hear him. Go ahead, Ricky.
Okay, now I can hear you, or now you can hear me, but I can't hear you. I don't know what's
Oh
going on
shit!
today. It's I.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
man. At any rate, since you can hear me, I'll uh, touch back on what you were
Monologue
saying
away.
about Tyler Johnson. Uh, yeah, I've been a big fan of Tyler Johnson for a while now, and it wasn't just like the one small clip that we saw, but I've been you know keeping up with the training camp stuff as much as I can. But I saw several different insiders talking about he's just consistently getting open all the time, and they were saying, I hope that can carry over into the year, even though he's not getting a ton of balls necessarily thrown his way. He's getting open consistently all the time, which that's a good sign. Um, you know, uh, I got a little bit of backlash on my Tyler Johnson take when I first made it, and now people are suddenly starting to warm up to that a little bit, which is fine. You know what? People gave me backlash about the Aaron Glenn thing in the beginning too, and now all of a sudden people are all jumping on the bandwagon. So it's all good. I don't mind being a little bit ahead of the curve on some things. So that's fine. Um, dude, I wish this could be more of a two-way conversation. I'm not sure what's going on with my settings. I think for some reason I think my laptop, one of the inputs on it just seems to not be working. Uh, and I just woke up and I'm not fully awake enough to sort this out right now. In the last 72 hours, I worked 40 hours and 13 minutes. It said on the time clock when I punched out. So 4.5, 5 hours of sleep, go back to work another 13 hours. Like it catches up to me. And but yeah, man, I wanted to be able to jump on at least for a few minutes when I saw you guys were still on. I went to sleep at like, I don't know, 9 o'clock this morning and woke up a few minutes ago. So catching up on that rest. But definitely wanted to pop on, say that, appreciate you guys. Dane, I've seen you, pop into my thing a few times, and I wanted to say thank you. Definitely appreciate that. And that's what it's all about, man. Everybody support each other. And you know what? I think we're going to have a very good year, a different year. I think winning Jets football is finally back, like we used to have in the Herm Edwards days. And can't wait, man. I'm super stoked for it. And I think they're going to give all of us a lot of really good content this year. All right, fellas. I'm going to end this one-sided
Can you
debate. And,
you can't hear us,
you
right?
guys all have a good night.
Last chance.
Yeah, you can't hear us. Good night, Ricky.
All right.
I'm no help in that sort of situation. I'm just amazed I can even turn my laptop on.
You know what? It's times like that where I wish he had like an iPhone where he could just move to that for the time being. But we got his take, and I think that's the most important part. I'm sure he can listen to us now, or he already has listened to us. But we got to hear him and his take. He's high on Tyler Johnson, man. When a lot of people either weren't or aren't. I think that's a guy with a higher ceiling, or I'm sorry, a higher floor than some wide receivers that we see lobbied for. Maybe not wide receiver 2, but I think he is a better wide receiver 4 than Corley, Lazard. I don't know, man. Gibson, talk to me. Yeah, he looked good. last
I
week.
was excited when I saw that we had signed him. You know, I know that he hadn't done a whole lot in the NFL, but I remember like him even in college and stuff, and I'm like, hey, this dude's got some talent, right?
Yeah.
So I was excited to just throw him into the mix and see what happens. You know, he's already made a few plays in the preseason, and we're only one game in. If he can keep that momentum, he can earn himself a roster spot. And, maybe he'll just be wide receiver 5 or 6, but injuries can happen. He may end up on the field, and if he continues that momentum and he's on the field and he makes plays in the regular season, then it's like, oh, okay, this dude's a baller. He can earn his name. Any guy can earn his name. So I think Tyler Johnson's got as good of a chance as anybody else in that wide receiver room aside from Garrett Wilson. So
Agreed.
How many of them have to create for themselves too? Because like the way I perceive this offense is, I think that you just need to not quit routes and be able to. The way I see it is just play backyard football when the play breaks down and catch the ball. And I think he's good for that. I think Mason Taylor's good for that. I think maybe Brees can create a little bit, but Garrett can create a lot. Yeah. As we're winding down, folks, last minute questions. Yeah, 10 minutes. I think we'll take it to 1:30 on the East Coast and call it a wrap, as we still got 15 on YouTube watching. You guys are animals. And I don't say that willy nilly. You are animals, man. Like 6 or 7 new subs tonight. You guys are killing it. We might actually hit our week 1 goal of 500 this rate. So appreciate you guys. Chris B still down there killing it. Ricky's still in the house. Bill M in the house. Last minute questions. Call in line is over. But you can still contribute. Oh, Amid still in the house. I forgot he chimed in when Ricky was on. Man, he subscribed from his PS3 earlier. He gave us 2 subs.
hell yeah.
That's what we're looking for, man. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Can't help but love that. Scott, that bottle with the koozie on it looks great. Chris B should be receiving his in the next day or two. So number 4 in the books.
I keep forgetting. I
is that
keep forgetting to take the koozie tour because I forget to take the koozie with me on some of my adventures.
Yep.
You got 2 of them. You can leave one in your truck.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that, but I'm a dumbass.
Just don't send us the koozie in like a random hotel room and we just see a lady's legs in the background.
I'm sure they'll
or do
that one
or
if
do.
I can make it happen.
I'm
koozie
going to
all
hold
over
you
the world,
accountable
baby.
for your koozie if you're going to hold me accountable for Corley.
I hold you accountable for cougars.
Those 2 things might have the same amount of yards this year.
I mean, Scott might travel with that koozie, so you never know.
I think Murph will score more than Corley. How about that?
Hey, we have a question from the chat, Scott.
What is that? Oh, no, it's Old Fat Man beer, Michelob Ultra.
Is it the gold?
I was wrong.
Is it gold? Ultra gold?
The organic. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The gold. Yeah, the gold's good.
I like it.
Champagne and beers. Is that Miller?
Miller.
Is that the? Yeah.
Miller High Life.
Yeah, High Life. I hate Miller.
I thought that was a Corona. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you know what? When you put it in the DZ, it can be whatever I want to call it, except Guinness.
That DZ, no doubt. Drinking tar.
Amen. Dude, no beer should be that dark.
But it's not bad, and it's not that heavy as as you might think, because there are some dark beers out there that you can chew on, and Guinness is more like a milkshake almost.
I tried a Yingling Black and Tan one time, and I ended up pouring the rest of it out. And I remember it looked like it looked pretty rough. It looked like
Terrible.
you made a pot of like strong black coffee, and then you poured the coffee back into the back of the pot with some new fresh coffee in the filter, and then brewed it again. That's what it looked like.
Murph,
It really does.
when I was bartending, I used to do a 3-layer beer, the dark, then an amber, and then a light one. I don't remember what we called it, but that was always
I
kind of
don't remember a lot about those nights, huh?
You know, when I was bartending, I didn't really drink much. There were a couple times, but you know, I was business, Murph. Got to make that money and
Respect.
meet a few gals along the way too.
Hell yeah.
One amber to chase another.
That's
There you
right.
go. There you go.
Chris B brought up Quentin Johnson. I want nothing to do with that guy. Have you seen the clips of him in camp and stuff?
Awful.
Dude, he can't catch a thing.
So I don't know if you guys remember, but last year he had a game where he caught like 11 balls for $150. It's like, oh shit, is he turning the corner? I picked him up and he dropped like in the fantasy league. He dropped like 4 balls the next game, maybe caught one. It's like, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
I mean,
What do you guys think? I mean, we've chopped Quentin Johnson up on this channel a couple weeks back. We also chopped this next guy up on this channel, but let me just reiterate it for the new blood in the chat. What do you guys think of if Pittsburgh cuts Roman Wilson?
who they should have drafted ahead of Corley anyway. I don't think they're going to cut him though.
Yeah, I don't see them cutting him either. But if they do, then yeah, it's worth taking a flyer on. I mean,
Sure.
Like Dane, like you said, we have like 4 wide receiver 6s. It's worth taking a flyer on Roman Wilson. Mechie was brought up earlier. Yeah, Mechie. KJ Osborne, Chris. Yeah, that's
I like
a good.
KJ Osborne. I don't know where
Any
he
of
is.
them, any receiver from Minnesota, yeah, bring him over. Bring him over.
Murph, what do you think about Michigan receivers, though?
They're not Ohio State receivers, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Or Mountaineers?
Nico Collins.
Yeah. Honestly, Mountaineer receivers haven't looked all that great in the NFL. I mean, Tavon Austin, and then
Who's the other guy? White.
White.
Bears.
Yeah, we had like 7 of them. They're all brothers.
Oh, right.
Kevin
White, yeah.
Yeah.
Kaiser is still in the league.
I thought Kevin White was the next Josh Gordon.
Yeah.
Man, was I an idiot.
He was legit in college, but he got injured and then just derailed from there.
Yeah.
Specimen.
Yeah.
Braylon Edwards. Yeah.
Yeah. That's going back
another
a while.
story there. Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
Amid, you have been an excellent addition to our chat. Bill M as well. Like, awesome. Good insight, because they bring their own takes, man. That's the big thing around here, man, is we don't just need 30 parrots in the chat saying hi to each other, man. Just just bring your
seems
takes.
like there's a lot of new names starting to pop in. Maybe get closer to the season. I was
100%.
I was, where the heck was I? Somewhere, but I was mentioning that what's his name's mom came on your show last week. Stigger's mom. And
I actually forgot about that.
And yeah, people were kind of fired up about that. I don't know where I was. Shit, and this is about the only place I really hang out too much anymore. But somewhere I mentioned it, and people were kind of excited about it.
Dude, it was awesome to see. I'm not gonna lie, and then to see him ball out the next day, that was great. I sent her a comment on Twitter saying, "Hey, your son looked great last night," and she liked it. But maybe we'll see her pop in here again.
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's. I want to see it. Let's get him on the 53, and then I think we'll see her more.
And I have to admit that I changed the channel. Let's see. I think after the Packers kicked the field goal, I changed over to the 49ers and Denver because I wanted to watch starters play, But so I didn't see a lot of this stuff, even though because I asked you guys, like, how did they just score a touchdown? The defensive touchdown.
Yeah. After
this. Well, I was just gonna say this week I do have the copies of the game. I'll try to share it to you, Scott. So all week, if you wanted to go back and watch, it's like a 38-minute version where they just go play after play after
Those
play.
are kind of cool. Yeah.
I can send you that. You might need an email address to get it, but I got you. Murph, go ahead, because I know we're winding down here, especially
I was
for
just
you.
gonna say after that defensive touchdown, it was like watching that game was like. Yeah, I watched the whole thing though because I had started taking notes and I was like, I have to be committed and watch the whole thing. And plus, you never know if somebody's gonna pop off. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna watch the whole thing. But I can definitely understand it. It got a little bit. It turned into a slog fest there, and that by the fourth quarter, it was like, ugh. Let's just.
I was really surprised we didn't see Brees in the fourth.
Got to get his trade value up. Okay, so here's my question for you guys.
All right, here we go.
Play, no doubt, right?
Who?
New coach bump.
Say it again.
Was that a new coach bump? You know how when teams hire a new coach, like even when it's in the regular season, a lot of times they have this bump for a brief time.
I do. Murph, I'll let you go because we're at your cutoff. You go first, and then me and Scott will close it out, okay?
So are you?
Because you know how
to
this
be
shit
clear,
goes.
Scott, you're asking if our performance was based on just having a new coach?
Well, yeah, like that excitement of a new coach. They call it the new coach bump.
Yeah, usually, like if you have an interim, they usually win their first game.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Could that have anything to do with, man, the Jets seemed ready to go? Because they sure did.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that really works as well whenever it's a new coach, and they have a whole off season and stuff like that. I think that's just Aaron Glenn having, he's trying to install culture. He's got a disciplined team. The Packers did not look disciplined at all. And we just wanted it more, even though it's just preseason. Yeah. I think that's all.
Packers didn't look like they wanted to even be in that stadium. I mean, that was just like, what?
No,
but that's probably a team that's thinking, we're going to roll into the playoffs versus a team thinking we have to earn everything we get and let's get after it.
Hungry. We were
hungry for sure.
Yeah.
Murph, I know how this works. This could be 10, 15 minutes, so I'm gonna let you go. Any final parting words before we play the Snoopy Bowl?
The Snoopy Bowl, yeah. I don't know. I hope our offensive line just completely stonewalls Kayvon Thibodeau and the rest of the over there. I know they got talent. They do. They really do have talent on that defensive line. But I hope we stonewall the shit out of him just because I can't stand that guy. He gets on my nerves. That's really all I got to say. Let's go. Let's get another dub.
Hey, we're undefeated.
Meaningless dubs. Let's keep crushing them.
2-0, baby.
23, baby. Let's do it. Murph, good night, brother.
Night, fellas.
Great show.
Later, Murph. Good luck in your draft tomorrow.
Thank you.
Peace.
How about
let me
your
fix
opinion
this here.
of the bump?
Tough, man, because I don't know how you want to brand it, but this is my take on it. I think it could be considered a bump because I feel like all these guys are trying to establish that first impression.
Yeah.
This is the first they're putting on film in the new scheme for this coaching staff. I do think some guys that played well last week can't all the time or won't all the time. And is it because it's a new staff that they now showed their best? I can't say that. But I think that they did give more attention to detail because this staff. Like if we ran it back, I don't think we start as fast as we did last week.
Well, and then
So is that a bump?
well, and also how much of it was the Packers just laid down? I mean, I think
that's a lot.
And I hope we get to see some of the first team offense. But just being the two New York teams, I think this game will be a little more intense on both sides. So especially after,
where's it at?
Yeah, who's the home team? I think the Giants are the home team, aren't they? Yeah,
They are.
But especially after some of the shit Thibodeau's been saying, and bulletin board material. But I think, do you remember when? And I remember back in the day when this game, both teams wanted to win. They didn't care as a preseason game.
Facts.
Different now, but I think this being that they're both New York teams, they share the stadium, they're going to want to make an impression.
Yeah. And it's kind of like that. I mean, ultimately it's who wins the most all year, but like it kind of was a unwritten big brother, little brother match. And I don't know if it will be. I feel like it's been lost the last couple times, but like this might be the most it's back to that it has been. I don't know. I know if you're in New York, if you're a New Yorker, a Jerseyan, whatever you want to call it, it means a little more. I would hope that it means a little more for the players. Does that have anything to do with Glenn? I don't know. He might know that and he might preach that leading into it, but ultimately it's players 50 to 90 that are going to play the most of this game. So I don't know. I loved the last time we played them in the regular season. I thought that was an excellent game. I kind of wish we played them again this year.
Are you talking that? What was it? 10-9? What? No. What was that shitty ass overtime rain game with the miracle win? What a loser.
Yes.
Good Lord.
They took the lead with 30 seconds left and we won.
Yeah, right. Dak pulled it off.
It was awesome, man. Yeah, we somehow drove and Greg tied it. Then we took the ball and in 2 minutes Greg won it.
He made
that was
field
epic.
goals in the rain that day just fine.
Yep. I think he spent them all that day.
Oh gosh. I saw something today and it was, I don't know if it was just records or exactly how the breakdown was, but over the last 7 years, the bottom two teams in the NFL Jets 31, Giants 32. I was like, oh God. So it's good. Hey, good matchup, I guess.
Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson / the ghost of Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and go back farther. Sam Darnold. But was it but Eli? That even gets into Eli.
Does it, or
Eli hasn't
Gerard?
been retired for 7 years, right?
Oh yeah, if it's that far back, yeah, you're probably right.
So
Oh, well, let me ask you this as we wind. As is probably the final question, but this came up earlier and I didn't get your answer. Snowball, he chimed in and he said tomorrow's game specifically, and I agree. He wants to see more takeaways, more interceptions specifically. And instead of asking people that, I took that as one answer. And contrastly, since we're playing the Giants, I asked, would you rather that or clean pockets and no sacks allowed? You can only have one. Clean pockets, so great O line versus their D line, or a little spotty, but your secondary is ripping the ball away. What do you think would be better for us as a whole?
assuming both teams are healthy, their front seven's healthy, I think if you're able to keep their defensive line under control, that's huge. And that bodes well for the season, you know. We're going to see Tommy DeVito. We're going to see who else?
Tommy. I was thinking Mike DeVito. Tommy DeVito.
Whatever, Pizza Boy, whatever. Jameis Winston, and a rookie, and they might just turn the ball over anyway. But man, if our offensive line can compete against that defensive line, that's impressive to me. And
more impressive than Brandon Stevens having two picks.
Because 2 picks can happen because a quarterback sucks. So anyway, for me, that bodes better for the long term also.
You know, I thought it was too easy of a question, leaning the same way. Clean pockets, good against what many say is the best D line in the league, or can be, at least on paper. Yeah. But we got some good discourse in the chat. Bill M, very, very in the secondary front. He wants to know more about what we have behind Sauce, and I think that's his angle, and I get that. But at the same time, we have 2 damn near rookie tackles. We have no John Simpson going against. I mean, I assume even if he's healthy, why do you play him? Like, it was sketchy to begin with, so just hold him to week 1. But Bill said, he chirps back. He says, our O-line is great. He's not worried. He wants to bubble wrap him. He's done. He's good. He wants the secondary to take the ball away. And that's a compelling argument. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I want both. I mean, we need the defense to force more turnovers. I mean, how many turnovers did they force last season? Not a lot.
Not a lot. No.
So, yeah, but if I had to choose, I'm going O-line. You know, interceptions can happen without even playing good defense. So,
yeah. And you can't count on them either. No. Like, you can't. Strengthening a strength has always been my philosophy, whether it be the draft or this argument. Like, we need the O-line. We need it to be good.
Yep.
Hell, we might need it to be dominant.
If the O-line is bad, the Jets are going to have a horrible season.
Then Bill's going to need takeaways every game.
Right. Hey, did Michael Carter play?
Good question. That dude, they were out so fast. I didn't notice. Yeah, he played. He
Okay.
played. Because there was a when Sauce swiped that ball away, and they may or may not have called pass interference very early on.
Oh,
He deflected it almost right at Michael Carter, and he didn't corral it. I'm like, shit, that would have been a nice wham bam 6. Well, we got a wham bam 6. It just wasn't that
okay.
one.
The old quick throw. Well, and that's the thing to remember about the defense this year. Hopefully, we'll have Carter all season.
That is so underrated. You're right. That is because he had back problems damn near all last year. Bill says he's dying on that hill, and that's fine. Yeah, it's not a bad take. It's not. It's just most people just value O-line that hair more. That's
Well,
all.
and Bill's correct in one way. Normally, teams that win the turnover battle win the game. That's kind of just a rule of thumb, not 100%, but you win the turnover battle, you have a good chance.
And turnover, if they take away in that secondary, it's a game changer in its own right. It is, because that's the one thing lacking on the back end. I will say Amid here chimes in. He says clean pocket versus who do the Giants have to cover? D-line neutralized. Good luck. Okay, he lost me. Clean pocket. Oh, because we have no receivers. Clean
I think
pocket.
he's saying
It's how
good
good.
luck at a clean pocket. I don't know. That's
Or what will that give you? Because there's no receivers. I get it. If Fields has 10 seconds to throw, is that valuable?
he's running at 3 seconds anyway. So
Yeah. 2.5.
yeah,
What are you
right,
talking
right.
about? Dude, we got down there. We got down there to the 15. Yeah, we scored the 13-yard run, but he ran it before that too. 2 yards.
Yeah.
The last 2 plays that drive were both scrambles. I would have liked to see a red zone pass. That's all.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll get it.
well, maybe. Well, I mean, let's just be real. That hasn't been his thing to this point in his career. Now, maybe with Mason Taylor, back, and yeah, we'll see.
That's what we need to really cement the take. Is we need to see Taylor out there and him still, or like, I don't know. I just feel like with Taylor and even if Garrett's just running comebacks and curls, you can get some yards.
So, okay, if it's a rough passing year, if Garrett's going to have his worst year of his career, we're going to see some frustration there.
That you know what, I thought of this earlier and we never ever did talk about it. That's a very good point, because I've heard mention that the touchdown pass, Garrett was open briefly early on in that play. I didn't see it for myself yet, but if that happens over and over, it depends. See, is Field going to scramble and then he's going to get 1 yard or -1? Or is Fields going to scramble and he's still going to be productive doing it? Just not as productive as passing. That's tough. I need context, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he has that rapport with Fields too. Will he show the frustration as early on as he did with other quarterbacks? I don't know.
Yeah, and you know what? That stuff doesn't bother me that much. He's not really showing anybody up. But people just assume, a lot of people assume, oh, these guys played together in college. They're going to pick up right where they left off. This is the NFL. Think about who are the receivers that were also on that team that you couldn't cover all those Ohio State receivers. Then you throw in the running backs, and no wonder Ruckert looked good at Ohio State. And it's like the one guy we're not going to cover is going to be him.
Yeah. That's a good point. That is.
So
tough, man. We need more data before we sound off too much, but
yeah, well,
what we have is bare minimum.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know if you saw this, but it was Samini interviewed Engstrand, and they were talking about Garrett Wilson. Did you see this?
No, I saw Paul Boy Green with Engstrand. Not
Okay,
that.
no, this was in a publication. I don't remember where I saw it, but he was saying, Engstrand was saying they're really working to improve Garrett's route running. And they said he starts to freelance. I don't know. I was saying that shit last year, and so was
I've heard that.
I was like, well, okay, so you kind of understand where some of the frustrations, and maybe Rodgers is a red ass. You're not gonna run a route while you're supposed to. I'm gonna throw it to Adams because he's gonna do what he's supposed.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting.
Because you could take Rodgers, put him in a blender, and when he comes out of the blender, he's still going to be looking for the spot you're supposed to be in, not where he sees you.
Right, and and that's kind of not the game anymore so much, but that was how they were wanting to run their offense. So I thought that was interesting. I'm actually kind of surprised he even said that stuff.
Yeah, true. Openly.
Yeah. But I thought, oh, that's interesting because it's like people are scared to say it, and some of us said it last year. But anyway, I thought that was interesting, and you know what? That'll just improve him as a player if they're really working on that. Now, different type of quarterback. Now, where maybe some freelancing might work a little, better, but we'll see.
That's the whole time you were thinking that or saying that. I was thinking that too. Like maybe don't discourage him of that this year, because that's exactly the reason why I think Mason Taylor will do well. And that's not from his route running or anything. It's just from his ability to sense the holes in the zone. And when plays break down, just sit. Garrett wanting to lean that way already might work. But it only works if your quarterback has vision when plays break down. Not the first 2 seconds, but seconds 3 to 6.
Yeah.
And
that's when you get creative. That's when you
and everybody knocks Fields' vision seconds 1 to 3 or 0 to 3. But I don't know, how bad is it from 3 on, or you know what I mean? Like, does he solely run, or can he also consider an open man? I don't know. I got to see it for myself.
Does he scramble to pass, or does he scramble to run? Does he keep his eyes field when he's scrambling? I don't know.
Good
from
question.
what I've watched, it seems like once he decides, he's running. But they might be trying to train that out of him a little bit too, because that's when a quarterback starts to scramble, that's when plays can open up. That's when big play. We've seen it. How often have we seen Mahomes do it? Rodgers was a king of that for years. He can't pull that shit off anymore. But when that all shit breaks down, the quarterback gets out of the pocket, crazy stuff can happen. So if he can hold off on running, maybe they can find some big plays downfield.
I'm with you.
I know the Packers used to practice a scramble drill. That was the thing because Rodgers, because he could run around back there, people couldn't catch him, and then they'd make some crazy play. So
yeah, if Fields runs that in from the 13 or whatever, the next drive, if he even takes a step towards scrambling, you all of a sudden you got guys biting on it, and boom, someone's open. Like that's why we need to see consecutive drives and like. I mean, we're chomping at the bit. We're gonna get all this, but we really don't know what this offense is gonna be until late September, mid October.
yeah,
Amid, he asked, "Is our safety room locked up or is it still competitive?" Crispy put our safeties underneath my chin here. I assume we're keeping 4. But see, it's tough because Oliver can be safety, can be corner, he can be special teams. Monroe had at least one bad penalty last week. I think it was pass interference, or it was a bad penalty. I mean, who knows? Is Malachi Moore going to be IR'd? Like, probably not. But like, could you get creative to keep other guys and sit a rookie longer than they need? Az Thomas, could he be IR just because it's a long season, just to pave the way for other guys? Like Oliver has played decent on this team.
yeah.
Do you care? Yeah, you know him from I'm probably Bay Area. He was in San
Not
Fran.
so much,
No?
but I just thought he played well for the Jets, and like you said, he's flexible. He can play different positions.
The trouble too with him is he was 23 and now he's wearing Eccles' old number.
Ha.
So you got to kind of like, it's hard to chart guys over time when they change numbers, but I do like him. Is it locked up? I don't know. I don't know that it's locked. I don't know that safety 4 is locked up.
Right. And what was the talk early? Not actually not that long ago. The guy they got from Baltimore, the corner. Remember the talk of they're going to move him to safety. Stevens. Remember those rumors? Yeah, that they shut that down.
Yeah.
Especially after
12
after the draft, that really heated up. But no, not happening.
No, if you want a safety from Baltimore, just go get Chuck Clark. No, I'm just kidding. Chuck Clark, I think he went to Pittsburgh, didn't he?
Him and Eccles. Apparently, Eccles has been playing really well. I don't know about Chuck Clark, but I heard something about it.
Bill said Tony Adams can go.
You know what's funny? There's things I liked about pretty much everyone in the Jets secondary. These last couple years, including Adams. The one guy I just and I should have liked him because he's a Cal kid, but he's with Miami now. How soon we forget them once they leave. Come on, Chris, help me out here. Safety number 21.
Oh, Ashton?
Yeah, Ashton Davis. I never forget
Chris.
that stupid pitch that almost kept New England in that game. But yeah. But even he made some plays at times.
He did. Eccles, you're right. Linking it back to Eccles. Oliver was very versatile, not just like perceived. He was versatile for us last year. You're right though. Like all them guys had attributes
Yeah.
that seemed promising until last year.
But they all made plays.
Dude,
Yeah, last year was
Tony Adams, I was so high on coming into last year, and then
Brick Johnson benched him.
Dude, him and Chuck Clark, I thought were going to be a nasty pairing, and they both were a step late on everything.
Well, Chuck might be better now. He's coming off an injury.
Yeah. Are you going to watch that new Jets series with him in it?
Was with the wives? Fuck no. The one guy I liked is he's not with them anymore. We've talked about him before. Is the guy he's the expatriate, number 35. He came in hitting people last year. One of the few guys.
Oh, Chris is gonna beat me.
Come on, Chris. Chris will get this.
Deshae Townsend.
No.
Oh, no.
He was like when they couldn't tackle anybody, all of a sudden he was the one that was tackling some people.
35. You're sure about that?
Sure.
I give Chris B. Jalen Mills, the Goblin. Was he 35? He was not 35.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. I thought he was 35. Anyway, I was surprised they didn't hold on to him.
He's still available, as far as I know.
But
he might have.
Anyway, once again, another guy that I saw some positive stuff. He probably couldn't cover anybody to save his life. It's a problem.
No, Jalen Mills I really liked. He was a good little enforcer on the back end. A lot like what I think we might have this year. Oh, yeah.
I just remember he kind of stepped up when they really needed it.
The Texans are signing veteran DB Jalen Mills.
Okay.
91 starts and 8 picks.
All right. He's ahead of Sauce's pace.
So he goes from Sala to D'Amico. That's a good transition for him.
They have a good defense. Or they should have a good defense. They're projected to have a good defense.
Yeah, what do you make of Stroud, though?
I'm not sure what I think about him, to be honest with you. He kind of bugs me, but if they improve their offensive line, which they think they did, and he's got one of the best receivers in the league right there.
I got it. I finally got it.
Let's get it.
Yeah. Hour number 6.
Yeah, I think for me the jury's still out on Stroud, but he certainly could be good moving forward.
I think you're right. It's the jury is definitely still out, but like also all these new young quarterbacks came in behind him. Jaden Daniels is cooked to shit. Like he's got to step back. He's got to keep proving it. Like don't rest on your laurels. Like you had a good rookie season, then you chirped a whole bunch in the off season before your second season. Then you laid an egg compared to his rookie season. Slumped. You slumped. How are you gonna big year for him?
They just hope they don't play the Jets anymore, because Jets beat his ass twice.
We really did. We shut them the hell down. I don't even think he had 200 yards. Not even.
Didn't they knock him?
Maybe
didn't
far
they
less.
knock him out of the game 2 years ago?
I think you're right. We beat them 30-6 or something.
0-0 or 3-0 or something at the half. And this build on.
Yeah. We scored 30 in the second half alone. I
Yeah.
remember that.
And then kind of similar this last year, they didn't do much on offense till the end of the half. For some reason, the Texans quit running the ball. If they had just run the ball all game, they probably win that game. And then they, Rodgers and the guys got hot in the second half.
That was a good game. Yeah, Halloween. I remember
Yeah,
that.
that was when
Corley
hope
drop.
was renewed. It was like, oh, still alive. And then I think, oh yeah, there was that Corley. And then I think wasn't the next game, the game at Arizona? I was like, okay, just
So
life.
okay, that game means a little more to me. You know why? I was on the plane from PA to Oregon for that game.
Which one? Arizona?
The Cardinals game.
So you're lucky you couldn't watch it.
I did miss, yeah, but I went up in the air thinking we had a glimmer of hope. And then when I touched down, we were DOA.
It was a weird game. It was like,
I still to this day I couldn't watch it. I've never seen that game, and I don't think I ever will.
it was weird because the Jets only had 6 possessions, and they had 4 of the possessions were 10 plus plays, and they scored 6 points because they got stopped on 4th down a couple times. But the defense was so bad that they couldn't tackle anybody.
Kyler?
Arizona just ran the ball, ate up the clock. It was just God. It was probably the worst game of the year that I watched.
How did MHJ do?
I don't remember. I remember them mostly running the ball. I remember there was like, okay, the Jets kind of got back. I think they might have cut it to 14-6. This is where a lot of people started shitting on Sauce. And they had like a 3rd and long, threw a pass, I think, to the tight end. And Sauce was right there to make the tackle.
McBride.
Yeah, make the tackle, get the ball back. Instead, he just kind of ragdolls Sauce. And I think they go and score again. It's like, oh, that was there was a couple of those moments for me. That was one, and then that coming out the second half against Pittsburgh when they still had the lead, and that pass, and Garrett might have, I think he was already maybe cutting back too soon, and the ball and it ends up on the freaking Jet 1-yard line. It was like, oh shit.
The best thing to come out of that Jet Steeler game right here.
Hey, you better wasn't Hayes at that game? Look at your little baby beard. Look
Yeah.
at the baby beard.
Are you beard shaming me?
Well, no, I'm just saying, man.
No, you're right.
You
You're
know.
right. That's that is, yeah. So the last time I shaved it was before this picture was taken.
Oh, okay.
So that is this hair down here.
Right.
Dude, what was that? 10 months, man. Yeah, this is a year strong.
That
man.
was that in October, wasn't it?
Yeah, 10/20. I think Arizona was like just 2 weeks later, and I was gone from PA, man.
Wow.
One or two more things. This was that same day.
There you go.
Murph. By the way, I am 7 foot tall, and Murph is 6.
Murph starter jacket. They still.
That's a good jacket. Another one. And then I think it was 3 or 4 months before that, we got one more, me and Murph, that we were at a concert. That's a good one. You can't tell how short he is. Don't tell him I said that.
You're getting photobombed.
Yep. But yeah, we are. That's those people behind us are pretty funny in some of our picks. But yeah, the best thing to come out of that Steeler game, it's surprising how many people bring up that game though. But it was like a one of the biggest unraveling I've seen.
It looked. I can imagine you guys were probably like, God, they look so good for like almost the whole first half. Then there's the interception, and they score. Okay, well, we're still winning halftime. Then come out and that crazy ass play, and it was just all downhill after. I mean, ugh.
I mean, Chris says it, but I mean, 30 unanswered.
Yeah.
It was like us versus Stroud. Like, but not only that, like when you're in an away game and you're up 15-6, man, you start signing checks you can't cash.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then they were ready to run Russell Wilson out of town. Now, remember them booing? They were booing him.
They were booing him before the game even started. Like, they wanted Fields in there because he was doing well, but he wasn't the week before. Like, but then yeah, you get blown. You get 30 unanswered, and you're driving home, and you get a flat tire.
Is that what happened?
1 a.m.
Oh shit! Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, it was a long day.
Yeah, my one game in Pittsburgh was a night game, and that was a long day. Lots of alcohol consumed.
That's why I mean it when I say those pictures are the best part. There's some more. I mean, I got to see Hazel first time being in PA and all that. That was awesome. But yeah, flat tire on the way home, changing a tire at like midnight. Yeah. And then hey, the probably just downhill from that for the Jets.
Well, and then
yeah.
The next week was Buffalo, right? Or was that the week before?
I think that was the week before because Ulbrich.
They looked good, and they should have won that game. And then they looked really good against Pittsburgh for almost the whole first half.
Do they beat the Bills with Sulla?
Well, does Sulla kick the field goals they missed?
Maybe.
No, you know what? I think they played pretty well that game, really. Once again, who knew that rookie running back that was going to come out and tear them a new one that game? I mean,
yeah.
God, why am I thinking?
I know. There was, why are we? We're getting to, but it was Pittsburgh, then it was somebody else, and then it was Arizona where
Houston.
I looked it up.
Which, okay, we're back. There's a path. I mean, the Buffalo game.
Mathematical.
Yeah, the Buffalo game, they were playing for first place. And that game was right there for them to win.
That was week 5. We lost that game, and then we traded for Devontae and had him out there for Pittsburgh week 6. But what I'm saying is, who was week 7? Because Arizona was week 8, I think.
Houston. That Halloween night.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that was like, okay, we got hope again. And then, oh shit, Arizona was bad.
Blew our doors off.
Yeah.
Patriots, then Texans after okay. Yeah, because Steelers were 10-20. Texans were 10-31. Yeah, we played Pittsburgh and then the Texans on a short week.
Because it was 49ers loss, Tennessee win, New England win. Who was week 4?
Here we go. This is how it went. Week 4, I don't know, but week 5 was Buffalo.
Right.
Then Steelers week 6.
Oh, that Patriots was a bad loss. Oh my God.
I was gonna say we didn't win after Pittsburgh. We didn't get hope. But maybe Texans we got
Texans
hope.
we had some hope.
Okay.
So I thought that.
Oh yeah, Chris. Broncos were before Pittsburgh.
Oh yeah, because it was Minnesota.
Yeah.
Those were the 2 games
in London. That's what it was. Denver week 4, Minnesota week 5, then Steelers week 6.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, want to know where this year so far?
That London debacle, man. Does that not give you hope that we can beat Denver in London this year?
Well, look, in full disclosure, dude, I believe you show up, you can win the game. That's how I was raised. That's how I always played. Not always how I bet my money, but anyone can win. You show up, you can win. I mean, who thought the Jets were going to win games? Let's go back before even Aaron Rodgers injury. I mean, they went into Green Bay and won that game.
They did.
Who else did they beat that year? They were like 7-3, weren't they? Or 7.
They were. No, yeah, they won a lot of great games. They shouldn't have, or they shouldn't have. Yeah. You're right.
Anyway,
we hang with Buffalo, dude. We show up, we hang with Buffalo. They're a division rival. You know, Buffalo's. See, the problem with Buffalo is they beat everybody else in the league. They're and then if we give them a game, they win 13 elsewhere.
Well, maybe that was the Saleh factor. He could figure out a way to give Josh Allen fits. I mean, the defense wasn't the same after he left. No question about it.
Was that him though, or was that JJ and Mosley?
All of the above.
Yeah, because I think it was gone before he left.
But I'm talking even previous years.
Fair.
I mean, hell, they had the Chiefs beat with Zach.
They did.
Some shitty officiating, and Zach fumbles a freaking snap.
They beat the Chiefs, man. Fuck that. They beat them.
That was some bullshit there.
Yeah.
So
let's not get down that rabbit hole.
How many years do you want to go back? I'll go back to the 80s, man. Fucking Gastineau roughing Kozar cost them a damn playoff win. Anyway.
What about more recent, the JFM? What was that? Roughing the passer. Bullshit. Get out of here, man.
You do wonder if the teams at the bottom of the league get less calls than the teams at the top of the league. Kind of seems that way, right?
Benefit of doubt.
So, anyway.
Well, you know what? Our hope this year is that our quarterback can just take those licks. He's going to get hit. I mean, even no matter how good our O-line is, if he's running the ball 60, 80 times, he's going to take hits, man. So.
Well, our hope also is that defense can perform better. I mean, how many games a few off the top of my head that there was just defense get a stop and we win last year. The Colts, the Patriots, the Dolphins. which going into the year, that wasn't going to happen. If we were winning late and we had a defense on the field, I think we even had a discussion. Who do you want on the field to end the game, the offense or the defense? So, no, frustrating year all the way around.
It was. Yeah. But I don't know if you've seen it. Mike Clay, ESPN, one of their, I don't even know, anchor, like big time anchor. He had us favored in 14 games a year ago. Now he's got us at like 26th or 27th. What a difference a year. I don't think a year made that much difference though. I want to see it. I don't think we're a bottom 5 team. I don't. I think we're gonna. What did we lose? Like 7 games by 1 score last year. I think we're gonna be in that many 1-score games again. Can we win some of them?
Yeah, sure. But we gotta make
see.
field goals, close games. You gotta make field goals, and you gotta get stops at the end.
Yes. I will make field goal. I mean, just regression to the mean. We're going to make field goals. Can we get stops at the end? What the is Booty going to catch a prayer on Sunday? No, come on, get it.
And against the Colts, they made a 48. I wonder what his completion percentage would have been without that fourth quarter against the Jets. That he completed 48% of his passes, and they made him look like Johnny Unitas. Like, what is going on here?
Dude, Bo Nix. Was it Bo Nix who had nothing, and then at the final drive, he like threw a 60-yard pass, and that was like most of their yards for the day?
He did not. Yeah, he looked like he couldn't throw a football.
Yeah. I mean, it was a bad game, so I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying, like, fourth quarter, last 2 minutes, that's when you break.
Yeah, exactly. But he was bad. He was bad that game. That was remember Lazard got the ball down there by like the 5-yard line and did this, and they flagged him 15 yards.
Yeah.
What the hell?
You can't do this. You can only do, or I don't know what it was. You can't do this. You can only do, or something. I don't know. Some stupid.
Didn't Braylon Allen get stopped from the 1-yard line that game also?
He did last week too. It was 4th and 1, and he got stuffed. He might have lost a yard. I was like, man, you can't win them all, but damn.
Yeah.
All right, let's segue. Bill M, he says you're probably going to get a decent dose of Martinez tomorrow night. Are you Martinez or Cook or both or neither?
Yeah, don't care.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, are either one of them any sort of hope for the future?
I think most of Martinez fans are carryovers from last year.
Well,
which this new regime.
Yeah, and he looks good at times, but come on, we're talking about preseason football. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
If it comes to that, we're screwed.
And it's like, what do you want in a QB3 too? Like, I maintain that Martinez is more like Fields, whereas I don't know. Cook might be, well, Tyrod is the best pocket passer, but like Cook is up there too. He might be the second best. Do you want 2 pocket passers out of 3 when the third is the starter?
Not if the offense is being tailored to someone, like Fields.
That's not. Yeah, right. So that's where you might lean Martinez, who's more off script and more mobile.
Yeah.
But bro, we gotta go. As much as I love the chat, there are still 11 people on YouTube alone watching us, more on Twitter. I think we've said everything there. This could just be a pregame show, and we could take it to the game if you want.
I'm not going to make it. Unless
Me either.
the game was in London, I'd have a chance. But
oh, we got another newbie here. I see you, Mackle. Mackle1. I like this. Like a Rubik's Cube or something you got there? I don't know. But he says, word is Isaiah Davis' ankle is fine. Thank God, because I'm an Isaiah Davis truther. If you don't know me, totally.
give
He
him the
tell
hot
you.
take. Give him your hot take.
Do I have to?
You do.
Okay.
Go
All right.
ahead.
I gotta say hot take
Yeah.
though. Da-da-da, hot take. I see. I don't know. It might have changed already because Braylon has been cooking so well. But my hot take a month ago, I'll tell you that, was that Isaiah Davis would be RB1 before the end of the year. I don't think Brees will be on this team, or he's just going to be a wide receiver, though. So I will say that. But I don't know, man. Braylon has just looked so good since I've said that I don't know that it matters whether because my angle was Isaiah Davis is more of a well-rounded running back. So he would just hop over Braylon and Braylon would stay what he's doing. Now, I don't know, man. Braylon might just seize it all.
But he was that way early last year. Maybe with the way he runs, it's just too long of a season. I don't know.
I do doubt that he can play 17 as like I mean, we might run the ball 500 times. Can he get 250 and stay healthy? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't want to tackle him. I know that.
Actually, he actually laid out a safety on that he had like a 12 or 15-yard run, and safety I think is 39. Like you all know the run. It was like a 15-yard run for Braylon, and I watched it back today, and 39, the deepest guy. There's 3 guys just running next to Braylon Allen in the third level. Like they're just running side by side. They're not even trying to tackle him. Safety comes up. Braylon just lays into him and just plows him over, and dude just stays there face down on the turf for like 5 seconds. I'm like, man, next time he runs that, I guarantee you 39 doesn't try that again.
Yeah.
Then you just got 4 guys running next to him.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, hey,
Till someone just goes in his
they
knees.
trade Brees. Allen gets hurt. There you go. Your hot take is right on.
Well, and the other thing is Braylon had 3 games last year where he had 11 carries in each. They were not his best games. I think he had 2.7 yards in one, like 3.4 in another, and then one he had 5.0. So like as good as he looked, like you said, he started off hot last year just like this. Does that change anything? But then last Saturday happened and Davis didn't look awesome.
Check out Mackle's latest. You'll like that one.
He says, Mackle1, I think there were lack of holes for Isaiah. You know what? He did not get the premium O-line. Brees, on the other hand, I do like this comment.
Well, hey, and I said it the Packer game. The offense looked not as good when Brees was touching the ball.
They didn't, and they started the game with him, and it was just like buzzkill. Like,
so it's weird. And then you see the footage of some of that, but I don't know. At some point, they're gonna make that move, that switch, if it doesn't pick up. I mean,
I mean, you can even have him out there as RB1 and then just motion him out, or just go two running back sets and just be creative. That's all I ask. You don't even have to make a drastic change. Just like shade some of the inside carries to guys doing well at it.
Yeah.
I
Last year
don't
it seemed like they tried to force Brees into some of the short yardage situations, and we're all going, why isn't Allen getting the ball here? It was
Every fan, dude. How many fans forget how frustrating that was now? It's insane. Like,
yeah. It's a new day, Dane. It's a new day.
yes.
But
And it's new eyes and brains deciding it too.
yeah. But
I don't want to trade him.
not yet, you don't.
No, not right now. Not until October.
Good night, Chris.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Scott,
Dane.
you rejuvenated me, brother.
I'm
Good thing I kicked Murph out.
vine on the vine.
Yeah, I need another.
Uh-oh. Lots of
Hey.
football tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do it, man. That's the good thing about now. We got weekends to look forward to, so not just Friday nights and then boring until the next Friday night.
I don't. Were any starters playing tonight? I'm trying to think. I saw a little bit.
Oh, were teams on tonight? I
Yeah,
didn't pay
there
attention.
were 2 games tonight. I saw a little bit of both, but when I got home,
So Seahawks beat the Chiefs.
okay, yeah, Mahomes wasn't playing. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if Darnold played or not. I didn't see. And then who was?
No, Drew Lock started.
Okay.
Or wait, Darnold threw 4 passes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then who was the other game?
Titans over the Falcons by 3.
Oh yeah, Penix. I don't think played. And then the rookie. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Cam Ward.
He
completed 2 out of 7.
Yeah, I heard that on the other. They mentioned that in the other game, but yeah, maybe this is kind of like the week where not as many starters are going to play. Then maybe a few more will play again next week. So we'll see.
Man, chat, love it. Hamid, brother, good night. We are about to hit that outro, but I do feel like I gotta respond. We got big one here. I went back and watched Brees Hall's highlights. Okay, I don't understand any hype. How easily he is tackled by arm tackles doesn't make sense to me. He's a big back 2, but he looks like a 5'9". Yeah, I know he's 2 1/4. I don't get it either. But he asks, do you think Brees getting easily tackled makes him look smaller than he actually is? You know what? What highlights did you watch? Because his first 7 game, what was it, 2 years in a row or some 7 and 7 or how did his career go? Did he was only hurt that 1 year, right?
Rookie year.
Those first 7 games, he was a different person. And then last year, I feel like it took him 9 games to get going. I'm missing a year though.
Well, and then there was the year before, the Rodgers injury year, where he had the long run against the Bills where he got caught, where he never would have got caught, but he's coming off an injury. And then the season kind of went, and they had a big game, big couple games, big game against Denver again, big game to end the year against New England.
Yes. To get his 1,000 yards or whatever.
They were right there.
They gave him to him 40 damn times. Long story short, man, the jury's out on him. If you're running him between the guards, he can't run. He sucks. He has no vision. He cannot run through a hallway.
Well, and the truth is, his production is dropping each year.
Yes, it is. His averages, his big plays, both are dropping.
So maybe a change of scheme, personnel will help. But boy, the first preseason game when everything looked so good, it didn't for him.
I don't know if I buy that he played hurt last year. I really don't. But I respect your opinion, AFG. I do. What I will say is Mackle, he looked bad. I don't think he's average. I don't. I just think he was used in a way that did not showcase his best abilities. And he was used that way far too much last year, especially. But the year before a little too. Like, run him, sweeps, off tackle, hell, even dump it off to him. He looks like he does not look average when he's running outside.
He needs open space.
Doesn't look average. Yes. And the problem is that most people who just watch all of his plays, you're getting too much of him not in space. So it just blends together and does make him look average. But if you just use him exclusively in space, I think he could look really good. The problem is, I don't know if we're going to be smart enough as a staff to do that right off the bat in year one, or if we're going to waste 10 games figuring that out and then all of a sudden he's set to walk.
Well, he might need to be used more like, and I don't know if you remember guys like James Brooks. Maybe a little before your time.
Not Jonathan Brooks.
No,
yeah,
back in the
James.
day.
Okay.
Some of the guys that were almost more third down backs, but were good runners, good receivers, but they weren't 20 carry a game guys. So,
yeah, it's been square peg, round hole. Is basic. Like, that's my thoughts on it, and I give him a lot of shit, Brees, because I don't know that they're going to use him the way I want them to right off the bat, and I think that it's just going to get worse and worse before it gets better. But I don't know if Braylon keeps cooking, he might force it. And maybe we get the best of both worlds.
well, if the offensive line is as good as people are thinking it's gonna be, there's no reason
There will be space everywhere.
Be able to run the ball. Yeah.
Yeah, put him in a slot, dude. I would love it. Yeah, I'm back on Brees if you can be creative with him. I am. I was never off him if you can be creative with him. It's the like you said, Scott. You already said it. Like, 3rd and goal at the 2, and we were giving it to him early last year when Braylon was the one that was looking way better. Later, Brees picked up. He looked a little better. But even then, I wouldn't have given it to him 3rd and goal at the 2, not if to just hand it off. Sounds like Percy Harvin. I don't know if that's Percy Harvin, but
Not a short yardage back, that's for sure.
no. Yeah, no. And the data, we should have the analytics to suggest who we need to be running the ball in short yardage. Braylon, I've said it a million times. 14 out of 16 times, and that's all he had. 16 chances at short yardage last year. He converted 14. Nobody does that, man. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's like tush push stats.
90%, man. It's crazy. maybe use Brees the way Debo was used. Thoughts?
Well,
I mean, you were maybe not the elaborate routes, more just the 0 to 5 yard stuff.
yeah. He's not the receiver. Not that Debo's not a great receiver. He's more of a tool, tool. I don't. That sounded bad, but a weapon. But Brees is also a better running back than him. Debo was pretty unique for a couple years there, but if you want to go back and look at what he's done the last few years, he's fallen off a lot.
Yeah, it's fallen off. Yeah, fallen off the scale too. What I will say though is, if you did start the game with Braylon, I think it would only make things easier for Brees rushing. Like, if you give the defense a dose of Braylon for like a quarter and a half.
I didn't call him a dildo.
It is in the right place. All right, man. Hey, have a good night, man. Enjoy the. Hey, hopefully it's half as good as the last one, but we do need some pushback from the Giants, unlike last
I think
week.
there will be more.
We need it. Despite how great that was, we need to know what our guys are doing, not just running free.
And apparently the Giants' offensive line is in shambles. They're all hurt. I heard someone talking today. I guess they're all hurt, so probably can't expect much from the Giants' offense. But I'm more curious to see the Jets' offense versus the Giants' front line specifically.
Yeah, and maybe I don't know if we'll get to see Neighbors.
Apparently he's running and practicing again, but I bet he doesn't play.
Yeah, I mean, when he sees Sauce, it'll just be this.
What the hell is that? Is something coming in my door? Oh, chicken. I don't know, dude. I think Neighbors is legit.
Yeah, he is. I had him in fantasy last year, and I watched him so much. He is legit.
Yeah.
He is. And I don't say that because of fantasy. I just say that because I keyed in on him more and watched a lot of his season. And I mean, he would get a lot of underneath stuff, but they also had nobody else. But even when he needed to go over the top in obvious passing situations, he still created and he still got his.
Without a quarterback.
Exactly. Yeah. So
he probably should have been the top receiver taken in that draft.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Too bad we didn't trade up for Fashanu.
Where did he go? Legit. What? Not Fashanu. What number did
Neighbors? 6.
Oh, we're getting kind of close.
Yeah.
But 10 year missing a tackle too. I mean, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. You can't take 2 this year.
I mean, look at putting all your eggs in the receiver basket. And how's that worked out for Cincinnati?
Would we be better with Neighbors at wide receiver 2 and Tyron Smith at left tackle?
Well, first of all, Neighbors would be wide receiver 1. He's better than Garrett Wilson. That's not even a hot take.
On the outside, you're right. I'd put Garrett in a slot.
That would be a good tandem, though, for sure. But would a quarterback get killed? Joe Burrow's been hurt a lot.
Would you sign up for a second year of Tyron Smith?
No. I actually heard someone mentioned, could they bring him out of retirement? I was like, did
Oh
anybody
my
watch him
God.
play last year? Not for the Cubs.
Yeah,
It was
no,
a different team. I don't know who it
they
was.
did not.
Oh my God.
They did not. All right, man. Hey, have a good
Peace.
night. See you, chat. Yep.
Later,
Peace.
everybody.
You're in the danger zone.
Totally back row.